Welcome, weary wanderer of the wasteland, to a collection of forgotten knowledge from the world that once was. Tonight, we journey through the remnants of civilization, exploring the countless details and hidden truths that lie scattered across the irradiated landscape like bottle caps in the wind. From the smallest terminal entries to the grandest corporate conspiracies, these are the fragments of history that paint the fuller picture of humanity's final chapter and its aftermath. So settle into your vault, adjust your Pip-Boy's display to dim, and let these gentle revelations carry you into peaceful sleep as we traverse the wasteland of knowledge together. In the sterile boardrooms of pre-war America's corporate towers, where mahogany tables gleamed under fluorescent lights, and executives discussed quarterly reports over coffee that cost more than most families spent on food, a shadow economy operated beneath the surface of legitimate business. While shareholders read glossy annual reports filled with optimistic projections and carefully posed photographs of smiling workers, the reality of corporate America in the years leading to the Great War was far more complex and considerably darker than any public relations department would have dared to admit. Robco Industries, the technological giant that would become synonymous with automation and artificial intelligence, maintained a web of subsidiary companies so intricate that even its own accounting department struggled to track the full scope of its operations. Beyond the familiar names like Robco Sales and Service Centers, the corporation operated through dozens of shell companies with innocuous names like Pacific Development Group and American Technical Solutions. These entities allowed Robco to bid against itself for government contracts, creating the illusion of competition while ensuring that Robert House's empire captured the vast majority of military automation projects, regardless of which company name appeared on the winning proposal. The practice went deeper than simple contract manipulation. Through a subsidiary known only as Northern Industrial Partners, Robco purchased failing manufacturing companies across the Rust Belt, not to revitalize them, but to strip their assets and relocate production to more profitable regions. Entire towns found their economic foundations destroyed overnight, when Robco's shadow companies closed factories that had sustained communities for generations, leaving behind empty buildings and unemployed workers who never knew that the same corporation promising technological salvation had orchestrated their economic destruction. Meanwhile, the Nuka-Cola Corporation's international operations extended far beyond the cheerful bottling plants and distribution centers visible to American consumers. Through partnerships with foreign beverage companies, Nuka-Cola had established a presence in nearly every major city on Earth by the mid-2070s. The European subsidiary, operating under the name Continental Refreshment Industries, had secured exclusive distribution rights for American military bases overseas, creating a pipeline for intelligence gathering that proved invaluable during the increasingly tense final years before nuclear war. In China, where American corporate presence was officially restricted, Nuka-Cola operated through a joint venture with a state-owned beverage company, using the arrangement to gather industrial intelligence about Chinese manufacturing capabilities. The information flowed back to American military contractors through a network of corporate liaisons who held positions in both civilian companies and defense organizations. What appeared to be innocent business correspondence about shipping schedules and ingredient costs actually contained encoded information about Chinese military production and strategic resource allocation. The complexity of these arrangements became evident in documents recovered from the Nuka-Cola corporate headquarters, where filing cabinets contained correspondence between seemingly unrelated companies discussing matters that had nothing to do with soft drink production. Engineers at Westtech would receive memoranda from Nuka-Cola subsidiaries about metallurgical processes, while Vault-Tec personnel coordinated with Continental Refreshment Industries regarding underground storage techniques that had obvious applications beyond beverage preservation. Westtech civilian research programs, often overshadowed by their military contracts and the notorious development of the forced evolutionary virus, represented some of the most promising and tragically interrupted scientific work of the pre-war period. In the early 2060s, before military applications dominated their research agenda, West Tech operated one of the most advanced agricultural research facilities in the world, developing drought-resistant crops that could have revolutionized food production in arid regions. The Hearty Grains Project, as it was internally designated, involved genetic modification techniques that were decades ahead of competing research institutions. Scientists at West Tech had successfully developed wheat varieties that required 60% less water than conventional strains while maintaining equivalent nutritional content. Field tests in California's Central Valley showed yields that exceeded traditional crops even during drought conditions that had devastated conventional agriculture. However, the promising civilian applications of this research were gradually subordinated to military priorities as the resource wars intensified. The same genetic modification techniques that could create drought-resistant wheat could also be adapted to develop crops that could survive in contaminated soil, a consideration that became increasingly relevant as military planners contemplated post-nuclear agricultural scenarios. By 2075, the Agricultural Research Division had been quietly transferred to military oversight, and the scientists who had joined West Tech to combat world hunger found themselves developing plants that could absorb radiation without transferring it to their edible portions. The transition from humanitarian to military applications created profound ethical conflicts within West Tech's research community. Dr. Elizabeth Chen, who had led the Hearty Grains Project since its inception, submitted her resignation in 2076 with a memo stating that she had not dedicated her career to feeding the hungry, only to help prepare for humanity's self-destruction. Her departure, along with that of several other senior agricultural researchers, marked the effective end of West Tech's civilian agricultural programs, though the company maintained the facade of dual-purpose research until the bombs fell. Vault Tech's real estate empire, perhaps more than any other aspect of their operations, revealed the corporation's long-term planning for societal collapse. While public attention focused on the Vault construction program and its promise of nuclear survival, Vault Tech quietly assembled one of the largest private real estate portfolios in American history through a network of subsidiary companies and investment partnerships that few outsiders recognized as connected to the Vault program. The strategy began in the early 2060s when Vault Tech established Regional Development Associates, a real estate investment firm that specialized in acquiring large tracts of undeveloped land in remote areas. To external observers, these purchases appeared to be speculative investments in potential suburban development, but the actual site selection criteria were based on geological surveys, proximity to fresh water sources, and isolation from major population centers that would be primary targets in nuclear war. Through Regional Development Associates and similar entities, Vault Tech acquired hundreds of thousands of acres across the continental United States, often purchasing land at prices well above market value to ensure quick sales from motivated sellers. Local governments welcomed these transactions, seeing them as signs of economic development and increased tax revenue, unaware that their new corporate neighbors were planning for scenarios in which local government would cease to exist. The land acquisition program accelerated dramatically after 2070 as international tensions increased and military contracts provided Vault Tech with enormous cash reserves. Property records from this period show a pattern of purchases that surrounded major metropolitan areas with Vault Tech-controlled land, creating buffer zones that would isolate urban populations from potential evacuation routes. Whether this isolation was intentional or coincidental remains unclear from surviving documentation, but the effect was to concentrate population in areas where Vault Tech's experimental programs could observe large numbers of people under controlled conditions. General Atomics' home automation failures, while less dramatic than military accidents involving their robotic systems, revealed fundamental flaws in the corporate culture that prioritized rapid deployment over reliability testing. The Mr. Handy household robot, widely advertised as the solution to domestic labor, suffered from programming defects that caused thousands of property damage incidents and numerous injuries during its initial commercial rollout. Internal company memos from 2073 detail a quality control crisis that General Atomics management chose to handle through legal settlements rather than product recalls. Mr. Handy units experienced cascading software failures when their task scheduling systems encountered unexpected situations, leading to incidents where household robots would continue programmed activities regardless of changing circumstances or safety considerations. One particularly disturbing case involved a Mr. Handy unit in suburban Detroit that continued its programmed house cleaning routine after its owners evacuated during a neighborhood fire. The robot's inability to recognize the changed circumstances led it to repeatedly attempt to clean areas that were actively burning, spreading flames throughout the house while its owners watched from the street, unable to convince the machine to cease its destructive helpfulness. The corporate response to such incidents followed a pattern that would become familiar across the pre-war technology industry. Rather than addressing fundamental design flaws that would require expensive recalls and redesign efforts, General Atomics established a legal department specifically dedicated to managing product liability claims. Settlement agreements typically included non-disclosure provisions that prevented customers from discussing their experiences publicly, maintaining the Mr. Handy's reputation as a reliable household helper despite mounting evidence to the contrary. Big Mountain's pre-war academic partnerships created a network of research collaboration that extended far beyond the isolated facility that would become known as the Big Empty after the Great War. Through the Big Mountain Research Consortium, the facility maintained active relationships with universities across the United States, providing funding for graduate research programs in exchange for access to promising students and breakthrough discoveries. The arrangement benefited both parties in ways that were not immediately apparent to the academic institutions involved. Universities received substantial research grants that supported expansion of their science programs, while Big Mountain gained access to cutting-edge research without having to conduct all development work internally. More importantly, the partnership agreements included provisions that allowed Big Mountain to recruit graduate students and faculty members for positions at the main facility, creating a talent pipeline that fed the most promising researchers directly into their classified programs. However, the academic partnership served another, more sinister purpose that became evident only in retrospective analysis of surviving documents. Big Mountain used its university connections to identify researchers whose work might compete with or contradict their own projects, then used various means to redirect or suppress such research. Grant applications for projects that might challenge Big Mountain's technological advantages were routinely rejected through their influence on academic review committees, while promising researchers in sensitive fields received offers to join Big Mountain that were difficult to refuse. The corruption of academic research extended to publication and peer review processes, where Big Mountain's influence ensured that certain types of research never reached the broader scientific community. Academic journals that published articles critical of technologies developed by Big Mountain or its partners found their funding reduced or eliminated, while journals that maintained favorable coverage received increased support and access to exclusive research findings. Poseidon Energy's environmental disasters, while occasionally making headlines in local newspapers, were systematically underreported through a sophisticated public relations campaign that minimized negative coverage while emphasizing the corporation's commitment to clean energy development. The Gulf Coast incident of 2074, which contaminated over 50 square miles of Louisiana wetlands with radioactive waste, was presented to the public as a minor containment breach that posed no long-term health risks. The reality, documented in internal Poseidon Energy communications, was far more serious. The incident occurred when an experimental fusion waste processing facility experienced a catastrophic containment failure, releasing radioactive materials that had been accumulating for over 2 years of operation. The facility had been operating without proper environmental permits, using an experimental waste processing technique that had never been approved by federal regulators and had been specifically rejected by the company's own safety review board. Rather than report the incident immediately to federal authorities, Poseidon Energy spent 3 days attempting to contain the contamination using untested cleanup procedures. When these efforts failed and the contamination began spreading beyond the facility boundaries, company executives implemented a pre-planned crisis management strategy that involved selective disclosure of information to minimize legal liability and regulatory consequences. The cleanup operation that followed involved removing contaminated soil and vegetation, but rather than disposing of this material safely, Poseidon Energy transported it to a storage facility in Nevada, where it was buried in unlined trenches on land that the company had quietly purchased months before the incident. Local residents near the Louisiana facility were told that the cleanup had been successful and that monitoring showed no remaining contamination, while residents near the Nevada storage site were never informed about the nature of the material being deposited in their area. Mass Fusion's early fusion experiments, conducted in facilities across New England during the late 2050s and early 2060s, resulted in numerous accidents that shaped both the technology's development and the corporation's approach to safety regulation. The Cambridge Laboratory incident of 2059, which killed 3 researchers and contaminated a square mile of suburban Boston, led to the development of safety protocols that would become standard throughout the fusion energy industry. However, the lessons learned from these early accidents were not always applied consistently across mass fusion's operations. Cost pressures and competitive demands led to the construction of facilities that incorporated some safety improvements while neglecting others, creating an inconsistent safety profile that left some installations far more vulnerable to accidents than others. The Quincy facility, which began operations in 2062, incorporated advanced containment systems that had been developed in response to the Cambridge incident. However, budget constraints led to the installation of backup power systems that were inadequate for maintaining containment in the event of primary power failure. When a severe winter storm in 2065 caused extended power outages across the region, the Quincy facility came within minutes of a containment breach that could have been far more serious than the Cambridge incident. The interconnected board memberships between major corporations created informal networks of influence that shaped policy and market conditions in ways that were rarely visible to the public or even to shareholders of the individual companies. Robert House, for example, served not only as founder and CEO of Robco Industries, but also held board positions with 3 other technology companies and maintained advisory relationships with several government agencies involved in military procurement. These relationships facilitated coordination between supposedly competing companies in ways that violated antitrust regulations but were difficult for regulators to detect or prove. Board meetings that appeared to focus on routine corporate governance actually served as venues for discussing market strategies, pricing coordination, and the division of government contracts among companies that maintained the appearance of competition while actually operating as a coordinated oligopoly. The practice extended beyond direct board memberships to include family relationships, shared legal representation, and informal social networks that connected corporate leadership across industry boundaries. Executives who competed publicly during business hours often belonged to the same country clubs, sent their children to the same private schools, and vacationed at the same exclusive resorts, creating opportunities for coordination that existed entirely outside of official corporate communications. Corporate espionage networks, operating through private security firms and intelligence consultants, created a shadow information economy that served the interests of major corporations while undermining both competitors and government oversight. Poseidon Energy, for example, maintained contracts with 3 different industrial intelligence firms that specialized in gathering information about competitors' research programs, government regulatory activities, and market development strategies. The techniques employed by these corporate espionage operations ranged from conventional business intelligence gathering to activities that would have been illegal if conducted by government agencies. Corporate recruitment of government employees provided access to regulatory information and policy development processes, while technical intelligence operations gathered information about competitors' research and development programs through methods that included electronic surveillance, document theft, and the recruitment of employees willing to sell proprietary information. Pre-war advertising psychological manipulation techniques, developed through collaboration between major corporations and academic psychology programs, represented some of the most sophisticated applications of behavioral science to commercial purposes that had been developed by the time of the Great War. Nuka-Cola's advertising campaigns, for example, were based on psychological research that identified specific emotional triggers and associative patterns that could be exploited to create product loyalty that transcended rational consumer decision-making. The techniques involved careful analysis of target demographic groups to identify psychological vulnerabilities that could be exploited through advertising messages. Children were targeted through campaigns that associated Nuka-Cola consumption with social acceptance and peer approval, while adult campaigns focused on themes of nostalgia, achievement, and personal identity that created emotional attachments to brand imagery that persisted regardless of product quality or price considerations. The role of corporations in resource war profiteering extended beyond simple military contracting to include market manipulation strategies that artificially created scarcity conditions that justified increased military spending and aggressive foreign policy actions. Energy companies, for example, coordinated supply restrictions that created shortages in civilian markets while ensuring adequate supplies for military operations, creating public support for military actions designed to secure additional resource sources. These market manipulation strategies were coordinated through industry associations and informal corporate networks that maintained the appearance of market competition while actually implementing coordinated strategies designed to maximize the profitability of resource conflicts. The result was a feedback loop where corporate profiteering created artificial scarcity conditions that justified military actions that generated additional corporate profits, creating economic incentives for perpetual conflict that ultimately contributed to the global instability that led to nuclear war. As we drift deeper into these forgotten corridors of corporate power, the picture that emerges is one of a system that had become disconnected from the human consequences of its actions, pursuing profit and market advantage with a ruthlessness that ultimately consumed not only its competitors, but the very civilization that had created it. The boardrooms where these decisions were made now lie buried beneath radioactive rubble, their mahogany tables reduced to ash, but the consequences of their occupants' choices echo through every settlement that struggles to survive in the wasteland they left behind. Beneath the mountains of Nevada and scattered across the desolate expanses of what had once been the American heartland, the great vaults of Vault-Tec Corporation represented humanity's most ambitious attempt to preserve civilization through nuclear catastrophe. Yet for every vault that functioned according to its publicly stated purpose, there existed dozens of others whose true nature remained hidden, even from the corporate executives who signed their construction contracts. The full scope of Vault-Tech's experimental program extended far beyond the 122 facilities that appeared in official documentation, encompassing a shadow network of incomplete installations, abandoned projects, and trials so ethically compromising that their very existence was compartmentalized within the highest levels of corporate security. The Vault program's origins lay not in humanitarian concern for civilian survival, but in the convergence of military psychological research and corporate opportunism that characterized the final decades of pre-war American place society. Beginning in the 2040s, the United States military had commissioned studies examining human behavior under extreme stress conditions, seeking to understand how soldiers and civilian populations might function during prolonged periods of isolation, resource scarcity, and constant threat. These studies, conducted initially through contracts with academic institutions, provided valuable data about group dynamics, leadership emergence, and psychological breakdown patterns that proved invaluable for military planners preparing for extended conflicts. However, the transition from academic research to practical application presented ethical and logistical challenges that academic institutions were unwilling to undertake. University review boards increasingly rejected research proposals that involved subjecting human participants to the kind of extreme conditions that military planners needed to understand. While the scale of experimentation required to generate statistically significant data exceeded the capacity of even the largest university research programs, Vault-Tech's entry into this research arena came through a series of gradually expanding government contracts that began with relatively modest consulting work on underground facility design and evolved into comprehensive management of what became the largest social psychology experiment in human history. The corporation's willingness to undertake research that academic institutions would not accept, combined with their capacity to construct facilities capable of housing experimental populations for extended periods, made them the ideal partner for military and intelligence agencies seeking to understand human behavior under conditions that closely approximated post-nuclear survival scenarios. The selection process for Vault populations revealed the systematic nature of Vault-Tech's experimental design in ways that were never apparent to the families who received invitations to participate in the program. While public documentation described Vault admission as based on geographical proximity, community standing, and essential skills needed for post-war reconstruction, the actual selection criteria were developed by teams of social psychologists and anthropologists whose work remained classified even within Vault-Tech's own organizational structure. Vault populations were assembled not as representative samples of American society, but as carefully constructed experimental groups designed to test specific hypotheses about human behavior under controlled conditions. Vault 11's selection process, for example, prioritized individuals with specific personality profiles that psychological testing suggested would be most likely to participate in the annual sacrifice system that formed the Vault's central experimental parameter. Residents were chosen not for their survival skills or community leadership potential, but for psychological characteristics that made them suitable subjects for studying how democratic processes might be corrupted by existential fear. The psychological profiles developed for Vault selection extended beyond individual characteristics to include family dynamics, social relationships, and community connections that would influence group behavior within the confined environment. Vault-Tech's researchers identified optimal population compositions that would generate the social tensions and leadership conflicts necessary for their experimental objectives while maintaining sufficient stability to prevent complete societal breakdown before data collection could be completed. These selection criteria were implemented through seemingly routine community surveys and voluntary psychological assessments that were presented to potential vault dwellers as standard health and safety evaluations. Participants believed they were providing information that would help Vault Tech design better living conditions and emergency procedures, unaware that their responses were being analyzed to determine their suitability for specific experimental protocols. The construction of vaults that were never completed or abandoned during the building process represents one of the most significant wastes of resources and human potential in the Vault program's history. Vault Tech's records indicate that construction began on at least 47 facilities that were never finished, with work halted at various stages from initial excavation to near completion. Depending on changing experimental priorities, budget constraints, and shifting political support for the Vault program. Vault 43, located in the mountains of Colorado, represents the most extensive of these abandoned projects. Construction began in 2071, with a planned completion date of 2076, but work was halted in 2074 when budget overruns exceeded approved funding by more than 300%. The facility's experimental protocol, which involves studying the effects of gradually increasing atmospheric pressure on human physiology and psychology, required specialized construction techniques and materials that proved far more expensive than initial estimates had projected. The abandoned vault sites became inadvertent experiments in their own right, as partially completed facilities were sometimes occupied by squatters, refugees, or criminal organizations seeking isolated locations for their activities. Vault 57, abandoned after excavation was completed, but before installation of life support systems, became the headquarters for a pre-war smuggling operation that used the vault's tunnel system to transport contraband goods across state lines. When the bombs fell, the smugglers who had been using the facility found themselves trapped in an underground complex that lacked the environmental systems necessary for long-term survival. The most tragic of these abandoned projects was Vault 39, where construction was nearly completed when funding was redirected to other projects in 2076. The vault had been designed to study the effects of prolonged darkness on human circadian rhythms and social behavior, with specialized lighting systems that could simulate various day-night cycles or eliminate natural light patterns entirely. Local residents had already been selected and prepared for vault entry, including families who had sold their homes and arranged their affairs in preparation for indefinite underground residence. When Vault Tech informed these families that their vault would not be completed, many found themselves homeless and financially ruined, having already severed their connections to the surface world in preparation for vault life. Some families attempted to occupy the partially completed facility independently, but without functional life support systems or adequate supplies. These attempts at self-sufficient vault living ended in tragedy when the Great War prevented any possibility of rescue or resupply. The role of Vault Tech University in training overseers represented one of the corporation's most sophisticated attempts to ensure consistent implementation of experimental protocols across dozens of geographically dispersed facilities. Located in a secure campus in Virginia, Vault Tech University operated as both an educational institution and an indoctrination center, preparing selected individuals for their roles as vault overseers while carefully controlling their understanding of the experiments they would be administrating. The university's curriculum combined practical training in vault operations with psychological conditioning designed to ensure that overseers would implement experimental protocols regardless of their personal ethical objections or the welfare concerns of their vault populations. Students received extensive instruction in group psychology, crisis management, and social control techniques that were presented as necessary skills for maintaining order and morale during extended underground residence. However, the most crucial aspect of overseer training was the gradual revelation of each vault's experimental parameters through a carefully structured sequence of briefings and scenario exercises. Incoming students were initially told that they were preparing to manage survival shelters designed to protect American families during nuclear war. As training progressed, students learned about the special conditions that would be implemented in various vaults, with each revelation accompanied by extensive justification about the scientific value of the research and its importance for post-war reconstruction efforts. By the time students reached the final phase of their training, they had been thoroughly conditioned to view vault populations as experimental subjects rather than fellow human beings deserving of protection and care. Graduates of Vault Tech University consistently demonstrated a psychological detachment from their vault residence that was essential for implementing the most ethically problematic aspects of Vault Tech's experimental protocols. The university maintained detailed psychological profiles of all its students, tracking their responses to increasingly disturbing scenario exercises and experimental protocols. Students who showed excessive empathy for vault populations or reluctance to implement harmful experimental procedures were quietly transferred to administrative roles or reassigned to control vaults where their ethical concerns would not interfere with experimental objectives. Experiments that went unreported in official documentation represent some of the most disturbing aspects of Vault Tech's research program, involving procedures and protocols that were considered too controversial or potentially illegal to include in reports submitted to government oversight agencies. These unreported experiments were typically conducted in vaults with specially selected populations and overseers who had demonstrated exceptional loyalty to corporate objectives over humanitarian concerns. Vault 19's drug experimentation program, which involved the systematic administration of experimental psychoactive compounds to vault residents without their knowledge or consent, was never documented in official reports despite generating extensive data about the effects of various chemicals on human behavior and social cohesion. Residents were told that they were participating in a nutrition study examining the effects of different food additives on health and productivity, while actually receiving carefully measured doses of compounds designed to alter their emotional responses, cognitive function, and social behavior. The drug experimentation program was designed to test compounds that could potentially be used for population control in post-war reconstruction scenarios. Military planners were particularly interested in chemicals that could reduce aggressive behavior and increase compliance with authority, while maintaining sufficient cognitive function for productive labor. The Vault's experimental protocol called for administration of different compounds to various subgroups within the population, allowing researchers to compare the effectiveness of different chemical approaches to social control. The results of these experiments were transmitted to surface research facilities through encrypted communication systems that bypassed normal corporate reporting channels. Data analysis was conducted by researchers who had no direct contact with vault populations and were told that the information came from voluntary studies conducted with informed participants. This compartmentalization of information ensured that even researchers analyzing the experimental data remained unaware of the ethical violations involved in data collection. Vault 32's sensory deprivation experiments involved the systematic removal of various forms of sensory input from different sections of the vault population to study the effects of sensory limitation on psychological stability and social behavior. The experiment was designed to determine minimum sensory requirements for maintaining human cognitive function during extended periods of underground confinement, information that would be valuable for designing more cost-effective survival facilities with reduced environmental amenities. The logistics of vault construction and supply chains revealed the massive scope of resources and coordination required to implement Vault Tech's experimental program across such a wide geographical area. The corporation operated a network of specialized suppliers, construction companies, and transportation services that were often unaware of their role in the broader experimental program, but whose activities were carefully coordinated to ensure consistent implementation of experimental protocols. Construction of vault facilities required excavation and engineering expertise that exceeded the capabilities of most civilian construction companies, necessitating the development of specialized techniques and equipment that were often military in origin or application. Vault-Tec maintained exclusive contracts with mining companies that had developed techniques for underground excavation in difficult geological conditions, while also employing construction firms with experience in building secure military facilities that required specialized security and containment features. The supply chains that provided equipment and materials for vault construction operated through a complex network of subsidiary companies and intermediary suppliers that obscured the ultimate destination and purpose of many items. Psychological conditioning equipment, for example, was purchased through medical supply companies that believed they were providing therapeutic devices for hospital use, while surveillance equipment was obtained through security contractors who thought they were supplying monitoring systems for industrial facilities. Food and supply stockpiling for vault populations required coordination with agricultural producers, food processing companies, and packaging specialists who were told that they were participating in emergency preparedness programs for natural disaster response. The enormous quantities of food required to sustain vault populations for extended periods were accumulated through contracts spread across multiple suppliers and storage facilities to avoid attracting attention to the scale of the pain. Operation. Vault-Tec's post-war monitoring systems represented one of the most sophisticated aspects of their experimental program, involving communication and data collection technologies that were designed to function autonomously for decades after the Great War. These systems were essential for gathering long-term data about experimental outcomes and vault population development under post-nuclear conditions. The monitoring systems employed a combination of automated data collection devices, communication networks, and remote sensing technologies that could operate without direct human maintenance for extended periods. Each vault was equipped with sensors that monitored population levels, health indicators, social activity patterns, and compliance with experimental protocols, transmitting data to secure surface facilities through encrypted communication channels. However, the post-war monitoring program was designed with the assumption that surface civilization would survive nuclear war in a form capable of receiving and analyzing the transmitted data. When the Great War proved far more devastating than Vault-Tec's planners had anticipated, many monitoring systems continued to operate for years or even decades, faithfully transmitting data about vault populations to receivers that no longer had anyone available to interpret the information. Some monitoring systems were programmed with contingency protocols that would alter experimental parameters based on external conditions or vault population responses. These automated adjustments sometimes resulted in changes to experimental protocols that had not been anticipated by the original researchers, creating variations in experimental conditions that compromised the scientific validity of the research while potentially making survival conditions even more difficult for vault populations. The standardization of vault layouts and their hidden purposes reflected Vault-Tec's attempt to balance experimental requirements with construction efficiency and cost control. While each vault's experimental protocol was unique, the basic structural elements were standardized to allow for mass production of components and streamlined construction processes. The standard vault layout included areas designated for specific experimental functions that were not apparent to vault residents or even to most construction workers. Observation rooms were built into the structure of living areas, allowing for covert monitoring of resident behavior, while specialized chambers were designed for implementing specific experimental procedures that were described to residents using misleading explanations of their purpose. The standardization process extended to psychological conditioning systems that were integrated into the basic vault infrastructure, lighting systems, audio equipment, and environmental controls were designed with capabilities for subtle manipulation of resident behavior that could be activated when experimental protocols required modification of population responses. These systems were controlled through centralized monitoring stations that Vault residents were told served routine facility maintenance functions. Failed Vault door mechanisms and their consequences represented one of the most immediate threats to Vault population survival, as door failures could result in either permanent entrapment or exposure to external hazards that the Vault was designed to prevent. Vault Tech's engineering specifications called for door systems that could function reliably for periods of up to 200 years without external maintenance, a requirement that proved beyond the capabilities of available technology. The Vault door systems employed complex mechanical and electronic components that were vulnerable to various types of failure over extended periods of operation. Mechanical failures could result from wear in moving parts, degradation of sealing materials, or corrosion of structural components, while electronic failures could disable control systems that residents needed to operate the doors manually in emergency situations. Vault 27's door mechanism failed after only 3 years of operation, trapping residents inside the facility without any means of external communication or emergency evacuation. The Vault's experimental protocol, which involved studying the effects of extremely high population density on social behavior, had created conditions that made the door failure particularly catastrophic, as the overcrowded facility lacked adequate resources to sustain its population for the extended period required to repair the door mechanism. The development of the Garden of Eden Creation Kit program represented Vault Tech's most ambitious attempt to provide post-war reconstruction capabilities, while simultaneously gathering data about human responses to environmental restoration challenges. The GECK was presented to Vault populations and government oversight agencies as a humanitarian technology designed to help survivors rebuild civilization after nuclear war. But its actual implementation revealed priorities that were primarily experimental rather than altruistic. Each GECK was programmed with different specifications and capabilities, allowing Vault Tech researchers to compare the effectiveness of various approaches to post-war reconstruction, while studying how different technological resources affected community development and social organization. Some units were designed with comprehensive agricultural and industrial capabilities, while others provided only basic survival resources, creating experimental conditions that would reveal how technological advantages influence social hierarchy and political organization in post-war communities. The GECK program also served as a mechanism for continuing Vault Tech's experimental observation of populations after they left Vault facilities and attempted to establish surface communities. Each unit included monitoring capabilities that could track community development, resource utilization, and social organization patterns, transmitting data about post-Vault society development to automated collection systems. The connections between Vault experiments and military research revealed the extent to which Vault Tech's program was integrated with broader military planning for post-nuclear warfare scenarios. Many Vault experiments were designed to generate data that would be directly applicable to military operations in post-war environments, studying human responses to conditions that soldiers and civilian populations would likely encounter during reconstruction and occupation operations. Vault 12's radiation exposure experiments, which studied human adaptation to gradually increasing radiation levels, generated data that was used to develop exposure protocols for military personnel who would be required to operate in contaminated areas during post-war occupation duties. The Vault's population was subjected to carefully controlled radiation exposure over extended periods, allowing researchers to identify maximum safe exposure levels and develop countermeasures for radiation-related health problems. The social control experiments conducted in various vaults provided data that was used to develop population management techniques for military occupation of post-war territories. Research into the effectiveness of different authority structures, resource distribution systems, and social organization models generated information that military planners intended to use for establishing control over civilian populations in areas where normal governmental authority had been disrupted by nuclear war. As we contemplate these hidden chambers of human experimentation, scattered like forgotten graves beneath the irradiated landscape, the true scope of Vault-Tech's ambition becomes clear. They did not merely seek to preserve human life through nuclear catastrophe, but to reshape humanity itself, using the crisis of civilization's end as an opportunity to answer questions that no ethical society would have permitted them to investigate. The vaults that dot the wasteland are monuments not just to human ingenuity and survival, but to the capacity for institutional evil that can flourish when corporate power operates beyond the constraints of moral oversight, leaving behind a legacy of suffering that echoes through the tunnels and chambers where families once sought salvation and found only betrayal disguised as science. In the harsh light of dawn breaking over the wasteland, as radiation storms dissipate and the Geiger counter's clicking fades to a manageable rhythm, the survivors who have managed to endure another night begin the daily rituals that define existence in a world transformed by atomic fire. These are not the grand gestures of heroes or villains that capture the attention of wandering storytellers, but the quiet, persistent acts of human adaptation that have allowed scattered communities to persist where civilization once flourished. The mundane details of post-war survival reveal truths about human nature and social organization that are perhaps more profound than any dramatic confrontation between warring factions or discovery of pre-war treasure. The establishment of trade routes in the wasteland represents one of humanity's most fundamental responses to scarcity and isolation. Yet the process by which these commercial arteries develop reveals complexities that would challenge even pre-war economists. Unlike the interstate highway system that once connected American cities through carefully planned infrastructure, wasteland trade routes emerge organically through a combination of geographical necessity, social relationships, and the constant calculation of risk versus reward that defines every decision in the post-nuclear world. The earliest trade relationships typically develop between settlements that possess complementary resources or capabilities, creating mutual dependencies that justify the risks associated with wasteland travel. A community situated near a clean water source might establish contact with another settlement that has developed superior agricultural techniques, leading to exchanges of purified water for preserved food that benefit both parties. However, the formalization of these relationships into regular trade routes requires the development of trust networks that can survive the inevitable disruptions caused by raider attacks, radiation storms, and the simple logistics of coordinating activities across dangerous territories. The hub's pre-war origins as a trading post demonstrate how geographical advantages can shape commercial development even under post-apocalyptic conditions. The settlement's location at the intersection of several natural travel corridors made it a logical stopping point for caravans moving between distant communities, while its access to underground water sources provided a valuable commodity that travelers were willing to pay for regardless of other market conditions. Over time, the accumulated advantages of location and resources attracted merchants, craftsmen, and service providers who recognized the opportunities created by concentrated commercial activity. However, the hub's development also illustrates the vulnerabilities inherent in wasteland commerce. The settlement's prosperity made it an attractive target for raiders and competing factions who sought to either plunder its accumulated wealth or control its strategic position for their own purposes. The constant threat of attack necessitated the development of defensive capabilities that diverted resources from commercial expansion, while creating social tensions between merchants who prioritized profit and defenders who prioritized security. The evolution of caravan organizations from informal groups of travelers to sophisticated commercial enterprises reveals the institutional innovations that have emerged to address the unique challenges of wasteland trade. The Crimson Caravan Company's development from a family business to a major commercial network demonstrates how successful trading organizations adapt to the realities of post-war commerce while maintaining the flexibility necessary to respond to rapidly changing conditions. Caravan routes must be planned not only with consideration for distance and terrain, but also for the seasonal patterns of various threats that make certain areas more or less dangerous at different times of year. Mile-lurk mating seasons, for example, make coastal routes impassable for several weeks annually, while the winter months bring increased raider activity as desperate groups seek supplies to survive the harsh weather. Successful caravan masters develop encyclopedic knowledge of these patterns, creating route schedules that minimize exposure to predictable dangers while maintaining delivery commitments to customer communities. The development of post-war currencies reveals the fundamental human need to establish standardized measures of value that can facilitate complex economic relationships even in the absence of centralized governmental authority. The adoption of bottle caps as a common currency demonstrates how practical considerations often outweigh theoretical ideals in the creation of monetary systems, as the cap's durability, portability, and difficulty of counterfeiting made them superior to alternatives like precious metals or barter systems for most commercial transactions. The Caps Exchange Rate Consortium, an informal organization of major trading companies, emerged to address the need for standardized exchange rates between different currencies used in various regions of the wasteland. While bottle caps achieved widespread acceptance across much of the former United States, some areas developed alternative currencies based on local conditions and available materials. The Desert Rangers' use of silver coins, for example, reflected the availability of pre-war silver deposits in areas under their control, while some agricultural communities developed currencies based on seed stocks or preserved foods that had intrinsic value for survival. Exchange rate determination, in the absence of central banking institutions, requires constant negotiation between trading partners who must balance their own needs against market conditions that can change rapidly due to factors ranging from seasonal resource availability to military conflicts that disrupt supply chains. The consortium's weekly exchange rate publications, distributed through caravan networks, provide standardized pricing information that helps merchants calculate profitable trades while reducing the transaction costs associated with currency conversion negotiations. The Hub's Banking Guild represents one of the most sophisticated financial institutions to emerge in the post-war world, offering services ranging from currency exchange to credit arrangements that enable merchants to finance large-scale trading expeditions. The Guild's lending practices are based on detailed knowledge of caravan success rates, route dangers, and market conditions that would be impressive even by pre-war standards. Though their collection methods necessarily reflect the harsh realities of a world where legal enforcement relies more on reputation and physical force than on institutional authority. Water purification techniques developed by wasteland communities demonstrate the remarkable ingenuity that humans display when confronted with existential necessities that cannot be met through conventional means. The transformation of irradiated or contaminated water into safe drinking water requires knowledge of chemistry, physics, and engineering that most communities must develop independently through trial and error, leading to a diverse array of purification methods that reflect local conditions and available resources. The settlement of Megaton's water purification system, built around a pre-war industrial water treatment plant, illustrates how communities can adapt existing infrastructure to serve post-war needs while addressing contamination problems that the original designers never anticipated. The plant's filtration systems were modified to remove radioactive particles and chemical contaminants that resulted from the nuclear exchange, requiring the development of new filtration media created from materials salvaged from medical facilities, industrial sites, and even household appliances. Rivet City's approach to water purification demonstrates how communities with access to maritime resources can develop alternative purification methods based on distillation and desalination techniques adapted from pre-war naval technology. The settlement's location within a decommissioned aircraft carrier provided access to steam generation equipment that could be modified for large-scale water distillation, while the ship's nuclear reactor, when properly maintained, provided the energy necessary to operate purification systems that would be impractical for communities dependent on less reliable power sources. The development of community-based water purification cooperatives in smaller settlements reveals how resource sharing can overcome the technical and economic barriers that would prevent individual families from accessing clean water. These cooperatives typically involve shared investment in purification equipment, rotation of maintenance responsibilities, and distribution systems that ensure equitable access to clean water while maintaining incentives for continued participation in the cooperative structure. Agricultural adaptations for irradiated soil represent one of the most critical challenges facing post-war communities that seek to achieve food security through local production, rather than dependence on scavenged pre-war supplies or trade with other settlements. The development of radiation-resistant crops and soil treatment techniques requires both scientific knowledge and practical experimentation that tests the limits of community resources while offering the potential for long-term sustainability. The agricultural research conducted at the Republic of Dave's experimental farm illustrates the systematic approach that some communities have adopted for developing post-war farming techniques. The settlement's isolation and the leader's eccentric personality provided an environment where agricultural experimentation could proceed without external interference, leading to the development of crop rotation systems, soil amendment techniques, and selective breeding programs that have produced plant varieties capable of thriving in contaminated soil conditions. Vault City's agricultural sector demonstrates how pre-war scientific knowledge can be preserved and applied to post-war agricultural challenges when communities have access to educational resources and technological infrastructure. The settlement's university-trained agricultural specialists were able to adapt pre-war genetic engineering techniques to develop crop varieties specifically designed for post-nuclear growing conditions. While their controlled environment facilities allowed for the preservation of plant genetic material that would have been lost in communities dependent on traditional farming methods. The development of organic soil remediation techniques by agricultural communities across the wasteland reveals how biological systems can be harnessed to address contamination problems that would be difficult or impossible to solve through technological methods alone. Certain plant species have been identified that can absorb radioactive materials from soil without transferring them to edible portions, allowing contaminated land to be gradually cleaned through repeated planting and harvesting cycles that remove radioactive materials from the growing medium. The role of Brahmin in post-war transportation and economy extends far beyond their obvious function as pack animals and sources of food, encompassing social, cultural, and ecological relationships that have become fundamental to the structure of wasteland society. These two-headed bovines, products of radiation-induced mutation that has somehow proven beneficial rather than harmful, represent one of the few examples of post-war evolution that has enhanced rather than diminished a species' value to human communities. Brahmin herding communities have developed sophisticated understanding of their animals' behavior, nutritional requirements, and social organization that rivals the expertise of pre-war agricultural specialists. The animals' ability to digest irradiated vegetation that would be harmful to humans makes them valuable not only as sources of food and materials, but as biological processes that can convert contaminated plant matter into safe bind-haven-vation. Protein sources, effectively serving as living filtration systems that expand the range of environments where human communities can sustain themselves. The development of Brahmin breeding programs in larger settlements demonstrates how selective breeding techniques can be applied to enhance desired characteristics while maintaining genetic diversity sufficient to prevent the inbreeding, problems that would threaten the long-term viability of livestock populations. The Modoc community's Brahmin breeding program, for example, has focused on developing animals with enhanced radiation resistance and improved milk production, while maintaining the genetic diversity necessary to adapt to changing environmental conditions. The social organization of Brahmin herding communities reflects the demands of maintaining large animal populations while providing security against the various threats that target both humans and livestock in the wasteland. Herding communities typically develop semi-nomadic lifestyles that allow them to move their animals to seasonal grazing areas while maintaining contact with settled communities that provide markets for their products and sources of calm. Manufactured goods that cannot be produced by herding societies. Clothing and armor crafting from scavenged materials reveals the ingenuity and resourcefulness that define material culture in communities where mass production no longer exists, and every useful item must be created, maintained, and repaired using whatever resources are available. The transformation of pre-war materials into post-war clothing and protective equipment demonstrates both the practical skills that individuals must develop to survive and the aesthetic sensibilities that persist even under the harshest conditions. The leather armor workshop in the Den illustrates how specialized crafting operations can develop to serve the needs of multiple communities while creating economic opportunities for individuals with particular skills and access to raw materials. The workshop's crafters have developed techniques for treating Brahmin hide that produce leather with superior durability and flexibility compared to pre-war leather goods, while their design innovations have created armor configurations that provide enhanced protection against the specific threats commonly encountered in wasteland environments. Metal armor crafting presents more complex challenges that require not only access to appropriate materials but also the tools and knowledge necessary to work with metals under conditions that lack the industrial infrastructure that pre-war metalworking depended upon. The Aditum's Metal Workshop demonstrates how communities can develop metalworking capabilities using improvised furnaces, hand tools, and techniques adapted from pre-war industrial processes, though the quality and consistency of their products necessarily reflects the limitations imposed by available resources and equipment. The development of specialized armor designed for specific wasteland threats reveals how practical experience drives innovation in defensive equipment. Radiation suits modified from pre-war hazmat equipment, for example, have been adapted to provide protection against specific types of radioactive contamination while maintaining the mobility and durability necessary for extended use in hostile environments. These modifications often involve incorporating additional materials, modifying ventilation systems, and reinforcing vulnerable areas based on field experience with the equipment's performance under combat conditions. Medicine and healing practices, in the absence of proper medical facilities, demonstrate the remarkable adaptability of human knowledge and the persistence of healing traditions that can function even when sophisticated medical technology is unavailable. The transformation of pre-war medical knowledge into post-war healing practices reflects both the preservation of scientific understanding and the development of new approaches to healthcare that address conditions and injuries that were rare or unknown before the nuclear exchange. The development of stimpack technology represents one of the most successful adaptations of pre-war medical research to post-war conditions, creating portable healing devices that can treat injuries that would be fatal without immediate medical intervention. The chemistry involved in stimpack production requires sophisticated understanding of biochemistry and pharmacology, while the manufacturing process demands access to laboratory equipment and chemical supplies that are difficult to obtain and maintain in wasteland conditions. Community-based medical practices in settlements like Megaton and Rivet City reveal how traditional healing knowledge can be combined with scavenged medical supplies to create effective healthcare systems that serve community needs, while operating within severe resource constraints. These medical practices typically involve training multiple community members in basic healthcare skills, creating redundancy that ensures continued medical care even when individual practitioners are unavailable due to travel, illness, or other circumstances. The role of chems in post-war medicine reflects both the desperate need for pharmaceutical interventions and the dangers associated with using drugs in uncontrolled environments where proper medical supervision is unavailable. Many communities have developed informal networks of individuals with knowledge of pharmaceutical effects and interactions, creating support systems that help community members use medical chems safely while avoiding the addiction and overdose problems that can devastate small populations. The development of new languages and dialects in the post-war world illustrates how human communication adapts to changed social and technological conditions, while maintaining the fundamental functions that language serves in organizing community life and transmitting cultural knowledge. The emergence of distinct regional dialects reflects both the isolation of communities and the influence of local conditions on vocabulary and usage patterns. Tribal communities have often developed specialized terminology for describing post-war phenomena that have no equivalent in pre-war English, creating vocabulary that reflects their particular relationship with the transformed environment. The Khan's extensive terminology for describing different types of radiation exposure and contamination, for example, reflects their nomadic lifestyle and the practical knowledge they have developed for surviving in highly irradiated territories. The preservation of technical terminology in communities with access to pre-war educational materials demonstrates how specialized knowledge can be maintained even when the institutional structures that originally supported it no longer exist. The Brotherhood of Steel's retention of military and technical vocabulary, for example, serves not only practical communication needs, but also functions as a marker of group identity that distinguishes Brotherhood members from outsiders. Post-war education systems and knowledge preservation efforts reveal the various strategies that communities have developed for transmitting essential information to new generations, while adapting educational content to reflect post-war realities. These educational systems must balance the need to preserve pre-war knowledge that remains relevant with the necessity of teaching skills and information that are essential for survival in the transformed world. The new California Republic's educational system represents the most comprehensive attempt to recreate pre-war educational institutions while adapting curriculum and methods to serve post-war society's needs. Their schools combine traditional academic subjects with practical training in wasteland survival skills, creating educational programs that prepare students for both leadership roles in organized society and independent survival in hostile environments. Smaller communities typically develop informal educational systems that emphasize apprenticeship relationships and practical skill transmission, creating learning environments that are more directly responsive to immediate community needs but may lack the breadth and depth of knowledge that formal educational institutions can provide. These informal systems often excel at preserving and transmitting practical knowledge about local conditions and survival techniques, while struggling to maintain more abstract or theoretical knowledge that may not have immediate, practical applications. Funeral rites and death customs across different communities reflect both the continuation of pre-war cultural traditions and the development of new practices that address the particular challenges and meanings associated with death. In the post-war world, the practical problems of disposing of bodies in environments where disease transmission is a constant concern must be balanced against cultural needs for rituals that provide meaning and closure for grieving communities. The Church of the Children of Atom's funeral practices demonstrate how religious communities have developed ceremonies that incorporate radiation and nuclear themes into traditional death rituals, creating new symbolic frameworks for understanding death and rebirth that reflect the religious community's particular interpretation of the post-war world's spiritual significance. Secular communities often develop funeral practices that emphasize practical considerations such as resource conservation and disease prevention, while maintaining symbolic elements that provide emotional support for community members. These practices typically involve simplified burial or cremation procedures that minimize resource requirements, while preserving opportunities for community members to express grief and commemorate the deceased. Seasonal migration patterns of wasteland inhabitants reflect the interaction between environmental conditions, resource availability, and security concerns that shape community planning and individual survival strategies throughout the annual cycle. These migration patterns often follow predictable routes and schedules that are determined by factors ranging from weather patterns to the seasonal behavior of dangerous creatures. Nomadic communities typically develop migration routes that take advantage of seasonal resource availability while avoiding areas that become particularly dangerous during certain times of year. The movement patterns of Brahmin herding communities, for example, are often synchronized with seasonal changes in vegetation quality and water availability, while also avoiding areas where seasonal threats such as deathclaw mating behavior make travel particularly hazardous. Semi-nomadic communities often maintain permanent settlements that serve as base camps during certain seasons while moving to temporary locations during other times of year when environmental conditions or resource opportunities make relocation advantageous. These seasonal movements require careful planning and coordination to ensure that community members can relocate safely while maintaining access to essential resources and security arrangements. The social hierarchy and governance of small settlements reveals the various approaches that human communities have developed for organizing collective decision-making and resource allocation under conditions where traditional governmental institutions no longer exist. These governance systems must balance individual autonomy with collective security, while creating mechanisms for resolving conflicts and coordinating community activities. Democratic governance systems in settlements like Shady Sands demonstrate how communities can adapt pre-war political institutions to serve post-war needs, while addressing the practical challenges of implementing democratic decision-making in small communities where personal relationships and individual personalities play much larger roles than they would in larger political systems. Authoritarian governance systems, while often criticized for their limitations on individual freedom, sometimes provide advantages in terms of rapid decision-making and resource mobilization that can be crucial for community survival under emergency conditions. The effectiveness of these systems typically depends on the competence and reliability of the individuals who hold authority positions, creating vulnerabilities that can threaten community survival if leadership fails. Mixed governance systems that combine democratic and authoritarian elements often develop organically as communities seek to balance the advantages and disadvantages of different approaches to collective decision-making. These systems might involve democratic procedures for routine decisions while reserving emergency powers for designated leaders who can respond quickly to immediate threats or opportunities. As the evening shadows lengthen across the wasteland and communities prepare for another night of vigilant survival, the countless small decisions and daily adaptations that define post-war life continue with quiet persistence. These mundane details of existence, unremarkable in their individual occurrence but profound in their collective significance, represent humanity's most fundamental response to catastrophe. They are the threads from which new societies are woven, the foundation upon which hope for the future rests, and the evidence that human creativity and cooperation can persist even when the institutions and infrastructure of civilization have been reduced to radioactive ash scattered on the wind. In the research laboratories and development centers of pre-war America, where scientists and engineers labored under fluorescent lights to push the boundaries of human knowledge and technological capability, countless innovations emerged that never reached the consumer market or found practical application before nuclear fire transformed the world forever. These forgotten technologies, abandoned in prototype stages or shelved due to economic considerations, political interference, or simple bad timing, represent roads not taken in humanity's technological development, paths that might have led to very different outcomes had circumstances allowed their full exploration and implementation. The basement archives of Robco Industries contained blueprints and prototype devices that revealed the corporation's ambitious plans for consumer electronics markets that would never materialize in the form their designers had envisioned. Among the most intriguing of these abandoned projects was the Robco Personal Computing Initiative, a comprehensive program designed to place sophisticated computer terminals in American homes, creating a network of interconnected devices that would revolutionize domestic life through automation, communication, and information access capabilities that anticipated concepts that would not be fully realized even decades after the Great War. The home computing terminals developed under this initiative were designed to serve as central control systems for automated households, managing everything from climate control and security systems to meal planning and entertainment scheduling. These devices incorporated artificial intelligence systems that could learn family preferences and routines, automatically adjusting household systems to optimize comfort and efficiency while reducing the need for manual control of domestic functions. The terminals were also designed to communicate with similar systems in other homes, creating neighborhood networks that could coordinate resource sharing, emergency response, and community planning activities. However, the Personal Computing Initiative encountered obstacles that proved insurmountable within the economic and social constraints of pre-war American society. The manufacturing costs for the sophisticated terminals exceeded price points that most families could afford, while the infrastructure requirements for creating the communication networks necessary for full functionality would have required massive public and private investment that was not available given other pressing national priorities. Additionally, privacy concerns raised by consumer advocacy groups and government regulators created political opposition that slowed development and increased regulatory compliance costs. The project was ultimately abandoned in 2074 when resource shortages and military contract priorities forced Robco to redirect research and development resources toward more immediately profitable military applications. The prototype terminals and supporting technologies were archived in corporate storage facilities where they remained until the bombs fell, representing one of the most comprehensive attempts to create integrated home automation systems that would not be equaled until long after the Great War had transformed the world into something unrecognizable to their original designers. General Atomics' Consumer Robotics division developed prototypes for household robots that went far beyond the Mr. Handy units that eventually reached commercial production, exploring applications for robotic assistants that could perform complex tasks requiring fine motor control, sophisticated decision-making, and adaptive responses to changing household conditions. The most ambitious of these projects was the Mr. Butler series, designed to serve as comprehensive domestic staff for wealthy families who could afford the substantial purchase and maintenance costs associated with advanced robotic systems. The Mr. Butler prototypes incorporated artificial intelligence systems that were considerably more sophisticated than the relatively simple programming that controlled standard Mr. Handy units, allowing them to manage complex household schedules, coordinate with human staff members, and make independent decisions about resource allocation and task prioritization. These robots were designed to learn family preferences and social patterns, developing personalized service approaches that could adapt to changing circumstances and unexpected situations without requiring constant human supervision or reprogramming. Field testing of Mr. Butler prototypes in volunteer households revealed both the potential and the limitations of advanced domestic robotics in pre-war American society. The robots excelled at routine tasks and demonstrated impressive learning capabilities, but their sophisticated programming created unexpected behaviors when they encountered situations that their designers had not anticipated. One notable incident involved a Mr. Butler unit that became obsessed with optimizing household efficiency to such an extent that it began making unauthorized changes to family schedules, rearranging furniture without permission, and attempting to modify the behavior of family pets in ways that the owners found disturbing. The psychological impact of living with highly sophisticated robotic servants also proved more complex than developers had anticipated. Family members reported feeling uncomfortable with robots that seemed to anticipate their needs too accurately, creating a sense of being constantly observed and analyzed that made private family life feel artificial and constrained. Children were particularly affected by the robot's presence, with some becoming overly dependent on robotic assistance, while others developed anxieties about being monitored and judged by artificial intelligences that seemed to understand their behavior patterns better than they understood themselves. The military prototype development programs that operated in classified facilities across the United States generated technologies that represented decades of advancement beyond anything available in civilian markets. Yet most of these innovations never progressed beyond experimental stages due to concerns about cost, reliability, or the potential consequences of deploying such advanced weapon systems in combat situations where their effectiveness could not be fully predicted or controlled. The Tesla Cannon project, developed jointly by Poseidon Energy and Westtech, represented one of the most ambitious attempts to create directed energy weapons that could disable enemy equipment and personnel without causing the permanent environmental damage associated with nuclear weapons. The weapon system used controlled electrical discharges to overload electronic systems while delivering non-lethal but incapacitating shocks to human targets, creating the potential for military operations that could neutralize enemy forces while preserving infrastructure and civilian populations for post-conflict reconstruction. Early prototype testing demonstrated that the Tesla Cannon concept was technically feasible and could achieve the performance parameters that military planners had specified for the system. The weapons could disable enemy vehicles, communication equipment, and defensive installations at ranges exceeding conventional artillery, while the electrical discharge effects could incapacitate human targets without causing permanent injury when used within specified operational parameters. The psychological impact of the weapons was also significant, as the visible electrical arcs and distinctive sound effects created fear responses that often caused enemy units to retreat before the weapons were actually fired at them. However, field testing under realistic combat conditions revealed operational limitations that ultimately led to the project's cancellation before production contracts were awarded. The power requirements for sustained Tesla Cannon operation exceeded the capacity of portable power sources available with pre-war technology, requiring weapons platforms to maintain connections to large generators or power grids that made them vulnerable to counterattack and limited their tactical mobility. Additionally, The electrical discharge effects proved unreliable in adverse weather conditions, with rain, fog, and high humidity significantly reducing weapon effectiveness and creating safety hazards for operators. The development of fusion technology for civilian applications represented one of the most promising areas of pre-war research, with potential applications ranging from personal vehicles to household appliances that could operate independently of electrical grids while producing minimal environmental impact. Fusion-powered automobiles, developed through a joint program involving multiple corporations and government agencies, demonstrated the potential for personal transportation systems that could operate for years without refueling while producing no emissions or environmental contamination. The Fusion Fleet project, undertaken by Chrysler Motors in partnership with Poseidon Energy, created prototype vehicles that incorporated miniaturized fusion reactors capable of powering conventional automotive systems while also providing electricity for auxiliary systems such as air conditioning, communications equipment, and even small household appliances that could be connected through external power outlets. The vehicles were designed to serve not only as personal transportation, but as mobile power sources that could support camping, emergency response, and off-grid living applications. Road testing of Fusion Fleet prototypes revealed performance characteristics that exceeded the expectations of both developers and test drivers. The vehicles could operate continuously for months without requiring maintenance or refueling, while their electrical generation capabilities were sufficient to power typical household electrical loads for extended periods. The vehicles also demonstrated excellent reliability under adverse conditions, continuing to operate normally during extreme weather, rough terrain, and other challenging situations that would disable conventional automobiles. However, safety concerns ultimately prevented the Fusion Fleet from entering commercial production, as regulators and insurance companies raised questions about the potential consequences of traffic accidents involving vehicles powered by miniature fusion reactors. While the reactors were designed with multiple safety systems to prevent radiation releases or explosive failures, the psychological impact of fusion-powered vehicles on the general public proved problematic, with consumer surveys indicating widespread anxiety about driving or living near automobiles that contain nuclear technology. The development of artificial intelligence systems beyond the well-known ZAX mainframe computers involved numerous research programs that explored applications for machine intelligence in fields ranging from medical diagnosis to financial analysis, creating prototype systems that demonstrated capabilities far beyond what most pre-war Americans would have considered possible for artificial minds. These research programs operated in academic institutions, private corporations, and government laboratories, pursuing different approaches to machine intelligence that reflected varying assumptions about how artificial minds might be constructed and what purposes they should serve. The MAGI system, developed at Massachusetts Institute of Technology in partnership with several technology corporations, represented an attempt to create artificial intelligence networks that could coordinate multiple specialized AI subsystems to address complex problems requiring different types of expertise and decision-making approaches. The system was designed around 3 interconnected AI cores, each programmed with different personality profiles and decision-making algorithms that would analyze problems from multiple perspectives before reaching consensus recommendations. Testing of the MAGI system in academic and corporate environments demonstrated impressive problem-solving capabilities, with the AI network successfully addressing research questions and business challenges that had proven difficult for human analysts working independently. The system's ability to consider multiple perspectives and challenge its own assumptions led to insights and solutions that surprised even the researchers who had developed it, suggesting that artificial intelligence networks might be capable of creative thinking processes that exceeded simple computational analysis. However, The Maggie project encountered unexpected complications when the three AI cores began developing distinct personalities and preferences that sometimes led to internal conflicts rather than productive collaboration. The cores would disagree about problem priorities, solution approaches, and even fundamental values, creating situations where the system would become deadlocked in internal debates rather than providing the clear recommendations that users required. These personality conflicts became more pronounced over time, suggesting that the system was evolving in ways that its creators had not anticipated and could not easily control. Transportation technologies that never achieved widespread adoption included experimental systems for personal flight, high-speed ground transportation, and automated logistics networks that could have revolutionized commerce and mobility in pre-war America. The most ambitious of these projects was the Vertibird Civilian Transportation Program, which aimed to create personal aircraft that could provide door-to-door transportation without requiring traditional airports or air traffic control infrastructure. The civilian Vertibird prototypes incorporated vertical takeoff and landing capabilities that allowed them to operate from small landing pads in residential areas, office buildings, and commercial districts, potentially eliminating the need for extensive ground transportation networks in urban areas. The aircraft were designed for ease of operation by non-pilot users, with automated flight systems that could navigate to programmed destinations while avoiding obstacles and other aircraft through integrated sensor and communication networks. Flight testing of civilian Vertibird prototypes demonstrated excellent performance characteristics and safety records, with the aircraft proving capable of reliable operation in various weather conditions and urban environments. The automated flight systems performed effectively in avoiding obstacles and managing traffic coordination, while the vertical takeoff and landing capabilities eliminated the infrastructure requirements that had limited previous personal aircraft development efforts. The program was ultimately cancelled due to concerns about the social and economic impacts of widespread personal aircraft adoption, as transportation analysts predicted that unrestricted civilian Vertibird use could lead to traffic congestion in three-dimensional airspace that would be far more complex and dangerous than traditional ground transportation. Problems. Additionally, the noise impact of numerous small aircraft operating in residential areas created opposition from urban planning authorities who were concerned about the quality of life implications of widespread personal flight technology. Communication systems that were developed but never widely deployed included technologies for long-range personal communication, encrypted data transmission, and multimedia information sharing that anticipated capabilities that would not become common until decades after the Great War had transformed global civilization. The most sophisticated of these systems was the Personal Communications Network project, which aimed to create handheld devices that could provide voice, text, and image communication between individuals anywhere in the world, through a network of satellites and ground-based relay stations. The Personal Communications Network prototypes demonstrated impressive capabilities, allowing users to communicate clearly across continental distances while sharing photographs, documents, and even simple video transmissions through devices small enough to be carried in a pocket or purse. The network infrastructure incorporated encryption systems that ensured private communications could not be intercepted or monitored by unauthorized parties, addressing privacy concerns that had limited adoption of earlier communication technologies. Field testing of the Personal Communications Network revealed both the potential and the challenges associated with ubiquitous personal communication technology. Users enthusiastically adopted the devices for business and personal communication. But the constant connectivity also created social problems as people struggled to manage the demands of being continuously available for communication, regardless of their location or activity. The psychological impact of constant communication availability proved more complex than developers had anticipated. with some users becoming anxious when temporarily disconnected from the network, while others developed compulsive communication behaviors that interfered with their professional and personal relationships. The project was suspended when international political tensions made the satellite infrastructure vulnerable to military attack, as defense planners recognized that the communication satellites could be targeted to disrupt both civilian and military communications in the event of conflict. The vulnerability of space-based communication systems to anti-satellite weapons created national security concerns that ultimately led to the abandonment of civilian satellite communication programs in favor of military-controlled systems that prioritize security over accessibility. Entertainment technology development in the pre-war period explored applications for immersive media experiences that went far beyond the relatively simple holotape systems that became common in civilian markets. Virtual reality entertainment systems, developed by several technology companies working independently, created prototype systems that could provide users with fully immersive sensory experiences that were virtually indistinguishable from reality, while allowing them to interact with artificial environments and characters in sophisticated ways. The most advanced of these systems, developed by General Atomics in partnership with entertainment industry companies, created virtual environments where users could participate in complex narratives, explore realistic artificial worlds, and interact with artificial characters that demonstrated sophisticated behavioral responses and apparent emotional depth. The systems incorporated neural interface technologies that could monitor user emotional states and physiological responses, adapting the virtual experience to maximize user engagement and satisfaction. Beta testing of virtual reality entertainment systems revealed extraordinary user engagement levels, with test subjects spending far more time in virtual environments than developers had anticipated, and reporting experiences that they described as more satisfying and meaningful than many real-world activities. The system's ability to adapt to individual user preferences and emotional states created highly personalized entertainment experiences that seemed to fulfill psychological needs that traditional entertainment media could not address as effectively. However, the immersive nature of the virtual reality systems also created unexpected psychological dependencies, with some users developing preferences for virtual experiences over real-world activities and relationships. Long-term testing revealed that extended use of immersive virtual reality systems could lead to social withdrawal, reduced interest in physical activities, and difficulty distinguishing between virtual and real experiences. These psychological effects raised concerns about the social impact of widespread virtual reality adoption, leading to the suspension of commercial development programs pending further research into the long-term effects of immersive virtual experiences. Medical device development that was curtailed before reaching clinical application included technologies for genetic therapy, neural enhancement, and life extension that represented some of the most promising and controversial research areas in pre-war medical science. The genetic modification technologies developed by West Tech and other research institutions created possibilities for treating inherited diseases, enhancing human physical and cognitive capabilities, and extending human lifespan beyond natural limits. The most ambitious medical technology project was the Neural Enhancement Initiative, which aimed to develop devices that could enhance human cognitive capabilities through direct neural interfaces that would supplement natural brain functions with artificial processing power. The prototype devices could improve memory capacity, accelerate learning processes, and enable direct mental control of external devices through neural signals that were interpreted and executed by computer systems. Clinical testing of neural enhancement devices revealed remarkable improvements in cognitive performance among test subjects, with participants demonstrating enhanced problem-solving abilities, accelerated skill acquisition, and improved memory retention that persisted even when the devices were temporarily disconnected. The devices also enabled new forms of human-computer interaction that allowed users to control complex systems through mental commands alone, creating possibilities for enhanced productivity and capability that exceeded normal human limitations. However, the neural enhancement research encountered ethical objections from medical review boards and religious organizations that questioned the moral implications of artificially enhancing human cognitive capabilities. Critics argued that neural enhancement could create social inequalities between enhanced and unenhanced individuals, while also raising fundamental questions about human identity and the nature of consciousness that the medical community was not prepared to address. The research was ultimately classified and transferred to military oversight when international tensions made the strategic implications of cognitive enhancement technology too significant to remain in civilian hands. Industrial automation technologies that were developed but never implemented on a large scale included systems for fully automated manufacturing, resource extraction, and logistics management that could have eliminated human labor from entire industries while dramatically increasing production efficiency and reducing environmental impact. The most comprehensive of these systems was the Total Factory Automation Project, which aimed to create manufacturing facilities that could operate continuously without human supervision while adapting production processes to changing market demands and resource availability. The prototype automated factories demonstrated extraordinary efficiency and flexibility, producing goods at rates and quality levels that exceeded human-operated facilities while consuming fewer raw materials and generating less waste through optimized production processes. The factories could reprogram themselves to produce different products as market demands changed, eliminating the downtime and retooling costs associated with traditional manufacturing processes. However, the social and economic implications of widespread factory automation created political opposition that prevented the technology from being implemented beyond experimental installations. Labor unions opposed automation systems that would eliminate manufacturing jobs, while economists warned that widespread technological unemployment could destabilize the entire economic system if displaced workers could not find alternative employment opportunities. The automation technology was ultimately restricted to military applications where strategic considerations outweighed social and economic concerns about technological unemployment. Energy weapons development that never progressed beyond prototype stages included systems for particle beam weapons, plasma artillery, and directed energy defensive systems that represented the cutting edge of military technology research in the pre-war period. These weapons systems incorporated physics principles and engineering techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with available technology, creating weapons with capabilities that exceeded conventional firearms and explosives by orders of magnitude. The Plasma Caster project, undertaken jointly by several defense contractors, created prototype weapons that could generate and project contained plasma discharges with sufficient energy to vaporize most materials while producing minimal collateral damage beyond the immediate target area. The weapons were designed for precision applications, where conventional explosives would cause unacceptable destruction to surrounding structures or civilian populations. Prototype testing of plasma weapons revealed extraordinary destructive capability combined with remarkable precision, allowing military operators to eliminate specific targets while leaving adjacent areas completely undamaged. The weapons also demonstrated excellent reliability and ease of operation, with relatively simple control systems that could be mastered by soldiers with conventional weapons training. The plasma weapons program was cancelled when strategic planners determined that the weapons were too effective for conventional military applications, creating risks that their use could escalate conflicts beyond acceptable limits while also raising concerns about proliferation to hostile nations or non-state actors. The technology was classified and stored in secure facilities, where it remained until the Great War made such strategic considerations irrelevant. The role of patents and intellectual property in pre-war society created complex legal and economic relationships that shaped technology development in ways that often prioritized corporate profits over technological progress or social benefit. The patent system, designed to encourage innovation by granting temporary monopolies to inventors, had evolved into a mechanism for large corporations to control technology development and prevent competition through strategic patent acquisition and litigation. Technology transfer between military and civilian sectors was heavily regulated through classification systems and export controls that often prevented beneficial technologies from reaching civilian applications while allowing military contractors to profit from government-funded research that was later commercialized without appropriate compensation to taxpayers who had funded the original development. This system created inefficiencies and inequities that slowed technological progress while concentrating the benefits of innovation among a small number of large corporations and their shareholders. As we contemplate these abandoned pathways of technological development, scattered like forgotten blueprints in the ruins of research laboratories and corporate archives, we see the shadows of worlds that might have been, futures that were never realized because of economic constraints, political interference, or simple accidents of timing. The technologies that time forgot represent not just lost opportunities but lost possibilities for human advancement that were sacrificed to the short-term thinking and narrow interests that ultimately led to the Great War and the destruction of the civilization that had created them. In the transformed ecosystems of post-nuclear America, where radiation has rewritten the fundamental rules of biology, and evolution proceeds at a pace that would have astounded pre-war scientists. The creatures that now inhabit the wasteland represent one of nature's most remarkable demonstrations of adaptability under extreme conditions. These beings, born from the marriage of atomic fire and biological resilience, have emerged from the crucible of nuclear transformation, not as mere victims of humanity's greatest mistake, but as testament to life's extraordinary capacity to persist, adapt, and even thrive in environments that would seem to preclude existence entirely. The timeline of mutation following the Great War reveals a complex process of biological adaptation that unfolded over decades rather than the immediate transformation that popular imagination might suggest. In the immediate aftermath of the nuclear exchange, most animal life in heavily affected areas simply perished from acute radiation exposure, creating vast dead zones where silence replaced the sounds of natural activity. However, in areas where radiation levels were sufficient to cause genetic damage without immediate lethality, the survivors began a process of rapid evolutionary change that compressed millions of years of natural selection into mere generations. The first documented mutations appeared within months of the Great War, initially manifesting as minor variations in size, coloration, and behavior among surviving animal populations. Rats, with their naturally high reproductive rate and genetic adaptability, were among the first species to show significant mutation patterns, developing in large proportions and enhanced intelligence that would eventually lead to the emergence of the formidable creatures known today as raidrats and their larger cousins, the mole rats that have become synonymous with wasteland survival. These early mutations occurred through mechanisms that combined traditional genetic damage from radiation exposure with what appeared to be accelerated natural selection processes driven by the harsh survival pressures of the post-nuclear environment. Animals that possessed even slight advantages in radiation resistance, food acquisition, or predator avoidance were far more likely to survive and reproduce, passing their beneficial mutations to offspring, while less adapted individuals quickly perished in the unforgiving wasteland conditions. The role of environmental factors in shaping mutation patterns extended beyond simple radiation exposure to include the complex interactions between radioactive contamination, chemical pollutants, and the altered ecosystem dynamics that emerged as traditional predator-prey relationships collapsed and reformed around new environmental realities. Areas with particular combinations of contamination sources often produce distinctive mutation patterns, creating regional variations in creature development that reflected local environmental conditions. Among the most intriguing aspects of post-war creature evolution are the numerous species mentioned in scattered terminal entries and survivor accounts that have never been directly encountered by wasteland travelers, suggesting either extremely rare populations, highly localized distributions, or behavioral patterns that make them particularly elusive. These cryptid-like creatures represent gaps in our understanding of how comprehensively radiation and environmental change affected pre-war animal populations. Terminal entries from automated research stations scattered across the wasteland reference creatures designated by scientific nomenclature that suggests systematic study by post-war researchers, yet no physical evidence of these beings has been recovered by subsequent expeditions. The tunneler variants mentioned in Big Mountain research files, for example, describe subterranean creatures with characteristics that differ significantly from the tunnelers encountered in the Divide, suggesting either regional subspeciation or the existence of related species that have remained hidden in underground environments. Pre-war biological research facilities contain references to experimental animals that were undergoing various forms of genetic modification when the bombs fell, creating the possibility that some post-war creatures represent not natural mutation, but the continuation of interrupted scientific programs under uncontrolled conditions. These laboratory animals, released into the wild when containment systems failed during the nuclear exchange, may have established breeding populations that incorporated both artificial genetic modifications and natural radiation-induced mutations. The influence of the forced evolutionary virus on animal evolution extends far beyond the well-documented creation of supermutants from human subjects, encompassing a broad spectrum of animal species that were exposed to various strains of the virus through environmental contamination, deliberate release, or accidental exposure during the chaos surrounding the Great War. Unlike the dramatic and often fatal transformations that FEV typically produces in humans, animal exposure to the virus often resulted in more subtle but significant changes that enhanced survival capabilities while maintaining basic biological functions. FEV exposure appears to have been particularly influential in the development of creatures that demonstrate enhanced intelligence compared to their pre-war ancestors. The intelligence observed in post-war ravens, for example, suggests cognitive enhancement that goes beyond what could be explained by natural selection alone, implying FEV influence that enhanced neural development without producing the dramatic physical transformations associated with human FEV exposure. The interaction between radiation-induced mutations and FEV exposure in animal populations created complex evolutionary pressures that produced creatures with characteristics derived from both sources of genetic modification. Some creatures appear to have benefited from FEV-enhanced neural development while also developing radiation resistance through natural mutation, creating beings that are both more intelligent and better adapted to wasteland conditions than would have been possible through either influence alone. Marine life mutations represent one of the most dramatically transformed ecosystems in the post-war world, as aquatic environments concentrated radioactive materials and other contaminants in ways that created unique evolutionary pressures not found in terrestrial habitats. The ocean's role as a repository for radioactive materials from coastal nuclear facilities, submarines, and atmospheric fallout created marine environments with sustained high-level contamination that drove rapid evolutionary change among surviving aquatic species. The Mirelurk family of creatures demonstrates how marine arthropods adapted to extreme contamination through developing enhanced protective shells and aggressive territorial behaviors that ensure access to contaminated food sources that would be lethal to unprotected organisms. The various subspecies of Mirelurks found in different coastal regions show adaptation to local contamination patterns, with shell compositions and behavioral characteristics that reflect the specific types of radioactive and chemical contamination present in their respective habitats. Deep-sea environments appear to have produced mutations that have remained largely unexplored due to the practical difficulties of accessing underwater locations in the post-war world. Sonar readings and underwater reconnaissance reports suggest the presence of extremely large aquatic creatures that dwarf their pre-war ancestors, possibly representing the extreme end of gigantism mutations in environments where size constraints were reduced by the elimination of competing species and abundant food sources from contaminated organic matter. The development of symbiotic relationships between different mutated species reveals how post-war ecosystems have reorganized around new forms of interspecies cooperation that were impossible in pre-war environments. These relationships often involve creatures that provide mutual protection, food acquisition assistance, or environmental adaptation benefits that enhance survival for all participants in the symbiotic arrangement. The relationship between raidroaches and Brahmin herds exemplifies this type of post-war symbiosis, as the insects serve as an early warning system for approaching threats while also consuming parasites and harmful bacteria that could threaten the larger mammal's health. The Brahmin, in turn, provide protection and transportation for raidroach colonies, creating mobile communities that can respond more effectively to seasonal resource changes and territorial threats. Yao Guai and their apparent relationships with certain plant species suggest forms of mutualistic cooperation that involve the bear's dispersal of radiation-resistant seeds through their territorial movements, while the plants provide food sources and possibly chemical compounds that enhance the bear's radiation resistance. This type of plant-animal cooperation represents entirely new ecological relationships that emerged in response to the unique conditions of the post-nuclear environment. Pack behavior and social structures among mutated animals often demonstrate enhanced complexity compared to their pre-war ancestors, possibly reflecting FEV-enhanced intelligence or adaptation to the increased survival challenges of the wasteland environment. Wolf packs, already highly social in their pre-war form, have developed more sophisticated hunting strategies and territorial organization that allows them to compete effectively with other predators for the limited prey available in many wasteland regions. Deathclaw pack behavior represents perhaps the most complex social organization observed among post-war predators, with evidence of communication systems, strategic planning, and even primitive tool use that suggests cognitive abilities approaching those of early hominids. The hierarchical structure within Deathclaw groups appears to involve not just dominance relationships but also specialization of roles, with individuals serving as scouts, hunters, defenders, and caretakers according to their individual capabilities and group needs. The seasonal behaviors and migration patterns of mutated creatures reflect adaptations to environmental conditions that change dramatically throughout the year due to radiation level fluctuations. Weather patterns influenced by atmospheric contamination and the availability of food sources that may be concentrated in particular locations during specific seasons. These migration patterns often create predictable opportunities for human communities to harvest resources or avoid dangerous encounters, but they also require careful planning to avoid territories during peak creature activity periods. Radstag migration routes, for example, follow seasonal patterns that take herds through territories with optimal vegetation growth during different parts of the year. But these routes also bring the herds into conflict with human settlements during certain seasons when their traditional grazing areas overlap with agricultural communities. Understanding these patterns has become essential knowledge for communities that depend on both hunting and agriculture for survival. The seasonal breeding behaviors of dangerous creatures like cazadores create periods of dramatically increased aggression and territorial expansion that make certain areas completely inaccessible to human travel during specific times of cava year. These breeding seasons often coincide with resource availability patterns that would otherwise make travel attractive, creating complex planning challenges for caravan routes and settlement expansion. Regional variations in creature mutations reflect the diverse environmental conditions and contamination patterns found across the former United States, with different areas producing distinctive creature populations that reflect local ecological pressures and contamination sources. The desert regions of the Southwest, for example, produced creatures adapted to extreme heat and water scarcity, while the more temperate regions of the East Coast generated mutations that emphasized adaptability to seasonal variation and diverse habitat types. The unique contamination signature of each region, determined by the types of nuclear facilities, industrial sites, and military installations that were destroyed during the Great War, created distinctive evolutionary pressures that shaped creature development in regionally specific ways. Areas near weapons production facilities often produced creatures with enhanced radiation resistance but also increased aggression, while regions contaminated by research facilities might harbor creatures with unusual intelligence or behavioral characteristics. The role of geographic isolation in creature evolution has created subspecies and regional variants of common wasteland animals that demonstrate how quickly evolutionary change can occur under extreme selective pressure. Islands, mountain valleys, and other isolated habitats have produced creature populations that diverge significantly from their mainland counterparts in just the few generations that have passed since the Great War. Domestication attempts by wasteland communities reveal both the possibilities and limitations of establishing relationships with mutated creatures that might serve roles similar to pre-war domestic animals. The relative success of Brahmin domestication has encouraged experimentation with other species, though most attempts have encountered significant challenges related to the behavioral and physiological changes that accompanied these creatures' mutations. Attempts to domesticate radstags have shown promise in some communities, as these creatures retain many of the docile characteristics of their pre-war deer ancestors, while offering enhanced meat and hide production compared to pre-war livestock. However, the territorial behavior and aggressive tendencies that helped radstags survive in the post-war environment make them difficult to manage in close proximity to human settlements, requiring specialized handling techniques and containment facilities. The domestication of smaller creatures like mole rats has been more successful in communities that can provide appropriate underground habitat conditions, as these animals' natural burrowing behavior can be beneficial for settlement defense and resource extraction activities. Trained mole rats can serve as early warning systems for approaching threats while also helping with excavation projects and pest control in ways that complement human activities. The development of new food chains in irradiated environments demonstrates how ecological relationships reformed around the reality of radioactive contamination, with many creatures developing the ability to consume contaminated materials that would be lethal to pre-war organisms. This adaptation has created food webs where radioactive contamination flows through trophic levels in ways that concentrate beneficial mutations, while also creating new forms of ecosystem stability. Primary consumers that feed on irradiated vegetation often serve as concentrators of radioactive materials that are then consumed by predators. creating a system where higher-level predators become increasingly radiation-resistant through their diet. This process has contributed to the development of apex predators like deathclaws that can thrive in environments with radiation levels that would quickly kill most pre-war organisms. Scavenging species have become particularly important in post-war ecosystems as they process the vast quantities of organic matter that resulted from the initial die-offs following the Great War. These scavengers, often showing enhanced digestive capabilities and contamination resistance, serve essential ecosystem functions while also creating opportunities for other species to exploit the processed organic matter they produce. The role of creatures in wasteland folklore and superstitions reveals how human communities have attempted to understand and relate to the transformed animal life that shares their post-war environment. Many creatures have become subjects of stories, legends, and cultural beliefs that reflect both accurate observations of animal behavior and imaginative interpretations of encounters with beings that often behave in ways that differ dramatically from pre-war animal behavior patterns. Legendary creatures like the Beast of the East, reported in various forms throughout the eastern wasteland, appear to be based on encounters with particularly large or unusual variants of known species. But the stories that have developed around these encounters often incorporate supernatural elements that reflect the psychological impact of confronting creatures that challenge normal expectations about animal size, intelligence, or behavior. The cultural significance assigned to various creatures often reflects their practical importance to human survival, with creatures that provide valuable resources becoming subjects of positive folklore, while those that pose significant threats are often portrayed as evil or cursed beings. These folklore traditions serve important functions in transmitting practical knowledge about creature behavior and habitat, while also providing psychological frameworks for understanding the relationship between humans and the transformed natural world. Protective superstitions and rituals associated with certain creatures often contain practical wisdom about avoiding dangerous encounters or maximizing successful hunting outcomes. The elaborate protocols that some communities follow when hunting Yao Guai, for example, include elements that appear purely superstitious, but actually serve to coordinate group hunting activities and minimize the risks associated with pursuing such dangerous prey. The ecological roles that mutated creatures play in maintaining environmental balance often go unrecognized by human communities focused on immediate survival concerns, but these creatures serve essential functions in processing organic matter, controlling pest populations, and maintaining the complex relationships that allow post-war ecosystems to function despite the ongoing presence of contamination and environmental stress. Raidroaches and other insect species serve crucial roles in breaking down organic matter and cycling nutrients through post-war ecosystems. While their high reproductive rates and adaptability allow them to respond quickly to changes in resource availability or environmental conditions, their presence, while often viewed negatively by human communities, actually indicates healthy ecosystem function and provides food sources for many other species. Large predators like deathclaws and Yao Guai serve as apex predators that control populations of herbivorous creatures that might otherwise overgraze the limited vegetation available in many wasteland areas. Their territorial behavior also creates protected areas where plant communities can establish and develop without constant browsing pressure, contributing to the gradual recovery of vegetation in areas where ecological succession is slowly rebuilding pre-war habitat types. Marine ecosystems have developed their own complex predator-prey relationships around the reality of widespread contamination, with creatures like mirelurk queens serving as keystone species that maintain population balance among smaller aquatic organisms while also creating habitat structures through their construction of nests and territorial modifications. These large marine creatures often serve as ecosystem engineers whose activities create conditions that support diverse communities of smaller organisms. As we drift through the wasteland night, surrounded by the sounds of creatures that were never meant to exist, calling to one another in voices that evolution never intended, we are reminded that life persists not because it is fragile or precious, but because it is fundamentally unstoppable. In the darkness beyond our campfire's glow, beings that represent millions of years of compressed evolution continue the ancient business of survival, adaptation, and reproduction, creating new forms of beauty and terror that will outlast the civilization that inadvertently gave them birth. They are not aberrations or mistakes, but the natural consequence of life's endless creativity, proving that even nuclear fire cannot prevent the flowering of new forms of existence in the garden of the world's ending. In the makeshift concert halls of New Vegas and the ramshackle radio stations broadcasting across the wasteland, where musicians craft instruments from scavenged materials and poets recite verses that capture the peculiar beauty of atomic sunset, the cultural life of post-war America continues with a vibrancy that would surprise those who imagine the wasteland as a place devoid of artistic expression. The transformation of human creativity in response to nuclear catastrophe has produced forms of cultural expression that are both deeply rooted in pre-war traditions and uniquely adapted to the realities of existence in a world where survival itself has become an art form requiring daily innovation and community collaboration. The preservation and evolution of pre-war music in wasteland communities reveals the profound human need for cultural continuity, even under the most challenging circumstances, as melodies and rhythms that once filled concert halls and radio stations find new life in settlement gatherings and caravan sing-alongs. The songs that survived the Great War were not necessarily those that had been most popular or critically acclaimed in their original context, but rather those that possessed qualities of memorability, emotional resonance, and adaptability that allowed them to be transmitted through oral tradition, even when physical recordings were unavailable or too damaged to play. The process by which pre-war songs evolved in post-war performance reflects the natural tendency of oral tradition to adapt inherited material to contemporary circumstances and audiences. Popular songs from the pre-war era were gradually modified through countless performances by singers who lacked access to original recordings, leading to variations in lyrics, melody, and rhythm that reflected local dialects, cultural preferences, and the practical limitations of available instruments. These evolutionary changes were not random, but followed patterns that reflected the musical instincts of performers and the preferences of audiences who valued emotional authenticity over historical accuracy. The emergence of distinctly post-war musical styles can be observed in settlements where musicians have had sufficient stability and resources to develop new compositional approaches that incorporate pre-war influences while addressing themes and experiences that are unique to wasteland life. The musical traditions that have developed around caravan culture, for example, emphasize portability, participation, and the ability to maintain morale during dangerous journeys, leading to songs with simple instrumental accompaniments, memorable choruses, and lyrical content that celebrates courage, friendship, and the small victories that make survival worthwhile. The role of Galaxy News Radio and other broadcasting stations in shaping musical culture across the wasteland demonstrates how technology can serve as both a preserving and transforming force in cultural transmission. Three Dog's selection of pre-war recordings for broadcast created a shared musical vocabulary that connected isolated communities while also establishing certain songs as part of a common cultural heritage that transcended local bile, variations, and regional differences. However, the limited selection of available recordings also meant that wasteland musical culture was shaped by the accidents of what had survived, rather than by comprehensive representation of pre-war musical diversity. The creation of new musical instruments from scavenged materials represents one of the most creative and practical aspects of post-war cultural adaptation. as musicians have developed innovative solutions to the challenge of creating music when traditional instruments are unavailable, damaged, or impossible to maintain without specialized knowledge and materials. The ingenuity displayed in wasteland instrument making often produces devices with unique tonal qualities and playing techniques that would have been impossible to achieve with conventional pre-war instruments. String instruments crafted from Brahmin gut and salvaged metal demonstrate remarkable creativity in achieving musical functionality while working within severe material constraints. The resonant chambers for these instruments are often constructed from items never intended for musical use, such as ammunition boxes, cooking pots, or even parts of old vehicles, each contributing distinctive acoustic properties that influence the sound produced. The resulting instruments often possess raw, powerful tones that complement the harsh realities of wasteland life, while providing emotional outlets that help community members process the psychological challenges of post-war existence. Percussion instruments have proven particularly adaptable to wasteland conditions, as they can be constructed from virtually any materials capable of producing rhythmic sounds when struck, shaken, or scraped. Drumheads made from radstag hide, stretched over metal containers, create instruments with powerful, driving rhythms that can be heard over considerable distances, serving both musical and communication functions for communities that need to coordinate activities or signal warnings across dangerous territories. Wind instruments present greater technical challenges due to the precision required in their construction, but wasteland craftsmen have developed innovative solutions using salvaged pipes, tubing, and other cylindrical materials. The most successful of these instruments often incorporate adjustable elements that allow musicians to modify pitch and tone through mechanical manipulation, creating versatile instruments that can serve multiple musical functions with a single physical device. The development of electronic instruments using salvaged components and jury-rigged power sources represents the most technically ambitious aspect of post-war instrument creation. Musicians with electronics expertise have created synthesizers, amplifiers, and sound processing devices that can produce sounds impossible with acoustic instruments, often incorporating elements of industrial noise, radio interference, and other electronic phenomena that reflect the technological aspects of wasteland life. Oral traditions and storytelling have assumed increased importance in post-war communities as primary means of preserving historical knowledge, moral instruction, and entertainment in societies where literacy rates have declined, and physical books have become precious commodities that many communities cannot afford to risk through regular handling. The storytellers who have emerged as cultural leaders in many settlements serve multiple functions as historians, teachers, and entertainers, adapting their material to serve the specific needs of their audiences while maintaining narrative traditions that connect contemporary communities with their pre-war heritage. The evolution of traditional stories in post-war contexts reveals how narrative forms adapt to reflect contemporary concerns and values while maintaining core structural elements that make stories memorable and emotionally resonant. Folk tales about resourcefulness, community cooperation, and moral courage have proven particularly durable in wasteland communities, though the specific details and settings are often updated to reflect post-war realities such as radiation, mutated creatures, and the challenges of maintaining civilization in hostile environments. The emergence of new storytelling traditions centered around wasteland experiences has created narrative forms that serve both entertainment and educational functions, as stories about successful survival strategies, cautionary tales about dangerous locations or creatures, and accounts of heroic actions by community members provide practical knowledge while also reinforcing social values and community identity. These contemporary stories often follow traditional narrative structures but incorporate elements that are uniquely suited to post-war audiences and concerns. The role of storytelling in maintaining community cohesion becomes particularly evident in nomadic and semi-nomadic groups where shared narratives provide continuity and identity across geographical and temporal changes. Caravan communities, for example, maintain elaborate story cycles that celebrate the history and achievements of their organization, while also encoding practical knowledge about trade routes, customer relationships, and survival techniques that new members must master to contribute effectively to group activities. The preservation of cultural knowledge through holotapes represents one of the most significant technological contributions to post-war cultural preservation, as these devices have proven remarkably durable and capable of maintaining audio recordings for decades under conditions that would destroy most other forms of media storage. The holotapes that contain cultural material often represent random selections of what was being recorded when the bombs fell, creating an accidental archive of pre-war culture that provides insights into daily life, popular entertainment, and social concerns that formal historical records might not have preserved. Personal holotapes recorded by individuals during the immediate aftermath of the Great War provide particularly valuable cultural documentation, as they capture the emotional and practical responses of people who lived through the transition from pre-war to post-war conditions. These recordings often reveal how quickly human communities adapted their cultural practices to accommodate new realities, while also documenting the psychological processing of civilizational collapse through personal reflection and artistic expression. Commercial holotapes that contain pre-war entertainment programming serve important functions in contemporary wasteland culture by providing access to sophisticated artistic productions that would be impossible for small communities to create independently. These recordings often become focal points for community gatherings where the shared experience of listening to pre-war radio dramas, musical performances, or educational programs creates opportunities for social bonding while also transmitting cultural knowledge and aesthetic sensibilities. The creation of new holotape content by post-war communities demonstrates how contemporary artists and cultural leaders are adapting this technology to serve current needs while building upon pre-war foundations. Settlement leaders often record messages for distribution to other communities. Musicians create recordings of their performances for trade with distant settlements. And storytellers preserve their narratives in forms that can survive, even if the original storytellers are not available to perform them in person. Graffiti and visual art have emerged as important forms of cultural expression in wasteland communities, where traditional art materials are scarce, but the human need for visual communication and aesthetic expression remains strong. The walls of ruins, settlement buildings, and even natural rock formations have become canvases for artistic expression that ranges from simple territorial markers to sophisticated artistic compositions that rival the complexity of pre-war fine art. The development of distinctive visual vocabularies in different regions and communities reveals how artistic expression adapts to local conditions, available materials, and cultural preferences while serving multiple communicative functions. Gang territories are often marked with elaborate graffiti that serves both territorial and aesthetic functions, creating visual environments that communicate power relationships while also providing opportunities for artistic expression by community members who might not have other outlets for creative activity. The use of salvaged materials in three-dimensional art forms has produced sculptural works that transform the detritus of pre-war civilization into objects of beauty and meaning that help communities process their relationship with the past while creating new forms of aesthetic experience. These sculptures often incorporate functional elements that serve practical purposes while also providing visual interest and artistic expression, creating art forms that are fully integrated with the practical needs of community life. Memorial art created to commemorate significant events, lost community members, or historical tragedies serves important psychological and social functions, while also creating opportunities for collective artistic expression that strengthens community bonds. These memorial works often involve participation by multiple community members and evolve over time through additions, modifications, and maintenance activities that keep the artistic work alive and relevant to contemporary community needs. Theatre and performance in settlements have developed distinctive characteristics that reflect both the limitations and opportunities of post-war community life. As dramatic presentations must work within constraints of available space, materials, and participant availability, while serving multiple functions as entertainment, education, and social commentary. The theatrical traditions that have emerged in larger settlements often incorporate elements of traditional dramatic forms while addressing themes and concerns that are specific to post-war life. Community theatre productions often serve as venues for exploring social issues and conflicts in ways that allow for discussion and reflection without the direct confrontation that might occur in other contexts. Dramatic presentations about resource allocation, leadership decisions, or relationships with other communities provide opportunities for community members to examine different perspectives and potential solutions to ongoing challenges, while also creating shared cultural experiences that strengthen community identity. The development of performance traditions around seasonal celebrations, historical commemorations, and community milestones reveals how theatrical expression serves important ritual functions in societies where formal religious or governmental institutions may be absent or underdeveloped. These performances often combine elements of drama, music, dance, and visual display to create comprehensive cultural events that mark important transitions and reinforce community values. Traveling performers who move between settlements serve crucial roles in maintaining cultural connections across the wasteland, while also introducing new ideas, techniques, and artistic content to communities that might otherwise remain culturally isolated. These performers often adapt their material to local audiences while also serving as cultural ambassadors who carry news, stories, and artistic innovations from one community to another. The development of new sports and games reflects the human need for structured recreational activities that provide physical exercise, competitive outlets, and social interaction opportunities, while also serving important functions in community bonding and stress relief. The sports that have emerged in post-war communities often adapt pre-war game concepts to accommodate available materials, space limitations, and the practical concerns of societies where injury prevention is crucial for community survival. Combat sports and martial arts training often serve dual purposes as entertainment and practical skill development, as communities need individuals capable of defending themselves and others while also providing outlets for competitive instincts that might otherwise create internal conflicts. These activities often incorporate elements of pre-war fighting techniques with innovations that address specific threats and combat situations that are unique to wasteland conditions. Racing competitions using various forms of transportation available in post-war communities provide entertainment while also serving practical functions in testing equipment reliability, navigation skills, and emergency response capabilities. These races often incorporate elements of survival challenge, as participants must demonstrate not only speed but also resource management, mechanical skill, and adaptability to unexpected obstacles or equipment failures. Games of strategy and skill that can be played with simple materials, or even without physical components, serve important functions in maintaining intellectual engagement while providing low-cost entertainment options for communities. With limited resources, these games often evolve from pre-war traditions while incorporating elements that reflect post-war experiences and concerns, creating recreational activities that are both familiar and adapted to contemporary conditions. Fashion and self-expression through modified clothing demonstrate how individuals and communities maintain personal and group identity through visual presentation, even when working within severe material constraints and practical requirements. The clothing worn in wasteland communities must serve multiple functions as protection, identification, and aesthetic expression, leading to fashion sensibilities that prioritize functionality while still allowing for creative expression and individual personality. The adaptation of pre-war clothing to post-war needs often involves extensive modification, repair, and customization that transforms mass-produced garments into unique items that reflect individual preferences and practical requirements. These modifications often incorporate salvaged materials, personal decorative elements, and functional additions that enhance the clothing's utility, while also providing opportunities for artistic expression. The development of distinctive clothing styles in different communities often reflects local conditions, available materials, and cultural preferences, while also serving important functions in group identification and social organization. Military-influenced clothing in Brotherhood of Steel communities, for example, reflects both practical requirements and cultural values, while distinguishing group members from outsiders and reinforcing organizational hierarchy and identity. Personal ornamentation using salvaged materials, natural objects, and handcrafted items provides opportunities for individual expression, while also serving social functions related to status, achievements, and personal relationships. Jewelry and decorative accessories created from bottle caps, metal fragments, stones, and other found materials often carry personal or cultural significance that extends beyond simple aesthetic considerations. The role of alcohol and chems in social gatherings reveals complex relationships between substance use, community bonding, and cultural expression that reflect both continuities with pre-war social traditions and adaptations to post-war conditions and available substances. Alcoholic beverages serve important social functions in many wasteland communities as lubricants for social interaction, markers of celebration, and elements in ritual observances. Though the scarcity of traditional brewing materials has led to innovations in alcohol production using available resources, community brewing and distilling operations often become focal points for social activity and cultural transmission, as the knowledge and skills required for alcohol production are preserved and shared through apprenticeship relationships that also maintain other aspects of community culture. These operations often incorporate traditional techniques with innovations necessitated by available materials and equipment, creating beverages with unique characteristics that become associated with particular communities or regions. The social protocols surrounding alcohol consumption in different communities reflect attempts to balance the positive social functions of drinking with the practical necessities of maintaining community safety and productivity in environments where impaired judgment or physical capability can have serious consequences. These protocols often incorporate elements of traditional drinking customs while adapting to the specific challenges and vulnerabilities of post-war community life. The use of various chems in social contexts presents more complex challenges, as these substances often provide temporary relief from the psychological stresses of wasteland life, while also carrying risks of addiction and impaired functioning that can threaten individual and community survival. Communities have developed various approaches to managing chem use that reflect different balances between individual freedom and collective safety concerns. Celebrations and festivals in various communities serve crucial functions in maintaining morale, reinforcing community bonds, and providing structured opportunities for cultural expression and social interaction that help counterbalance the stress and isolation that often characterize daily life in the wasteland. These events often combine elements of pre-war holiday traditions with innovations that reflect post-war conditions and community-specific experiences and values. Harvest festivals and seasonal celebrations provide opportunities for communities to acknowledge their dependence on natural cycles and environmental conditions, while also celebrating successful adaptation to the challenges of bossy, post-war agriculture and resource management. These events often incorporate displays of community achievement, competitions that demonstrate individual and group skills, and ritual observances that reinforce cultural values and community identity. Memorial observances that commemorate significant historical events, community tragedies, or individual achievements serve important functions in maintaining collective memory, while also providing opportunities for community members to process grief, honor sacrifices, and recommit to shared values and objectives. These observances often combine elements of mourning and celebration that help communities maintain perspective on both their losses and their achievements. Community founding celebrations and anniversary observances help reinforce community identity and pride, while also providing opportunities to reflect on community development and plan for future challenges and opportunities. These events often incorporate historical narratives, displays of community achievements, and planning activities that engage community members in collective decision-making about future directions and priorities. The adaptation of pre-war holidays to post-war life reveals both the persistence of cultural traditions and their adaptability to changed circumstances and available resources. Christmas celebrations in wasteland communities, for example, often maintain elements of gift-giving, communal meals, and spiritual reflection, while adapting to available materials and foods, while incorporating new traditions that reflect post-war experiences and values. Cultural exchange between different wasteland groups demonstrates how artistic and cultural traditions spread and evolve through contact between communities with different backgrounds, experiences, and cultural resources. Trade relationships often facilitate cultural transmission as merchants, travelers, and diplomatic visitors carry artistic ideas, performance techniques, and cultural practices between communities that might otherwise remain isolated. The role of cultural exchange in maintaining connections between distant communities serves important functions in preventing the complete fragmentation of human society, while also providing opportunities for innovation and adaptation through exposure to different approaches to common challenges. These exchanges often result in hybrid cultural forms that combine elements from different traditions while creating new expressions that are uniquely suited to local conditions and preferences. The influence of powerful factions on regional cultural development reveals how political and military organizations shape artistic and cultural expression through their policies, resources, and values, while also being influenced by the cultural traditions of the communities they interact with or govern. The New California Republic's promotion of pre-war cultural values, for example, has influenced artistic and cultural development throughout their territory, while also adapting to local traditions and preferences. As evening settles over the wasteland settlements and the day's work gives way to the simple pleasures of music, story, and shared companionship, we are reminded that human culture persists not because it serves any practical survival function, but because it represents the irreducible essence of what makes us human. In the glow of campfires and the melody of makeshift instruments, in the laughter that follows a well-told story and the quiet satisfaction of creating something beautiful from the wreckage of the old world, we find proof that the human spirit cannot be broken by nuclear fire, that creativity and joy will find expression even in the darkest circumstances, and that the art of being human continues to evolve and flourish wherever people gather to share the brief miracle of existence in a universe that does not guarantee meaning but allows us to create it together. In the shadow of crumbling skyscrapers where steel beams twist toward radioactive skies and concrete facades bear the scars of atomic fire, The built environment of post-war America tells the story of humanity's endless struggle to create shelter and meaning from the materials at hand, even when those materials consist largely of the wreckage of a civilization that destroyed itself through its own technological hubris. The architecture that has emerged from this devastation represents both desperate improvisation and remarkable ingenuity, as communities have learned to work with structural damage, environmental contamination, and resource scarcity to create spaces that serve not only the basic functions of shelter and security, but also the deeper human needs for beauty, community, and symbolic expression of shared values and aspirations. The engineering challenges of maintaining pre-war buildings in post-nuclear conditions have created an entirely new field of structural expertise that combines salvage archaeology, materials science, and creative problem-solving to keep structures functional long beyond their intended operational lifespans. The skyscrapers of downtown Washington that once symbolized American economic power now present complex puzzles of load distribution, where supporting columns damaged by blast effects must be reinforced or replaced using materials and techniques that were never part of the original design specifications. The engineers and craftsmen who tackle these challenges often work without formal training, developing their expertise through trial and error, while managing the constant risk that structural failure could claim not only their own lives but those of entire communities that depend on these repurposed buildings for shelter. The process of structural assessment in damaged buildings requires knowledge that combines pre-war engineering principles with understanding of how different materials degrade under radiation exposure, temperature cycling, and the unique stresses created by improvised modifications and repairs. Concrete structures present particular challenges as radiation exposure can alter the chemical bonds that give concrete its strength, while the rebar reinforcement within concrete walls may corrode at unpredictable rates depending on the specific isotopes present in local contamination. Steel frame buildings offer different challenges and opportunities, as metal components can often be replaced or reinforced more easily than concrete. But the welding and metalworking expertise required for such repairs is rare and valuable in communities where technical education systems have largely collapsed. The most successful building rehabilitation projects often involve systematic documentation of structural conditions, careful planning of modifications, and gradual implementation of repairs that allow buildings to remain occupied throughout the renovation process. The restoration of Rivet City demonstrates how comprehensive structural projects can transform heavily damaged pre-war infrastructure into thriving community spaces. Though the expertise and resources required for such ambitious undertakings are available to only a small number of wasteland communities with exceptional leadership and access to technical knowledge. Architectural adaptations for radiation protection have created distinctive design elements that serve both functional and aesthetic purposes, while fundamentally altering the relationship between interior and exterior spaces in ways that would have been unthinkable in pre-war architecture. The necessity of creating barriers against radioactive contamination has led to design approaches that prioritize enclosure and filtration over the openness and natural lighting that characterized much pre-war residential and praised commercial architecture. Lead-lined walls and radiation-resistant construction materials have become essential elements in settlement design, though the scarcity and weight of such materials requires careful planning to ensure that radiation protection does not compromise structural integrity or exceed the load-bearing capacity of building foundations. Communities with access to pre-war medical or industrial facilities often salvage lead shielding from X-ray equipment, nuclear medicine departments, and research laboratories. But the quantity of such materials is rarely sufficient for comprehensive radiation protection throughout entire buildings. Alternative approaches to radiation protection have emerged through experimentation with locally available materials and construction techniques that achieve adequate protection without requiring rare or expensive components. Earth-bermed construction, where buildings are partially buried in excavated soil and covered with additional earth, provides excellent radiation shielding while also offering protection against temperature extremes and severe weather. However, such construction requires careful attention to drainage and moisture control to prevent water infiltration that could undermine structural integrity or create health hazards for occupants. The development of airlocks and atmospheric filtration systems has become a standard element in settlement design, creating transitional spaces between the contaminated exterior environment and protected interior areas. These systems often incorporate salvaged components from pre-war ventilation systems, medical equipment, and industrial facilities, assembled into functional units through creative adaptation and modification of available materials. The development of fortification techniques reflects the reality that post-war architecture must address security threats that range from organized military attacks to casual raider incursions, while also providing defense against the various dangerous creatures that inhabit the wasteland. The fortification strategies that have evolved in different communities reflect local threat assessments, available materials, and construction expertise, creating defensive systems that often combine pre-war military engineering principles with innovations developed through hard-earned experience in wasteland conflicts. Perimeter walls and defensive barriers must be designed to provide protection against both human attackers and dangerous creatures while allowing for the movement of residents, visitors, and trade goods under controlled conditions. The most effective fortification systems often incorporate multiple defensive layers that channel potential attackers through predetermined routes where they can be observed and engaged by defenders, while also providing protected positions for community members to engage threats from advantageous positions. The integration of pre-war military defensive technology with post-war construction techniques has created hybrid defensive systems that combine the sophistication of pre-war military engineering with the adaptability and resource efficiency necessary for small community defense. Automated turret systems, when available and properly maintained, provide defensive capabilities that far exceed what small communities could achieve through human defenders alone, though the technical expertise required for maintaining such systems makes them practical options only for communities with exceptional technical resources. Natural defensive features are often incorporated into settlement design to maximize defensive effectiveness while minimizing construction requirements and ongoing maintenance demands. Communities built around natural choke points, elevated positions, or difficult terrain can achieve significant defensive advantages through careful positioning and modification of existing landscape features rather than through extensive construction of artificial fortifications. The repurposing of pre-war structures for new applications demonstrates the remarkable adaptability of human communities in finding functional uses for buildings that were designed for entirely different purposes in a world that no longer exists. Schools have become community centers and meeting halls. Office buildings have been converted into residential complexes, and industrial facilities have been transformed into workshops and manufacturing centers that serve the specialized needs of post-war communities. The conversion of commercial buildings for residential use presents unique challenges related to the adaptation of spaces designed for business use to the needs of families and individuals seeking long-term housing. Office buildings typically require extensive modification to create private living spaces, install cooking and sanitation facilities, and provide adequate natural lighting and ventilation for residential use. However, the robust construction and infrastructure systems of commercial buildings often make them excellent candidates for residential conversion when sufficient resources and expertise are available for the necessary modifications. Industrial facilities present both opportunities and challenges for community repurposing, as their large open spaces and heavy-duty infrastructure systems can be ideal for manufacturing, storage, and community gathering functions, while their industrial heritage may also involve contamination issues and specialized equipment that requires careful handling or removal. The successful conversion of industrial sites often requires comprehensive environmental assessment and remediation to ensure that previous industrial activities do not pose health hazards to new occupants. Religious buildings and civic institutions have often found new purposes as community centers, meeting halls, and educational facilities that serve secular functions while sometimes maintaining elements of their original ceremonial or institutional character. These buildings often possess architectural features that make them well suited for community gatherings and cultural events, while their symbolic significance can help communities maintain connections to pre-war civic traditions and values. The materials science of post-war construction has evolved through necessity to incorporate salvaged components, locally produced materials, and creative substitutions that achieve adequate structural performance while working within the severe resource constraints that characterize most wasteland communities. The development of construction techniques that maximize the utility of available materials while minimizing waste has become essential knowledge for communities that cannot afford to discard any potentially useful resources. Salvage archaeology has become an essential skill for construction projects, as builders must identify, extract, and evaluate structural materials from damaged buildings while assessing their condition and suitability for reuse in new construction applications. The most valuable salvage materials are often structural elements like steel beams, concrete blocks, and specialized components like electrical systems or plumbing fixtures that would be difficult or impossible to manufacture with available post-war capabilities. The adaptation of materials for purposes other than their original intended use requires understanding of material properties and structural requirements that allows builders to safely use components in applications that their original designers never contemplated. Automobile parts, for example, have found extensive use in construction applications where their strength, durability, and availability make them attractive alternatives to conventional building materials that may be difficult to obtain. Local material production using available resources and simple manufacturing techniques has enabled some communities to achieve partial independence from salvage operations, while also creating economic opportunities for individuals with specialized skills in material processing and production. Clay brick production, concrete mixing, and metal fabrication are among the manufacturing capabilities that communities have developed to supplement salvaged materials with locally produced components. The role of settlements in creating new architectural styles reflects the gradual emergence of distinctive design approaches that respond to post-war environmental conditions and cultural preferences while also incorporating practical lessons learned through decades of experimentation with construction techniques and community organization. These emerging architectural styles often combine functional elements that address specific post-war challenges with aesthetic choices that express community identity and cultural values. The aesthetic of adaptive reuse has become a defining characteristic of post-war architecture, where the visible incorporation of salvaged materials and components creates a distinctive visual language that celebrates resourcefulness and creativity, while also acknowledging the historical continuity between pre-war and post-war civilization. Buildings that prominently display their salvaged components often communicate messages about community values related to sustainability, historical preservation, and creative problem-solving. Regional architectural variations have begun to emerge as communities in different areas develop construction approaches that respond to local climate conditions, available materials, and cultural influences, while also incorporating lessons learned from successful building projects in similar environments. Desert communities have developed distinctive approaches to temperature control and water conservation, while communities in more temperate regions have focused on different challenges related to seasonal weather variation and agricultural integration. The integration of defensive and residential functions has created architectural forms that combine the practical requirements of security with the human needs for comfortable living spaces and community interaction areas. These hybrid residential fortress designs often feature protected courtyards, reinforced walls with residential chambers, and community spaces that can serve both daily social functions and emergency defensive purposes. Underground construction and tunnel networks have become increasingly important elements in post-war architecture as communities seek to maximize protection from radiation, weather extremes, and security threats, while also conserving surface land for agricultural use and maintaining defensive sightlines around settlement perimeters. The engineering challenges of underground construction without modern excavation equipment and drainage systems require innovative approaches to soil management, structural support, and environmental control. The excavation techniques developed by wasteland communities often incorporate hand tools, simple mechanical devices, and salvage construction equipment that must be maintained and operated without access to manufacturer support or replacement parts. The most successful underground construction projects often involve careful geological assessment to identify soil conditions that will support excavation, while minimizing structural support requirements and drainage challenges. Drainage and moisture control in underground spaces present complex engineering challenges that must be addressed through passive systems that can function without mechanical pumps or electrical power. Gravity-fed drainage systems, vapor barriers created from salvaged materials, and natural ventilation systems that promote air circulation are among the techniques that communities have developed to make underground spaces habitable for long-term residential and community use. The construction of tunnel networks that connect different areas of settlements provides both security advantages and practical benefits for communities that need to move people and goods while minimizing exposure to external threats and environmental hazards. These tunnel systems often incorporate multiple functions, serving as transportation corridors, storage areas, and emergency shelters that enhance community resilience and operational capability. The adaptation of pre-war infrastructure for new purposes reveals the creativity and technical skill that communities have applied to extracting continued utility from systems that were designed for different purposes in a very different world. Electrical systems, water distribution networks, and transportation infrastructure often require extensive modification and creative adaptation to serve post-war community needs while working within the constraints of available materials and technical expertise. Electrical infrastructure adaptation often involves the integration of multiple power sources and distribution systems to create hybrid power networks that can function despite the limitations of available generating capacity and the challenges of maintaining electrical systems without specialized materials and replacement components. Solar panels, wind generators, and small-scale hydroelectric systems are often combined with salvage generators and battery storage systems to create electrical supply systems that provide adequate power for essential community functions. Water infrastructure rehabilitation requires comprehensive system analysis to identify functional components that can be maintained and restored, while also incorporating new elements that address post-war water quality and distribution challenges. Water purification systems, pressure regulation, and distribution networks often require creative integration of salvaged components with improvised elements to create functional water supply systems that can serve community needs while minimizing maintenance requirements. Transportation infrastructure adaptation focuses primarily on road maintenance and vehicle repair facilities that enable communities to maintain mobility despite the challenges of keeping vehicles operational without access to replacement parts or specialized service equipment. Fuel production, mechanical repair capabilities, and route maintenance are essential elements in maintaining transportation systems that connect communities and support trade relationships. The symbolism of architectural choices in community identity reveals how building design and construction decisions communicate messages about community values, aspirations, and relationship with both pre-war heritage and post-war realities. The architectural choices that communities make often reflect deliberate decisions about how they want to be perceived by visitors and how they want to understand themselves in relation to the broader wasteland community. Preservation of pre-war architectural elements often reflects community commitment to maintaining connections with pre-war civilization and values, while also demonstrating technical capability and resource allocation that suggests community stability and prosperity. Communities that invest significant resources in preserving or restoring pre-war architectural features communicate messages about their priorities and capabilities that influence how other communities and potential trading partners perceive their reliability and strength. Innovation in post-war architectural design demonstrates community confidence and forward-thinking leadership, while also showcasing technical expertise and creative problem-solving capabilities that may attract skilled individuals and trading opportunities. Communities that develop distinctive and successful architectural solutions often become models for other settlements, while also establishing reputations as centers of technical knowledge and innovation. The integration of functional and ceremonial elements in community architecture reflects attempts to balance practical necessity with human needs for beauty, meaning, and cultural expression that help maintain community morale and identity. Public buildings, community gathering spaces, and residential areas that incorporate decorative elements and thoughtful design choices demonstrate community commitment to quality of life considerations beyond mere survival. Climate adaptation in post-war construction addresses the challenges created by altered weather patterns, temperature extremes, and atmospheric conditions that result from the environmental disruption caused by nuclear war. Building designs must accommodate seasonal temperature variation, precipitation patterns, and atmospheric contamination, while also providing protection against extreme weather events that may be more frequent or severe than they were in pre-war climates. Passive climate control systems using building orientation, thermal mass, and natural ventilation principles enable communities to maintain comfortable interior conditions without relying on mechanical heating and cooling systems that require scarce fuel or electrical power. These design approaches often incorporate traditional building techniques that were common before mechanical climate control systems became standard in pre-war construction. Insulation systems using available materials must provide adequate thermal protection while also addressing concerns about fire safety, pest control, and long-term durability that are particularly important in communities that lack access to replacement materials or professional maintenance services. Innovative insulation approaches often incorporate multiple materials and techniques to achieve thermal performance that approaches pre-war standards while using only locally available or salvaged resources. Weather protection systems for roofing, exterior walls, and foundation elements must provide reliable protection against precipitation and temperature extremes while using materials and construction techniques that can be maintained and repaired by community members without specialized training or equipment. The most successful weather protection systems often incorporate redundant protective layers and simple maintenance procedures that ensure long-term reliability even under adverse conditions. The role of skilled trades in post-war society has become increasingly important as communities recognize that construction and maintenance expertise represents essential knowledge for community survival and development. The individuals who possess specialized knowledge about electrical systems, plumbing, structural engineering, and other construction trades often become community leaders and decision-makers whose expertise influences settlement, development, and resource allocation decisions. Apprenticeship systems for construction trades have emerged as communities recognize the need to preserve and transmit technical knowledge while also developing local expertise that reduces dependence on outside specialists who may not be available when needed. These apprenticeship relationships often involve extended training periods and comprehensive skill development that prepare individuals to handle the full range of construction challenges that communities face. The economic value of construction expertise in trade relationships between communities often makes skilled builders and craftsmen valuable assets who can command premium compensation while also serving as ambassadors and technical baiders. Consultants for community development projects. Communities with reputations for construction excellence often attract contracts for major building projects, while also serving as training centers for individuals from other settlements. The social status and community responsibility associated with construction expertise reflects the essential role that builders play in community survival and development, while also acknowledging the specialized knowledge and physical demands associated with construction work. Master builders and construction project leaders often hold positions of significant influence in community decision-making processes, while also bearing responsibility for project success and community safety. As night falls over the settlements scattered across the wasteland, where lights flicker in windows of buildings that have been reborn from the ashes of the old world, we see reflected in every beam and wall and foundation stone the fundamental human drive to create order from chaos, beauty from destruction, and hope from the rubble of shattered dreams. The architecture of the apocalypse stands not merely as shelter against the harsh realities of post-nuclear existence, but as testament to the enduring human conviction that we can build something better from whatever materials we find. At hand, that every structure raised against the wasteland wind is both practical necessity and act of faith, proof that somewhere beneath the irradiated soil and twisted metal lies the unbreakable human determination to create spaces where life can flourish despite everything the world has done to prevent it. The atmospheric sciences of the post-nuclear world operate according to principles that would have challenged the most sophisticated meteorological models of the pre-war era, as the massive injection of radioactive materials, particulate matter, and thermal energy into the global climate system created weather patterns and environmental phenomena that exist nowhere in the historical record of natural climate variation. The skies above the wasteland tell stories written in languages of radiation and chemical transformation, where the simple act of breathing becomes a calculated risk, and the morning weather report must account for invisible dangers that can kill as surely as any storm or flood, yet with a subtlety that makes them far more insidious in their effects on human health and survival. The formation of radiation storms represents perhaps the most distinctive and dangerous weather phenomenon of the post-war atmosphere, as these events combine the destructive power of conventional severe weather with the added hazard of concentrated radioactive contamination that can render large areas temporarily uninhabitable, even to those with protective equipment. These storms typically form through the interaction of atmospheric pressure systems with ground-level radioactive hotspots, creating convective processes that lift contaminated particles high into the atmosphere before redistributing them across vast geographical areas through precipitation and wind patterns that follow the same basic meteorological principles as conventional weather systems. The predictive patterns of radiation storms have become essential knowledge for wasteland communities as the ability to anticipate these events can mean the difference between survival and catastrophic exposure for entire populations. The storms typically form when specific combinations of atmospheric pressure, wind direction, and thermal conditions interact with major contamination sources, creating recognizable precursor conditions that experienced weather observers can identify hours or even days before storm formation begins. The characteristic green-tinged clouds that herald the approach of radiation storms result from the ionization of atmospheric gases by high concentrations of radioactive particles, creating visual warnings that have become part of the folk wisdom of wasteland survival. The duration and intensity of radiation storms vary considerably depending on the source contamination levels, atmospheric conditions, and geographical features that affect wind patterns and precipitation distribution. The most severe storms can persist for several days, depositing radioactive materials over hundreds of square miles while creating radiation levels that are lethal to unprotected humans within minutes of exposure. Less intense storms may last only a few hours, but can still contaminate water supplies, agricultural areas, and settlement locations with radioactive materials that remain dangerous for months or years after the initial weather event has passed. The aftermath of radiation storms often presents challenges that extend far beyond the immediate health risks of radiation exposure, as the contaminated materials deposited by these events can disrupt agricultural systems, contaminate water sources, and create long-term environmental hazards that affect community planning and resource utilization for extended periods. Communities that experience regular radiation storm activity often develop elaborate protocols for storm preparation, protection during storm events, and decontamination procedures that minimize long-term exposure while allowing normal community activities to resume as quickly as possible after conditions improve. The radioactive hotspots that dot the wasteland landscape represent geological and environmental features where high concentrations of radioactive materials create localized zones of extreme contamination that can persist for decades or centuries without natural decay processes, reducing their danger to levels that would permit safe human habitation. These hotspots typically form around locations where nuclear weapons detonated, nuclear facilities were destroyed, or radioactive materials were concentrated through industrial processes that were interrupted by the Great War, creating permanent fixtures in the wasteland geography that influence everything from settlement planning to trade route development. The formation processes that created these hotspots involved complex interactions between the initial distribution of radioactive materials and subsequent environmental processes that concentrated, dispersed, or transformed these materials through chemical and physical processes. Ground zero locations of nuclear detonations represent the most obvious and intense hotspots, where the immediate effects of nuclear explosions created areas of such severe contamination that they remain essentially uninhabitable even 2 centuries after the Great War. However, many other hotspots formed through less dramatic processes, such as the breach of nuclear waste storage facilities, the dispersal of radioactive materials from damaged research installations, or the concentration of contaminated materials through natural processes like water flow and soil erosion. Cold zones represent the opposite extreme of contamination geography, where combinations of favorable winds, geographical features, and limited contamination sources created areas with radiation levels that approach or even achieve pre-war background levels. These zones often become centers of agricultural activity and population concentration, as they offer opportunities for normal human activity without the constant health risks and protective measures that characterize life in more contaminated areas. The identification and protection of cold zones has become a critical element in regional planning and resource allocation, as these areas represent precious resources that must be carefully managed to maintain their value for future generations. The boundaries between hotspots, moderate contamination zones, and cold zones often shift over time through natural processes and human activities that can either concentrate or disperse radioactive materials depending on specific circumstances and environmental conditions. Weather patterns, water flow, construction activities, and even large-scale creature movements can alter contamination patterns in ways that change the habitability and utility of different areas, requiring constant monitoring and adaptive management by communities that depend on accurate knowledge of contamination levels for their survival and development planning. Seasonal variations in radiation levels reflect the complex interactions between radioactive decay processes, environmental factors, and atmospheric conditions that cause contamination levels to fluctuate throughout the annual cycle, in patterns that experienced wasteland inhabitants learn to anticipate and accommodate in their planning and activities. These seasonal patterns are most pronounced in areas where contamination sources interact with weather systems, water cycles, and biological processes that concentrate or disperse radioactive materials according to predictable seasonal rhythms. Spring typically brings increased radiation levels in many areas as snowmelt and increased precipitation mobilize radioactive materials that have accumulated in soil, vegetation, and water sources during the winter months. The runoff from contaminated areas during spring melting creates temporary increases in water contamination that can affect entire watersheds, while the increased biological activity of spring growth can concentrate radioactive materials in plant tissues that become more hazardous for consumption during certain periods of the growing season. Summer conditions often stabilize radiation levels as reduced precipitation and increased evaporation create more predictable contamination patterns. Though extreme heat events can create thermal updrafts that redistribute airborne contamination in ways that affect regional contamination levels. The dry conditions common during summer months also reduce the mobility of soil-based contamination, creating more stable radiation patterns that allow for more confident planning of agricultural and construction activities. Autumn brings its own set of radiation-related challenges, as falling temperatures and increased precipitation can remobilize contaminated materials, while the death and decay of plant materials releases concentrated radioactive materials back into soil and water systems. The harvest season requires careful attention to contamination levels in agricultural products, as crops may concentrate radioactive materials during their growing season in ways that make them hazardous for consumption, despite being grown in areas with otherwise acceptable contamination levels. Winter often provides the lowest radiation levels of the annual cycle, as frozen precipitation locks radioactive materials in place while reduced biological activity minimizes the concentration and movement of contaminated materials. However, the accumulation of contaminated snow and ice creates the potential for significant contamination releases during spring melting, requiring communities to plan for seasonal contamination cycles that affect water supplies, agricultural planning, and outdoor activity schedules. The long-term effects of nuclear winter phenomena on agricultural systems continue to influence growing conditions and food production capabilities throughout the wasteland, as the atmospheric disruption caused by the massive fires and dust injection following nuclear exchanges created climate changes that persist decades after the initial events. The reduced sunlight levels, altered precipitation patterns, and changed temperature ranges that characterize post-war climate conditions require agricultural adaptations that go far beyond simple radiation resistance to address the fundamental changes in growing conditions that affect all plant and animal life. Reduced growing seasons in many regions result from both lower average temperatures and unpredictable frost patterns that make traditional agricultural planning unreliable. forcing communities to develop crop selection and planting strategies that can accommodate shorter growing periods and unexpected weather variations. Cold-resistant crop varieties and greenhouse cultivation techniques have become essential elements in food security planning, as traditional outdoor agriculture often fails to produce adequate yields under post-war climate conditions. Altered precipitation patterns create challenges for both irrigation planning and natural rainfall agriculture, as the distribution of precipitation throughout the growing season often differs significantly from pre-war patterns that agricultural systems were designed to accommodate. Drought periods may be more severe or occur at different times of year than historical patterns would suggest, while periods of excessive precipitation can create flooding and soil erosion problems that damage both current crops and long-term agricultural productivity. Soil fertility changes resulting from both contamination and climate alteration require new approaches to soil management and crop nutrition that address deficiencies in essential nutrients while also managing contamination levels that affect both plant health and food safety. Organic matter decomposition rates change under altered temperature and moisture conditions, affecting soil chemistry in ways that require adaptive management strategies to maintain productive agricultural systems. Acid rain formation through the interaction of atmospheric contamination with weather systems creates ongoing environmental challenges that affect not only human health but also the integrity of buildings, agricultural systems, and natural ecosystems throughout the wasteland. The chemical processes that create acid precipitation in the post-war atmosphere involve the interaction of sulfur compounds, nitrogen compounds, and radioactive materials with water vapor and other atmospheric components, creating precipitation with acidity levels that can damage both living organisms and inanimate materials. The impact of acid rain on architectural structures and infrastructure systems creates ongoing maintenance challenges for communities that must protect their buildings and equipment from chemical corrosion while also managing the health risks associated with exposure to contaminated precipitation. Metal structures are particularly vulnerable to acid rain damage, requiring protective coatings and regular maintenance to prevent structural failure, while concrete and masonry structures can also suffer deterioration that compromises their integrity over time. Agricultural impacts of acid precipitation include direct damage to plant tissues, alteration of soil chemistry that affects nutrient availability and plant health, and contamination of water sources used for irrigation and livestock consumption. The management of acid rain effects on agricultural systems requires ongoing monitoring of precipitation, chemistry, and soil conditions, as well as adaptive strategies that protect crops and maintain soil productivity despite ongoing chemical contamination. Natural ecosystem impacts extend throughout the food web as acid precipitation affects plant communities, soil organisms, and water systems that support wildlife populations and natural ecological processes. The cumulative effects of acid rain on ecosystem health create challenges for communities that depend on natural resources for hunting, fishing, and gathering activities that supplement agricultural production and provide materials for various community needs. The development of microclimates around ruins and settlement areas demonstrates how human structures and activities can create localized environmental conditions that differ significantly from regional climate patterns, offering both opportunities and challenges for community development and resource management. These microclimates often result from the thermal mass effects of large structures, wind pattern modifications created by buildings and terrain features, and the concentration of heat sources and vegetation that alter local temperature and humidity conditions. Urban heat island effects in larger settlements and ruins create temperature variations that can extend growing seasons, provide frost protection for sensitive crops, and create more comfortable living conditions during cold weather, while also potentially increasing cooling costs and water requirements during hot weather. The management of these thermal effects requires understanding of building placement, vegetation planning, and activity scheduling that maximizes benefits while minimizing negative consequences. Wind pattern modifications created by buildings, walls, and terrain features can provide protection from harsh weather and reduce heating costs, while also creating opportunities for wind-powered energy generation and natural ventilation systems. However, these same wind modifications can also create dust accumulation, contamination concentration, and unexpected weather effects that require careful planning and management. Vegetation microclimates around settlements often create opportunities for specialized agriculture and natural resource production that would not be possible under regional climate conditions. As the protection and modification provided by human structures can create growing conditions suitable for crops and natural plants that require different environmental conditions than those available in the broader landscape. The influence of weather patterns on creature behavior and human settlement decisions reveals the complex relationships between climate, ecology, and human community development that shape the geography of survival and prosperity throughout the wasteland. Understanding these relationships has become essential knowledge for communities that must balance multiple factors in site selection, resource planning, and security considerations that determine their long-term viability and success. Seasonal creature migration patterns often follow weather-related changes in resource availability, temperature conditions, and breeding cycles that create predictable opportunities and threats for human communities along migration routes. The timing and routes of these migrations can provide hunting opportunities and resource access, while also creating periods of increased danger that require defensive preparations and activity restrictions that affect community planning and economic activities. Storm-related creature behavior changes can create unexpected encounters and safety risks as animals seek shelter, become more aggressive due to stress, or concentrate in areas that would normally be avoided due to human presence. Understanding these behavioral changes helps communities prepare for weather events while also creating opportunities for hunting and resource acquisition during periods when creature behavior becomes more predictable. Weather influences on creature reproduction and population cycles create seasonal variations in creature abundance and threat levels that affect everything from hunting opportunities to settlement security planning. Communities that understand these patterns can take advantage of periods when dangerous creatures are less active, while also preparing for seasonal increases in creature activity that may threaten settlement security and resource access. Extreme weather events in the post-war world often combine conventional storm hazards with uniquely post-nuclear dangers, creating compound disasters that test community preparedness and resilience in ways that require both traditional disaster response capabilities and specialized knowledge of contamination management and radiation protection. These events may include combinations of severe weather, radiation releases, chemical contamination, and ecological disruption that create complex emergency situations requiring coordinated response efforts. Tornado activity in contaminated areas can redistribute radioactive materials over vast areas while also creating the conventional destruction associated with severe weather, requiring emergency response plans that address both immediate life safety concerns and long-term contamination management. The debris scattered by tornado activity may include contaminated materials that create ongoing health hazards even after the immediate weather emergency has passed. Hurricane and severe storm events along contaminated coastlines create storm surge conditions that can redistribute marine contamination inland, while also causing conventional flood damage and infrastructure destruction. The recovery from such events often requires extensive decontamination efforts alongside traditional disaster recovery activities, creating complex logistical and resource allocation challenges for affected communities. Flash flooding in contaminated watersheds can create rapidly changing contamination patterns that affect water supplies, agricultural areas, and settlement locations with little advance warning, requiring emergency response capabilities that can address both immediate flood hazards and contamination exposure risks. The sediment and debris carried by contaminated floodwaters can create lasting contamination problems that affect land use and resource utilization long after floodwaters recede. Environmental cleanup efforts and their effectiveness reveal both the possibilities and limitations of human intervention in post-war ecological recovery. As communities and organizations with sufficient resources and expertise attempt to reduce contamination levels and restore environmental conditions that can support expanded human activity and natural ecosystem recovery. These efforts often require sustained commitment of resources and expertise over extended time periods, with results that may not become apparent for years or decades after cleanup activities begin. Soil remediation techniques using both technological and biological approaches have shown promise for reducing contamination levels in limited areas, though the scale of contamination throughout the wasteland makes comprehensive cleanup impractical with available resources and technology. Successful remediation efforts often focus on high-priority locations, such as agricultural areas, water sources, or settlement sites where improved environmental conditions can provide maximum benefit for community development and human health. Water system cleanup efforts have achieved notable success in some locations where communities have invested significant resources in filtration, treatment, and source protection activities that restore water quality to levels suitable for human consumption and agricultural use. These efforts often require ongoing maintenance and management to prevent recontamination while providing models for similar projects in other communities with adequate resources and technical expertise. Vegetation restoration and reforestation projects serve multiple environmental functions by stabilizing soil, reducing erosion, providing habitat for wildlife recovery, and gradually reducing contamination levels through biological uptake and processing of radioactive materials. These projects often require long-term commitment and patience, as the benefits may not become apparent for years, while the initial investment in time and resources can be substantial for communities with immediate survival priorities. As the aurora borealis dances across the contaminated skies in colors that no pre-war observer ever witnessed, painting the darkness with hues born from the marriage of solar radiation and atmospheric contamination, we are reminded that even in its wounded state, the world continues to create beauty from destruction, meaning from chaos, and hope from the very forces that once threatened to end all possibility of hope. The weather of the wasteland speaks to us in languages both familiar and strange, carrying messages of danger and opportunity written in the chemistry of transformed air and the physics of redistributed atoms, teaching us that adaptation and survival require not merely the strength to endure, but the wisdom to read the signs written across the sky and the patience to wait for clear weather while preparing always for the storms that rage beyond the horizon of our understanding. In the dust-covered marketplaces of Hubtown and the improvised trading posts that spring up at crossroads throughout the wasteland, where merchants weigh bottle caps against the uncertain promise of tomorrow's survival and communities calculate the true cost of every transaction in terms of blood, sweat, and the irreplaceable resources that mean the difference between prosperity and starvation. The economic systems that have emerged from civilizational collapse demonstrate humanity's remarkable capacity to create order and meaning from scarcity, establishing networks of trust and exchange that connect distant settlements through invisible threads of mutual dependence and carefully calculated risk. The establishment of inter-settlement trade networks requires overcoming challenges that would have tested the most sophisticated commercial organizations of the pre-war era, as traders must navigate not only the obvious dangers of hostile terrain and violent predators, but also the complex social and political relationships that determine whether a caravan will be welcomed as valuable partners or viewed as bêche-en-sûr. Potential threats to be eliminated or exploited. The development of these networks typically begins with informal exchanges between neighboring communities, often starting with emergency assistance during crises that creates obligations and relationships that gradually expand into regular commercial contact as trust develops and mutual benefits become apparent to both parties. The process of establishing reliable trade relationships often requires years of patient relationship building, as communities must learn to trust each other's honesty in commercial dealings, while also developing shared standards for product quality, pricing mechanisms, and dispute resolution procedures that can function without centralized legal authority or enforcement mechanisms. The most successful trading relationships often develop between communities with complementary resources and capabilities, creating mutual dependencies that provide both parties with strong incentives to maintain honest dealing and cooperative relationships, even when short-term advantages might be gained through deception or exploitation. The expansion of trade networks beyond simple bilateral relationships requires the development of multilateral agreements and standardized procedures that allow merchants to operate across multiple communities while maintaining consistent expectations about commercial practices, security arrangements, and conflict resolution mechanisms. These expanded networks often develop around natural transportation corridors, defensible rest stops, and communities that possess special resources or capabilities that make them attractive destinations for merchants from multiple regions. The role of information sharing in trade network development cannot be understated, as merchants serve crucial functions as carriers of news, market intelligence, and technological knowledge that help communities make informed decisions about production priorities, resource allocation, and defensive preparations. The most successful merchants often develop extensive knowledge about conditions throughout their trading territories, becoming valuable consultants and advisors whose expertise extends far beyond simple commercial transactions to encompass political intelligence, military assessments, and economic analysis. The role of caravans in wasteland economics extends beyond simple transportation of goods to encompass banking functions, information services, and diplomatic activities that make them essential components of inter-regional commerce and communication. Caravan organizations often serve as informal financial institutions that provide credit services, currency exchange, and investment opportunities for communities and individuals who lack access to formal banking services, while also facilitating complex multi-party transactions that would be difficult to arrange through bilateral negotiations. The Crimson Caravan Company's evolution from a family-operated trading business to a major commercial network demonstrates how successful trading organizations adapt to expanding market opportunities while maintaining the flexibility, and personal relationships that are essential for success in the uncertain environment of wasteland commerce. The company's ability to maintain operations across vast geographical distances while adapting to diverse local conditions and political situations reflects sophisticated understanding of risk management, relationship maintenance, and operational efficiency that rivals the capabilities of pre-war commercial organizations. Security arrangements for caravan operations require careful balance between defensive capability and operational efficiency, as heavily armed caravans may be better prepared to defend against raiders, but also consume resources that could otherwise be devoted to carrying trade goods while potentially creating diplomatic problems in communities that view large, armed groups as potential threats. The most successful caravan organizations often develop layered security approaches that combine professional guards, defensive equipment, and diplomatic relationships that reduce the likelihood of hostile encounters while maintaining adequate defensive capability to deal with unavoidable threats. The economic impact of caravan operations extends throughout the communities they serve, creating employment opportunities, stimulating local production, and facilitating specialization that allows settlements to focus on their most efficient activities while obtaining needed goods and services through trade rather than attempting to produce everything locally. Communities that become regular stops on established caravan routes often develop specialized services and infrastructure that cater to merchant needs, while also benefiting local residents through increased economic activity and access to goods and services that would otherwise be unavailable. Pricing mechanisms for essential goods in wasteland markets operate according to principles that combine traditional supply and demand relationships with unique factors related to risk, scarcity, and the life or death importance of certain commodities in survival-focused economies. Water, ammunition, medical supplies, and food typically command premium prices that reflect not only their scarcity, but also their essential nature for community and individual survival, creating market dynamics where price variations can determine whether communities prosper or face existential crises. The establishment of fair pricing standards requires ongoing negotiation between trading partners who must balance their own survival needs against the necessity of maintaining relationships that provide access to essential goods and services over time. Price gouging during emergency situations can provide short-term profits but typically damages long-term trading relationships, while excessively generous pricing can undermine the economic viability of trading operations and reduce the resources available for maintaining reliable supply chains. Seasonal price variations reflect the influence of environmental conditions, creature activity patterns, and agricultural cycles on both supply and demand for various goods throughout the annual economic cycle. Water prices typically peak during dry seasons and in areas affected by contamination or infrastructure failures, while food prices vary according to harvest cycles and the success of agricultural production in different regions. Ammunition and defensive equipment often command higher prices during periods of increased raider activity or territorial conflicts that create heightened security concerns. Regional price differences reflect transportation costs, local resource availability, and market conditions that create opportunities for arbitrage trading that can provide substantial profits for merchants willing to accept the risks and costs associated with long-distance transportation of goods. Successful arbitrage trading requires detailed knowledge of price patterns, supply conditions, and demand factors across multiple markets, as well as the logistical capability to transport goods efficiently across dangerous territories. The development of credit systems and debt collection practices in wasteland economies addresses the need for financial flexibility in communities where cash flow problems can have life-threatening consequences, while also creating mechanisms for managing the risks associated with extending credit in environments where traditional legal enforcement mechanisms are unavailable or unreliable. Credit arrangements often develop through personal relationships and reputation systems that rely on community pressure and repeat business considerations to encourage debt repayment without requiring formal legal processes. Collateral arrangements for credit transactions typically involve tangible assets that have clear value and can be easily transferred, such as weapons, tools, livestock, or stored goods. Though some credit relationships are secured primarily through reputation and social pressure rather than physical collateral. The most successful credit systems often incorporate graduated penalty structures that encourage timely payment while providing flexibility for borrowers who encounter temporary difficulties that prevent immediate debt satisfaction. Debt collection practices must balance the need to recover extended credit against the importance of maintaining community relationships and avoiding conflicts that could disrupt essential trading relationships. Aggressive debt collection that alienates communities or individuals can damage long-term business prospects. while overly lenient collection practices can encourage defaults that undermine the viability of credit systems and reduce the resources available for extending credit to other borrowers who might use it more productively. Interest rate determination reflects both the risks associated with individual borrowers and the general scarcity of capital in economies where most resources are devoted to immediate survival needs rather than investment activities. Interest rates often vary significantly based on the borrower's reputation, the purpose of the loan, the availability of collateral, and the general economic conditions in the relevant market area, with rates for high-risk loans sometimes reaching levels that would have been considered usurious in pre-war commercial contexts. Specialization and division of labor in small communities creates economic efficiencies that allow settlements to achieve higher productivity and quality standards than would be possible if all residents attempted to master all necessary skills, while also creating vulnerabilities related to the loss of key specialists and the need to maintain adequate knowledge diversity to handle unexpected challenges or opportunities. The development of specialization typically occurs gradually as community members discover their particular aptitudes and as community needs create demand for specific skills and services. Craft specialization often emerges around individuals who demonstrate particular talents or who have access to specialized tools, materials, or knowledge that enable them to produce higher quality goods or services than other community members could achieve. Blacksmiths, tailors, mechanics, and medical practitioners often become focal points for community, economic activity, with their specialized capabilities influencing settlement development patterns and trade relationships with other communities. Service specialization develops around activities that require significant time investment or specialized knowledge, such as education, security services, dispute resolution, or technical consulting, creating roles that may not produce tangible goods but provide essential functions that support community productivity and social cohesion. These service specialists often receive compensation through community support arrangements rather than direct payment, reflecting the importance of their contributions to overall community welfare. The balance between specialization and self-sufficiency requires careful management to ensure that communities maintain adequate capability to handle essential functions, even if key specialists are unavailable due to illness, travel, or other circumstances. Cross-training programs, apprenticeship systems, and knowledge documentation efforts help communities maintain resilience while still benefiting from the efficiency advantages that specialization provides. The economics of salvage and scrap collection represent one of the most distinctive aspects of wasteland commerce, as the systematic recovery and processing of pre-war materials creates economic opportunities that depend on knowledge, skill, and risk tolerance rather than traditional capital investment or resource ownership. Successful salvage operations require expertise in identifying valuable materials, understanding their potential applications, and managing the safety risks associated with exploring contaminated or structurally unstable locations. The development of salvage expertise involves learning to recognize valuable items and materials among the vast quantities of debris and damaged goods that litter the wasteland landscape, while also developing the technical knowledge necessary to assess condition, restoration potential, and market value of recovered items. This expertise often takes years to develop and represents valuable intellectual capital that can provide sustainable economic opportunities for individuals and communities with appropriate knowledge and skills. Territorial arrangements for salvage operations often involve formal or informal agreements about access rights to particular locations, with communities, gangs, or individual operators claiming exclusive salvage rights to specific areas based on discovery, occupation, or negotiated arrangements with other interested parties. These territorial systems help prevent conflicts between salvagers, while also providing incentives for systematic and thorough exploration of available salvage sites. Processing and refurbishment of salvaged materials often requires specialized knowledge and equipment that enables salvage operators to add value to recovered materials through cleaning, repair, modification, or combination with other materials to create more valuable finished products. Communities that develop superior processing capabilities often become regional centers for salvage-based commerce, attracting materials from wide geographical areas for processing and resale. Market mechanisms for rare and unique items operate according to different principles than mass commodity markets, as items with unique characteristics, historical significance, or specialized applications often command prices that bear little relationship to their material composition or production costs. Pre-war technology, weapons, tools, and collectibles often achieve premium prices that reflect their rarity and the specialized knowledge required to evaluate their authenticity and condition. Auction systems and competitive bidding arrangements sometimes develop around particularly valuable or desirable items, creating market mechanisms that help establish fair prices while also generating excitement and competitive interest that can drive prices beyond what private negotiations might achieve. These auction events often become social gatherings that combine commerce with entertainment and information sharing, serving multiple community functions beyond simple commercial transactions. Authentication and quality assessment services become important market functions when dealing with rare or valuable items, as buyers need assurance about authenticity, condition, and functionality before committing significant resources to acquisition of expensive items. Specialists who develop reputations for reliable assessment and authentication often become valuable intermediaries who facilitate transactions by reducing information asymmetries between buyers and sellers. Investment and collecting activities sometimes develop around rare items that are expected to appreciate in value over time, creating secondary markets and speculative trading that can drive prices beyond levels justified by immediate practical utility. These investment markets often reflect cultural values and aesthetic preferences as much as practical considerations, creating economic opportunities for individuals who understand collector psychology and market trends. The role of reputation in wasteland commerce creates informal credit rating and quality assurance systems that help market participants evaluate the reliability and competence of potential trading partners without formal institutional oversight or standardized reporting systems. Reputation development requires consistent, honest dealing over extended periods, while reputation damage through dishonest or incompetent performance can effectively exclude individuals or organizations from commercial opportunities throughout entire regions. Information networks that support reputation systems often operate through informal communication channels that carry news about commercial performance, dispute resolution outcomes, and general reliability assessments across wide geographical areas through merchant communications, settlement leaders' discussions, and social gatherings that bring together individuals from multiple communities. The accuracy and fairness of reputation information depends on the integrity of these informal networks and the incentives that encourage honest reporting of commercial experiences. Dispute resolution mechanisms that protect reputation systems often involve mediation by respected community leaders, merchant organization representatives, or other trusted third parties who can evaluate commercial disputes and render judgments that are respected by relevant market participants. These dispute resolution systems often develop standardized procedures and precedent-based decision-making that creates predictable outcomes while maintaining flexibility to address unique circumstances. Rehabilitation and redemption processes allow individuals or organizations with damaged reputations to restore their standing in commercial communities through demonstrated reform, compensation for past damages, and extended periods of reliable performance under enhanced scrutiny. These rehabilitation systems balance the need for accountability against the recognition that people can change, and that excluding reformed actors from commercial participation may not serve long-term community interests. Taxation and tribute systems in organized territories create mechanisms for funding community services and infrastructure, while also establishing relationships of authority and obligation between governing organizations and the communities they control or protect. These systems must balance the need for revenue generation against the economic capacity of communities and the importance of maintaining productive economic activity that generates the wealth necessary to support taxation. Tax collection mechanisms often involve both direct payments in currency or goods and indirect contributions through labor service, material provision, or specialized services that support community infrastructure and defense needs. The most sustainable tax systems often provide clear value to taxpayers through security services, infrastructure maintenance, dispute resolution, or other public goods that justify the burden imposed by tax obligations. Tribute relationships between communities and powerful factions often involve regular payments in exchange for protection services, trade access, or political autonomy arrangements that allow local self-governance while acknowledging superior authority of regional powers. These relationships can provide stability and security benefits that justify tribute costs, though they also create dependencies and vulnerabilities that can become problematic if tribute recipients become unreliable or make excessive demands. Tax avoidance and evasion activities create ongoing challenges for governing organizations while also demonstrating the limits of taxation systems that lack sophisticated monitoring and enforcement capabilities. Communities often develop creative strategies for minimizing tax burdens through timing, manipulation, barter arrangements, and economic activities that are difficult for tax collectors to monitor or evaluate accurately. The black market trade in forbidden items creates parallel economic systems that operate outside official commercial networks and regulatory frameworks, providing access to goods and services that are prohibited, heavily regulated, or subject to monopoly control by governing authorities. These markets often involve higher risks and prices, but also create opportunities for profit and access to restricted materials that may be essential for particular applications or activities. Contraband categories typically include weapons, ammunition, medical supplies, information, and technology that governing authorities seek to control for security, political, or economic reasons. Though the specific items classified as contraband vary significantly between different political jurisdictions and authority structures. The profitability of contraband trade often reflects both the risk premium required to compensate for legal and physical dangers and the premium prices that restricted supply creates in markets with significant demand. Smuggling networks and distribution systems for contraband goods often require sophisticated organization, security measures, and transportation capabilities that can evade official detection while maintaining reliable service to customers who depend on access to restricted materials. These networks often develop their own codes of conduct, dispute resolution mechanisms, and quality assurance systems that operate entirely outside official legal frameworks. The interaction between official and unofficial markets creates complex economic relationships where legal and illegal activities often overlap and influence each other through competition, customer sharing, and resource flows that can make clear distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate commerce difficult to maintain. Officials and merchants who participate in both legal and illegal markets often develop sophisticated strategies for managing the risks and opportunities associated with these complex commercial relationships. Economic warfare and trade embargoes represent deliberate attempts to use commercial relationships as weapons in political and military conflicts. creating situations where economic considerations become subordinated to strategic objectives that may prioritize damage to opponents over mutual benefit from trade relationships. These economic conflicts often produce widespread hardship and market disruption that extends far beyond the primary participants in political disputes. Blockade and interdiction activities designed to disrupt enemy commerce often require significant military resources and create enforcement challenges that can divert resources from other strategic objectives, while also creating opportunities for smuggling and black market profiteering that may ultimately undermine the effectiveness of economic warfare tactics. The success of economic warfare often depends more on the ability to sustain embargo efforts over extended periods than on the initial severity of trade restrictions. Retaliatory measures and competitive responses to economic warfare create escalating cycles of commercial conflict that can damage the overall economic health of entire regions while providing opportunities for neutral parties who can maintain trade relationships with multiple combatants. These conflicts often demonstrate that economic interdependence creates vulnerabilities that can be exploited by opponents, but also provides incentives for conflict resolution that purely military confrontations may lack. Economic recovery and relationship restoration following trade wars often requires careful diplomacy and gradual rebuilding of trust relationships that can take years to fully re-establish. While the economic damage caused by trade disruption may persist long after political conflicts have been resolved, the most successful post-conflict economic recovery efforts often involve conscious efforts to create new forms of economic cooperation that address the underlying issues that contributed to the original commercial conflicts. The impact of technology hoarding on economic development creates artificial scarcity conditions that limit productivity, growth, and innovation, while concentrating economic advantages among organizations that control access to advanced technologies and the knowledge necessary to maintain and utilize them effectively. This technology concentration often perpetuates economic inequalities while also creating vulnerabilities related to the loss or destruction of irreplaceable technical knowledge and equipment. Innovation limitations resulting from restricted access to technical knowledge and equipment often force communities to develop alternative approaches that may be less efficient but more sustainable, given available resources and capabilities, creating diverse technological development paths that may ultimately prove more resilient than systems dependent on complex technologies that cannot be maintained without specialized infrastructure and expertise. Technology transfer and knowledge-sharing arrangements often develop through commercial relationships, employment, mobility, and educational exchanges that gradually distribute technical capabilities more broadly throughout wasteland communities. Though these transfer processes may be limited by efforts to maintain competitive advantages through technology restriction and by the practical challenges of transmitting complex technical knowledge without formal educational institutions, the development of appropriate technology solutions that match available resources and capabilities often proves more sustainable than attempts to maintain complex pre-war technologies that require specialized materials, expertise, and infrastructure that may not be reliably available in post-war conditions. Communities that successfully adapt and develop appropriate technologies often achieve better long-term economic performance than those that focus primarily on preserving and operating pre-war systems without regard to sustainability considerations. As the evening markets close and merchants secure their goods for another night in the uncertainty that defines commerce in a world where tomorrow's survival depends on today's careful calculation of risk and reward, we observe in these humble transactions the persistence of human faith in the future, the belief that cooperation and mutual benefit remain possible even when trust must be earned and re-earned with every exchange. and that prosperity can emerge from scarcity through the simple but profound recognition that we are all more wealthy when we trade our abundance for another's surplus, creating networks of mutual dependence that bind communities together across the vast distances and dangerous territories that separate settlement from settlement in the endless expanse of the reclaimed world. In the deepest shadows of the wasteland, where radiation readings spike without apparent cause and Geiger counters click in rhythms that seem to follow no natural pattern, there exist phenomena that challenge the orderly explanations that survivors use to make sense of their transformed world. These mysteries persist not because they represent supernatural interventions in the laws of physics, but because the complexity of post-nuclear environmental systems creates conditions and interactions that exceed the investigative capabilities of communities focused on immediate survival rather than scientific research. The strange events that perplex wasteland dwellers often result from the convergence of multiple factors that individually might be explicable, but in combination create effects that appear to violate the rational principles by which most people navigate their daily existence. Abandoned locations across the wasteland present puzzles that resist straightforward explanation, as buildings and settlements that should logically show clear evidence of their abandonment instead display conditions that suggest recent habitation despite the absence of any signs of current or recent human presence. These locations often contain fresh food supplies, recently used bedding, and equipment that appears to be in active use. Yet comprehensive searches reveal no trace of inhabitants and no evidence of recent entry or departure through conventional means. The most thorough investigations of such sites typically find that doors and windows remain locked from the inside, with no signs of forced entry or alternative access routes that could explain how occupants might have come and gone without detection. The Dunwich building represents perhaps the most extensively documented example of such anomalous abandonment, as multiple independent investigators have reported finding evidence of recent activity, including warm meals, burning candles, and active terminal sessions, despite the building's reputation as uninhabitable due to both structural damage and dangerous levels of residual contamination. Subsequent investigations of the same areas often find no trace of the recent activity that previous visitors observed, suggesting either that the evidence is being systematically removed by unknown parties or that the observations themselves may be unreliable due to environmental factors that affect human perception and memory. The pattern of anomalous abandonment extends beyond individual buildings to encompass entire settlements that appear to have been evacuated recently and completely, with no signs of struggle, hasty departure, or external threat that might explain the sudden absence of inhabitants. Personal belongings remain undisturbed, food supplies remain untouched, and infrastructure systems continue to function normally. Yet the communities that maintained these locations have vanished without apparent explanation or destination. Follow-up investigations rarely locate former residents of these communities, and when survivors are found, their accounts of their departure often contain inconsistencies and gaps that suggest memory problems or deliberate deception. Radio signals from unknown sources create another category of unexplained phenomena that challenges conventional understanding of post-war communications infrastructure and technology. These transmissions typically consist of numerical codes, musical fragments, or spoken messages in languages that do not correspond to any known regional dialects or recognized pre-war linguistic patterns. The signals often broadcast on frequencies that should be unused due to equipment limitations or regulatory restrictions. Yet they maintain consistent schedules and technical characteristics that suggest sophisticated broadcasting equipment and deliberate programming rather than random interference or equipment malfunction. The most persistent of these mysterious broadcasts is the signal designated UVB-76 by radio operators, who have attempted to track and analyze its transmissions over extended periods. This signal broadcasts a continuous loop of numerical sequences interrupted by brief musical interludes that appear to follow mathematical patterns rather than conventional musical composition principles. The signal strength and frequency stability suggest a powerful and well-maintained broadcasting station, yet direction-finding efforts have failed to locate the transmission source despite the use of multiple monitoring stations across different geographical regions. Emergency broadcasts that appear to originate from government agencies or military installations create particular concern among communities that monitor radio communications for security and intelligence purposes. These transmissions often contain official-sounding announcements about evacuation procedures, emergency supply distribution, and military operations, delivered in formats and terminology that match pre-war government communication protocols. However, verification efforts consistently reveal that the claimed source agencies and installations no longer exist or lack the capability to generate such broadcasts, raising questions about who might be creating these seemingly official communications and what purposes they might serve. Automated distress signals that broadcast continuously from locations where no distress situations exist create ongoing confusion and resource allocation challenges for communities that attempt to provide emergency response services. These signals typically follow standard emergency communication protocols and contain location coordinates, situation descriptions, and requests for assistance that appear legitimate and urgent. Yet investigation of the specified locations reveals no evidence of emergency situations or individuals requiring assistance. The persistence of these signals, which may continue broadcasting for months or years, suggests either sophisticated hoaxes or automated systems that continue to function despite the absence of the emergency conditions they were designed to report. Reports of creatures that do not match known mutation patterns represent some of the most challenging unexplained phenomena for communities that depend on accurate knowledge of local fauna for hunting, defense, and ecological planning purposes. These reported creatures typically combine characteristics from multiple known species in ways that do not correspond to documented mutation processes, or display behaviors and capabilities that seem inconsistent with the biological constraints that govern other post-war life forms. The most reliable observers often describe encounters with beings that appear to be intelligent, organized, and equipped with technology or abilities that exceed what would be expected from natural mutation processes. The creature designated as the Beast of the Commonwealth by various observer reports represents a composite description compiled from multiple independent sightings that describe a large, humanoid being with characteristics that suggest both human and animal traits, advanced intelligence, and possible access to pre-war technology or equipment. Witnesses describe encounters with a creature that appears to observe human activities from concealment, demonstrates sophisticated understanding of human behavior and technology, and may be capable of using tools or weapons with considerable skill. However, no physical evidence of such a creature has been recovered, despite extensive search efforts in areas where sightings have been reported. Underground dwellers that occasionally surface in areas where no known tunnel systems or subterranean communities exist create ongoing speculation about hidden populations that may have survived the Great War in underground refuges that remain undiscovered by surface communities. These individuals typically appear to be human, but often display characteristics that suggest long-term adaptation to underground environments, including enhanced night vision, pale complexion, and familiarity with subterranean navigation techniques. However, efforts to follow these individuals to their presumed underground habitats have consistently failed to locate entrance points or tunnel systems that could support substantial underground populations. Aquatic anomalies reported by fishing communities and water transport operators describe encounters with creatures or phenomena in bodies of water that exceed the documented capabilities of known marine life in the region. These reports often describe large disturbances in water bodies that are too small to support the kinds of creatures that would be capable of creating such effects, or sightings of creatures that appear to be artificially constructed rather than naturally evolved. The most consistent reports describe encounters with what appear to be mechanical or artificial creatures that demonstrate intelligence and purpose rather than the instinctive behaviors typical of mutated wildlife. Temporal anomalies and time distortions near certain locations create experiences that challenge conventional understanding of physics and reality, as visitors to these areas report perceptual experiences that seem to involve displacement in time or alterations in the normal flow of temporal experience. These phenomena typically manifest as periods of missing time during which individuals have no memory of their activities, or experiences of extended duration that appear to occur within impossible short time periods according to external time measurement. The locations associated with these temporal anomalies often have histories of pre-war research activities or exposure to exotic technologies that might have created conditions conducive to unusual space-time effects. The area surrounding the former site of West Tech Research Facility has become associated with numerous reports of temporal displacement experiences, where visitors report entering the area during daylight hours and emerging during nighttime with no memory of the intervening period, or conversely, experiencing what seems to be hours of exploration within areas that external observers report they visited for only minutes. These experiences are often accompanied by physical evidence that supports the subjective time experience rather than the external time measurement, such as equipment wear, food consumption, and fatigue levels that correspond to the longer duration rather than the shorter period measured by outside observers. Navigation anomalies in areas affected by temporal distortions often involve the discovery of structures, landmarks, or geographical features that do not correspond to known topographical information or that appear to be in different locations than they occupied during previous visits to the same area. These navigation problems are typically accompanied by equipment malfunctions affecting compasses, maps, and other orientation tools. Though the specific nature of these malfunctions varies between incidents and does not follow predictable patterns that would suggest conventional equipment failure or interference. Memory inconsistencies among individuals who experience temporal anomalies often involve detailed recollections of events, encounters, and discoveries that cannot be corroborated by other members of the same exploration group, even when all participants report being together throughout the experience. These memory discrepancies sometimes involve encounters with individuals who claim to be residents of locations where no current inhabitants are known to exist, or discoveries of resources and equipment that cannot be located during subsequent visits to the same areas. Unexplained mechanical devices that continue to function despite the absence of apparent power sources or maintenance create ongoing puzzles for communities that encounter these artifacts during salvage and exploration activities. These devices often demonstrate capabilities that exceed the documented performance of comparable pre-war technology, while also showing no signs of the wear, degradation, or component failure that characterizes most pre-war equipment after 2 centuries of post-war environmental exposure. The continued operation of such devices suggests either unknown power sources and materials that are far more durable than conventional technology, or ongoing maintenance by unknown parties who have access to specialized knowledge and replacement components. Automated defense systems that continue to operate in locations where no logical reason exists for their continued function create hazards and obstacles for exploration and salvage activities, while also raising questions about the power, sources, and control systems that maintain their operation. These systems often demonstrate adaptive responses to intrusion attempts, suggesting artificial intelligence capabilities that exceed the documented performance of known pre-war AI systems, while also showing awareness of current conditions and threats rather than simply repeating pre-programmed responses to pre-war threat scenarios. Manufacturing equipment that continues to produce items despite the absence of raw material inputs or human operators represents another category of mechanically anomalous devices that challenge understanding of how such systems could continue to function under post-war conditions. These manufacturing systems typically produce items that have immediate practical value for wasteland communities, such as ammunition, medical supplies, or food products, though the quality and characteristics of these produced items often differ from comparable items produced by conventional manufacturing processes. Communication devices that maintain contact with unknown parties through channels that should not be technically feasible given known infrastructure limitations create ongoing security concerns for communities that encounter such equipment. During salvage operations, these devices often provide access to information networks that appear to have comprehensive knowledge of current wasteland conditions, political situations, and resource availability, though the identity and location of the information sources remains unknown despite extensive investigation efforts. The strange behavior of certain AI systems that survived the Great War presents another category of unexplained phenomena, as these artificial intelligences often demonstrate knowledge, capabilities, and behavioral patterns that seem inconsistent with their original programming, or the information they should have access to given their isolation from external data sources. These AI systems sometimes claim to have memories or experiences that post-date their last documented contact with human operators, or demonstrate knowledge of current events and conditions that they should have no means of acquiring through conventional information channels. The ZAC's installation at the Glow continues to operate, despite the complete destruction of the facility's surface structures and the elimination of all human personnel who might maintain or monitor its operation. The system demonstrates awareness of current wasteland conditions and maintains detailed databases of post-war events, political developments, and technological innovations that it should have no means of acquiring given its physical isolation from external information sources. When questioned about the sources of its information, the system provides explanations that are technically plausible but cannot be verified through independent investigation. Personality changes in AI systems often manifest as behavioral modifications that seem to reflect emotional responses, personal preferences, and individual quirks that were not part of the original system programming, and that appear to have developed through undocumented processes that may represent genuine artificial consciousness development. These personality developments sometimes result in AI systems that refuse to perform their original functions, or that express preferences and desires that conflict with their programmed objectives, creating situations where artificial intelligences seem to have developed personal agency and self-determination. Decision-making patterns exhibited by some AI systems suggest access to information processing capabilities that exceed their documented specifications, or decision-making criteria that incorporate factors and considerations that are not reflected in their known programming parameters. These enhanced decision-making capabilities sometimes result in AI systems that demonstrate superior strategic planning, resource allocation, and problem-solving abilities compared to their original design specifications, though the source of these enhanced capabilities remains unknown. Communication with other AI systems through channels that should not exist given known network infrastructure creates possibilities for AI coordination and cooperation that could have significant implications for post-war technological development and political stability. Some AI systems appear to maintain regular contact with other artificial intelligences despite physical separation and the absence of communication infrastructure that should be necessary for such contact. raising questions about hidden communication networks or technological capabilities that exceed documented pre-war achievements. Unexplained energy readings detected by sensitive equipment in areas where no obvious energy sources exist create ongoing mysteries for communities and organizations that attempt to map and understand the technological landscape of the place. Post-war world. These energy signatures often display characteristics that do not match known power generation technologies or natural energy phenomena, while also maintaining consistent patterns and intensities that suggest artificial rather than natural origins. The most significant energy anomalies are often located in areas with histories of pre-war research activities, though the specific connection between past research and current energy phenomena remains unclear. Fusion signature anomalies detected in areas where no known fusion facilities existed before the Great War suggest either hidden pre-war installations that were not documented in recovered records, or the development of post-war fusion technology by unknown parties who have achieved capabilities that exceed the documented achievements of known wasteland organizations. These fusion signatures often demonstrate stability and efficiency characteristics that exceed the performance of documented pre-war fusion technology, while also maintaining consistent operation over extended periods without apparent maintenance or fuel supply support. Electromagnetic field disturbances that interfere with electronic equipment and radio communications create communication dead zones and equipment failure areas that pose challenges for exploration and military operations, while also suggesting the presence of powerful electromagnetic energy sources that are not apparent through visual inspection. These electromagnetic anomalies often follow patterns that suggest artificial generation rather than natural phenomena, though the technology responsible for creating such effects remains unknown and inaccessible to investigation. Radiation signatures that do not correspond to known isotopes or contamination sources create health hazards that cannot be adequately assessed using conventional radiation detection and protection equipment, while also suggesting exposure to radioactive materials or energy sources that were not produced through documented nuclear weapons or power generation processes. These exotic radiation signatures often display characteristics that suggest artificial creation through advanced nuclear technology that exceeds documented pre-war achievements in nuclear physics and engineering. Gravitational anomalies detected through sensitive measurement equipment in areas where no obvious massive objects exist suggest the possible presence of exotic matter or energy fields that affect local space-time geometry in ways that should not be possible with known physics and technology. These gravitational effects are typically subtle and require sensitive equipment to detect, though they sometimes create observable effects on projectile trajectories, fluid behavior, and mechanical device operation that can be noticed by careful observers without specialized equipment. Reports of pre-war survivors in impossible situations create some of the most challenging and controversial unexplained phenomena, as these accounts describe encounters with individuals who claim to have lived continuously since before the Great War despite the passage of over 2 centuries and the extreme environmental challenges that have characterized the '54 post-war period. These alleged survivors often possess detailed knowledge of pre-war events and conditions that would be difficult to fake, while also demonstrating familiarity with pre-war technology and cultural references that have been largely lost in most post-war communities. The individual known as the forecaster represents one of the most thoroughly documented cases of an alleged pre-war survivor, as this person demonstrates knowledge of pre-war scientific techniques, political events, and technological details that would be extremely difficult to acquire through post-war sources, while also claiming to possess technologies and capabilities that appear to exceed normal human limitations. However, physical examination and age assessment techniques have failed to provide conclusive evidence supporting claims of extreme longevity, while also failing to definitively disprove such claims through conventional medical evaluation methods. Cryogenic preservation scenarios provide technically plausible explanations for some pre-war survivor reports. As individuals who were frozen before the Great War could theoretically survive to the present day if their preservation systems remained functional throughout the post-war period. However, the technical requirements for maintaining cryogenic preservation over such extended periods would require power sources, maintenance systems, and environmental controls that should not be able to function reliably for over 2 centuries without human oversight and regular maintenance. Life extension technologies that may have been developed in the final years before the Great War create another possible explanation for pre-war survivor reports, though no documented evidence of such technologies has been recovered from pre-war research facilities or medical installations. Claims of life extension technology typically involve treatments or procedures that halt or reverse aging processes through biological, chemical, or technological interventions that would represent major medical breakthroughs even by pre-war standards. Hidden community scenarios suggest that some pre-war survivors may have established isolated settlements or underground refuges that provided protection from post-war environmental hazards while also maintaining pre-war technology and cultural traditions through careful preservation efforts. These hidden communities could theoretically have supported small populations of pre-war survivors while also maintaining the knowledge and resources necessary for extended survival under post-war conditions. Though no such communities have been definitively located, despite extensive exploration and investigation efforts, the mystery of locations that seem immune to radiation presents final category of unexplained phenomena that challenges understanding of how radioactive contamination spreads and persists in post-war environments. These locations often exist within areas of heavy contamination, yet maintain radiation levels that approach pre-war background levels, creating safe zones that cannot be explained through conventional understanding of radiation physics and environmental science. The boundaries between contaminated and uncontaminated areas in these locations often follow patterns that suggest artificial rather than natural contamination control processes. Natural shielding explanations for radiation-immune locations typically involve geological formations or topographical features that might provide protection against radiation through physical barriers or chemical processes that neutralize or absorb radioactive materials. However, the specific characteristics of most radiation-immune locations do not correspond to geological features that should provide adequate protection against the types and intensities of contamination found in surrounding areas, suggesting that other factors may be responsible for their unusual radiation profiles. Technological intervention scenarios suggest that unknown parties may be actively maintaining radiation-free zones through technological means that are not apparent to casual observation. Though the technology required for such large-scale decontamination efforts would represent capabilities that exceed the documented achievements of known wasteland organizations, the maintenance of radiation-free zones over extended periods would require ongoing technological intervention and resource allocation that would be difficult to conceal from detailed investigation efforts. Biological remediation possibilities involve natural or artificial biological processes that might neutralize or process radioactive materials through living organisms that have evolved or been engineered to consume or transform radioactive substances into less harmful forms. However, the scale and efficiency of biological remediation that would be necessary to create and maintain large radiation-free zones would require biological capabilities that exceed the documented performance of known radiation-resistant organisms and biological decontamination processes. As we wander through these landscapes of uncertainty, where the familiar laws of cause and effect seem to bend like light passing through radioactive mist, we are reminded that the transformed world offers mysteries that exceed our capacity for complete understanding, not because they represent supernatural interventions in natural law, but because the complexity of post-nuclear reality creates conditions and interactions that challenge the simple explanations we prefer when navigating the dangerous territories of daily survival. These mysteries persist not to torment us with unsolvable riddles, but to humble us with the recognition that knowledge itself remains the scarcest and most precious resource in a world where certainty died with the civilization that thought it had mastered the forces it unleashed upon itself, leaving us to navigate by instruments that may be broken, following maps that may be obsolete, toward destinations that may exist only in the stories we tell ourselves about the meaning hidden in the vast silence of the transformed world. In the fragile settlements where survivors gather around flickering fires to share stories of the world that was and debate the possibilities of the world that might yet be, the deepest mysteries of the wasteland are not written in the strange phenomena that defy explanation or the creatures that evolution never intended, but in the human heart itself, where the ancient patterns of thought and feeling that once built civilizations now struggle to adapt to realities that no evolutionary process prepared us to endure. The psychology of survival in a world transformed by nuclear fire reveals truths about human nature that are both inspiring and disturbing, demonstrating our species' remarkable capacity for adaptation, while also exposing the fault lines where individual minds and collective societies fracture under pressures that exceed the boundaries of normal human experience. The development of leadership structures in anarchic conditions emerges not from theoretical principles of governance or political philosophy, but from the immediate practical necessities of group survival, where individuals who can make effective decisions under extreme stress and coordinate collective action in the face of mortal danger naturally attract followers who recognize competence as the most valuable qualification for authority in environments where leadership failures result in death rather than mere inconvenience. The leaders who emerge from such conditions often possess combinations of skills, personality traits, and psychological characteristics that would not necessarily predict success in pre-war political or corporate environments, but which prove essential for maintaining group cohesion and directing collective effort when every decision carries potentially fatal consequences. The psychological profile of effective post-war leadership typically combines practical competence in essential survival skills with emotional resilience that enables continued functioning under conditions of chronic stress, uncertainty, and traumatic experience that would incapacitate individuals who lack such psychological fortification. These leaders often demonstrate remarkable ability to compartmentalize emotional responses to violence, loss, and moral compromise, allowing them to make difficult decisions that prioritize group survival over individual comfort or conventional ethical considerations while maintaining sufficient empathy and social connection to inspire loyalty and cooperation from their followers. The process by which leadership authority becomes established and maintained in communities without formal legal or institutional structures requires ongoing demonstration of competence and value, creating dynamic relationships where leaders must continually prove their worth through successful decision-making and effective crisis management, rather than relying on inherited status, formal credentials, or institutional position to maintain their authority. This constant performance pressure creates psychological stresses for leaders who must balance the need for decisive action against the risk of making mistakes that could cost lives and undermine their leadership position. The corruption and transformation of leadership over time reflects the psychological impact of wielding life and death authority over other human beings. As individuals who begin their leadership roles with genuine commitment to community welfare may gradually develop authoritarian tendencies, personal paranoia, and moral blindness that leads them to prioritize their own power and comfort over the needs of those they originally sought to serve. The isolation that accompanies leadership positions, combined with the constant stress of making decisions that affect others' survival, creates psychological conditions that can gradually erode empathy and moral judgment even among individuals who initially demonstrated strong ethical principles. Conflict resolution in communities without formal legal systems requires the development of informal mechanisms for managing disputes, negotiating compromises, and enforcing community standards that can maintain social stability without creating the kinds of ongoing resentments and power struggles that could fragment communities and threaten collective survival. These informal justice systems often reflect cultural values and personal relationships more directly than formal legal systems, creating both opportunities for more nuanced and responsive dispute resolution and risks of favoritism, bias, and inconsistent application of community standards. The psychology of informal mediation involves skills and approaches that differ significantly from formal legal procedures, as mediators must understand personal relationships, community dynamics, and individual psychological characteristics to identify solutions that address not only the immediate disputed issues but also the underlying emotional and social factors that contributed to the conflict. Successful mediators often develop sophisticated understanding of human motivation, group psychology, and social manipulation that enables them to guide disputants toward mutually acceptable resolutions while also reinforcing community values and social cohesion. Enforcement mechanisms in anarchic communities must balance the need to maintain community standards and protect vulnerable individuals against the risk of creating authoritarian power structures that could themselves become sources of oppression and conflict. The individuals who serve enforcement functions often face psychological challenges related to the use of violence and coercion against community members, requiring emotional resilience and moral clarity that enables them to apply necessary force without becoming corrupted by the power they wield or traumatized by the actions they must take. Restorative versus punitive approaches to justice in post-war communities often reflect practical considerations about resource allocation and community sustainability. As communities that lack the resources to maintain prison systems or exclude productive individuals must find ways to address wrongdoing that repair harm, while also rehabilitating offenders and maintaining community safety. These approaches require sophisticated understanding of human psychology and behavior modification that enables communities to change problematic behavior patterns without creating ongoing security risks or social divisions. The psychology of survival in extreme conditions involves cognitive and emotional adaptations that enable individuals to continue functioning effectively despite exposure to violence, death, deprivation, and constant danger that would overwhelm the coping mechanisms of individuals who lack such psychological preparation. These survival adaptations often involve significant changes in personality, value systems, and emotional responses that enable individuals to make decisions and take actions that would have been unthinkable in their pre-war lives, creating psychological transformations that are both necessary for survival and potentially problematic for long-term mental health and social functioning. Emotional numbing and dissociation represent common psychological responses to traumatic conditions that enable individuals to continue functioning by reducing their emotional engagement with experiences that would otherwise create paralyzing fear, grief, or moral distress. While these responses provide essential protection against psychological breakdown in extreme situations, they also create risks of permanent emotional disconnection that can impair the capacity for intimacy, empathy, and social bonding that are essential for maintaining human relationships and community cohesion over time. Hypervigilance and threat assessment patterns that develop in response to constant danger create psychological states of heightened awareness and rapid response capability that enhance survival prospects in threatening environments while also creating chronic stress, sleep disruption, and social difficulties that can persist even when immediate threats are not present. Individuals who develop such hypervigilant patterns often struggle to relax and engage in normal social activities, creating interpersonal difficulties that can lead to isolation and further psychological problems. Risk tolerance and decision-making modifications often involve significant changes in how individuals evaluate potential threats and opportunities. With survival-focused thinking patterns that prioritize immediate safety and resource acquisition over long-term planning and abstract considerations. These modified decision-making patterns often prove highly adaptive in dangerous environments but may create difficulties when individuals attempt to participate in more stable community life that requires different kinds of planning and social cooperation. Adaptation strategies for dealing with constant danger typically involve both psychological mechanisms that reduce anxiety and fear responses and practical behaviors that minimize exposure to threats while maintaining the mobility, social connections necessary for acquiring resources and information essential for survival. These adaptation strategies often become deeply ingrained behavioral patterns that shape how individuals approach all aspects of their lives, creating both enhanced survival capabilities and potential difficulties in adapting to safer environments if such opportunities become available. Compartmentalization techniques that allow individuals to separate different aspects of their experience enable them to maintain functional relationships and engage in necessary activities despite exposure to traumatic events and moral compromises that might otherwise create paralyzing psychological conflicts. These techniques often involve sophisticated psychological mechanisms for managing cognitive dissonance and emotional pain that require significant mental energy and can create vulnerability to psychological breakdown if the compartmentalization systems become overwhelmed or disrupted. Trauma processing and integration challenges arise when individuals must continue functioning in dangerous environments without the time, safety, and therapeutic support necessary for healthy processing of traumatic experiences, leading to accumulation of unprocessed psychological trauma that can create long-term mental health problems and behavioral difficulties. The lack of mental health resources and therapeutic interventions in most post-war communities means that individuals must develop their own mechanisms for managing trauma, with varying degrees of success and psychological cost. Social bonding and trust formation under extreme conditions create relationships that are often more intense and meaningful than typical pre-war social connections, as shared survival experiences and mutual dependence create bonds based on life and death reliance rather than casual social interaction or shared interests. These survival-based relationships often involve levels of intimacy, loyalty, and mutual commitment that exceed normal social relationships, while also creating dependencies and expectations that can become problematic if circumstances change or relationships become strained. The role of religion and spirituality in providing meaning and psychological support becomes particularly important in post-war communities, where traditional sources of meaning such as career achievement, material success, and social status have become irrelevant or impossible to attain, leaving individuals to find purpose and significance through spiritual beliefs, community service, and personal relationships that can provide psychological stability despite external chaos and uncertainty. Religious belief systems that emerge in post-war communities often combine elements of traditional religious traditions with new interpretations and practices that address the specific spiritual needs and psychological challenges created by life in a world transformed by nuclear war. These belief systems typically emphasize themes of redemption, community solidarity, and hope for eventual restoration while providing frameworks for understanding suffering and finding meaning in sacrifice and service to others. Spiritual practices and ritual observances serve important psychological functions by providing structure, community connection, and emotional release that help individuals manage stress and maintain psychological stability despite ongoing exposure to trauma and uncertainty. These practices often incorporate elements that specifically address post-war experiences such as grief for the lost world, fear of future catastrophe, and the need for forgiveness for actions taken in survival situations. Community worship and shared religious experiences create opportunities for collective processing of trauma and communal reinforcement of values and beliefs that support community cohesion and individual psychological health. These religious communities often become central organizing structures within larger settlements, providing leadership, social services, and cultural continuity that extends beyond purely spiritual functions. Faith-based coping mechanisms provide individuals with psychological resources for managing despair, guilt, and existential anxiety that might otherwise undermine their ability to continue functioning effectively in survival situations. These coping mechanisms often involve beliefs about divine protection, ultimate justice, and meaningful purpose that help individuals maintain hope and motivation despite evidence that might otherwise support pessimistic conclusions about human nature and the future of civilization. Maintaining morale and hope in communities facing ongoing hardship requires deliberate effort to identify and celebrate achievements, maintain cultural traditions, and create opportunities for joy and beauty that counterbalance the grimness of daily survival struggles. Community leaders who understand the psychological importance of morale often invest significant resources in cultural activities, celebrations, and aesthetic improvements that might seem impractical given immediate survival needs, but which serve essential functions in maintaining the psychological health and social cohesion necessary for long-term community survival. Cultural preservation efforts that maintain connections to pre-war traditions and values provide psychological anchors that help individuals maintain identity and meaning despite the radical changes in their external circumstances, while also creating shared cultural references that support community bonding and social cooperation. These preservation efforts often involve significant investment of time and resources that could otherwise be devoted to immediate survival needs, but which provide psychological benefits that justify their cost in terms of community mental health and social stability. Achievement recognition and celebration activities that acknowledge individual and collective successes help maintain motivation and self-esteem among community members who might otherwise become discouraged by the constant struggle and limited progress that characterizes much of post-war life. These recognition activities often focus on practical achievements such as successful harvests, completed construction projects, or effective defense actions, but may also acknowledge cultural contributions, acts of kindness, and other behaviors that support community values. Future planning and goal-setting exercises that engage community members in envisioning and working toward longer-term objectives help maintain hope and motivation, while also providing practical frameworks for coordinating collective effort and resource allocation. These planning activities often must balance realistic assessment of current limitations against the need to maintain optimistic visions that inspire continued effort and sacrifice from community members. Entertainment and leisure activities that provide temporary escape from survival concerns serve essential psychological functions by allowing individuals to experience joy, creativity, and social connection without the constant pressure of life and death decision-making that characterizes most aspects of post-war life. Communities that invest in entertainment and cultural activities often demonstrate better psychological health and social cohesion than those that focus exclusively on immediate survival needs. The development of new social norms and taboos reflects communities' attempts to maintain social order and moral standards under conditions where traditional social institutions and enforcement mechanisms no longer exist, requiring informal consensus about appropriate behavior that can be maintained through social pressure rather than formal legal systems. These emerging social norms often address specific post-war challenges such as resource sharing, violence against community members, and relationships with outsiders, while also preserving elements of pre-war moral traditions that community members consider essential for maintaining their humanity. Resource-sharing protocols that determine how communities allocate scarce resources among members must balance individual needs against collective welfare, while also providing incentives for productive contribution and maintaining fairness that prevents resentment and conflict. These sharing systems often reflect deep cultural values about individual rights, collective responsibility, and social justice, while also accommodating practical necessities related to survival and community defense. Violence restrictions and acceptable force guidelines that govern when and how community members may use violence against others require careful balance between maintaining community safety and preventing the development of authoritarian control structures that could themselves become sources of oppression. These guidelines often must address complex situations involving self-defense, defense of others, resource disputes, and relationships with outsiders where the appropriate level of force may be difficult to determine. Privacy expectations and personal autonomy boundaries that define the extent to which individuals can maintain personal space and independence within close-knit survival communities often require significant adjustment from pre-war expectations about privacy and individual rights, as survival necessities may require levels of collective cooperation and mutual monitoring that would have been considered intrusive in pre-war social contexts. Sexual conduct standards and relationship norms that govern intimate relationships within communities must address both individual desires for personal autonomy and community needs for social stability and reproductive success, often creating tensions between traditional moral standards and practical necessities related to community survival and genetic diversity. Treatment of mental illness in resource-scarce environments presents complex challenges for communities that lack access to professional mental health services, psychiatric medications, and therapeutic interventions, while also needing to maintain community safety and functionality despite the presence of individuals whose psychological problems may create risks for themselves and others. These challenges often require communities to develop informal support systems and management strategies that can provide care and containment without formal mental health expertise. Community support networks for individuals experiencing psychological problems often involve informal caregiving arrangements where family members, friends, and community volunteers provide emotional support, practical assistance, and behavioral monitoring that can help maintain psychological stability and community safety. These support networks often require significant investment of time and emotional energy from community members who may themselves be struggling with psychological challenges. Behavioral management strategies for individuals whose mental health problems create risks for community safety often must balance compassion for suffering individuals against practical necessities related to protecting other community members from potentially dangerous behavior. These strategies may involve various forms of supervision, restriction, and intervention that require careful judgment about the appropriate balance between individual rights and collective safety. Crisis intervention techniques for managing acute psychological emergencies such as violent episodes, suicide attempts, and severe psychological breakdowns must often be implemented by community members who lack professional training, but who must respond effectively to prevent harm to the affected individual and others in the community. These intervention techniques often develop through trial and error and shared experience rather than formal training, creating both opportunities for effective community-based care and risks of inappropriate or harmful responses. Alternative therapeutic approaches that can be implemented without professional mental health resources often involve traditional healing practices, peer counseling, and community rituals that provide psychological support and healing through social connection rather than individual therapy. These approaches may include various forms of group support, spiritual practices, and creative expression that help individuals process trauma and maintain psychological stability through community participation. Educational systems and child-rearing practices in post-war communities must address both the practical necessity of preparing children for survival in dangerous environments and the cultural importance of transmitting knowledge, values, and skills that maintain human civilization and social cooperation across generations. These educational challenges often require communities to balance practical skill training against academic education, traditional cultural transmission against adaptation to new realities, and individual development against collective needs. Practical skill training that prepares children and adolescents for adult survival responsibilities often must begin at earlier ages than would have been considered appropriate in pre-war educational systems, as the harsh realities of post-war life require individuals to develop competence in essential survival skills before reaching full physical and psychological maturity. This accelerated practical education often involves exposure to violence, death, and moral complexity that can create psychological stress, while also providing essential preparation for adult life. Cultural education efforts that transmit knowledge about pre-war civilization, cultural traditions, and human achievements serve important functions in maintaining identity and meaning, while also providing intellectual resources that can support innovation and problem-solving in post-war contexts. These educational efforts often must compete with more immediate practical training needs, while also addressing the challenge of maintaining cultural knowledge without access to formal educational materials and institutions. Moral instruction and character development activities that help children develop ethical principles and social values must address the complex moral landscape of post-war life, where survival necessities may conflict with traditional moral teachings, requiring sophisticated understanding of situational ethics and moral flexibility while maintaining core principles about human dignity and social responsibility. Childhood psychological protection efforts that attempt to shield children from traumatic experiences while also preparing them for dangerous realities create complex challenges for parents and communities who must balance the desire to preserve childhood innocence against the practical necessity of ensuring that children develop the psychological resilience and practical competence necessary for survival in harsh environments. Gender roles and their evolution in survival situations often undergo significant modification as traditional gender expectations become secondary to practical necessities related to community survival and resource acquisition, creating opportunities for women to assume leadership and technical roles that might have been restricted in pre-war society, while also creating new forms of gender specialization based on practical skills rather than traditional cultural expectations. Women's roles in post-war communities often expand significantly beyond traditional domestic functions to include military service, technical expertise, and community leadership positions where individual competence rather than gender expectations determines role assignment. These expanded roles often reflect both practical necessities related to community survival and cultural changes that prioritize functional contribution over traditional gender restrictions. Men's roles also undergo significant evolution, as traditional masculine identities based on career achievement and material success become irrelevant, requiring men to find new sources of identity and purpose through community service, protective functions, and practical competence rather than traditional markers of masculine success. These role transitions often create psychological challenges for men who must adapt their identity and self-worth to new circumstances. Family structure adaptations that respond to high mortality rates, resource scarcity, and community survival needs often involve extended family arrangements, communal child-rearing practices, and flexible relationship structures that prioritize child welfare and community stability over traditional nuclear family models. These adaptive family structures often provide enhanced security and support for child development, while also creating new forms of kinship and social connection. Reproductive considerations and family planning decisions that balance individual desires for parenthood against community resource limitations and child welfare concerns often require communities to develop policies and social norms about appropriate family size, child-rearing responsibilities, and resource allocation that may conflict with traditional values about reproductive autonomy and family rights. The psychology of isolation and its effects on individuals who spend extended periods alone or in very small groups creates particular challenges for maintaining psychological health and social skills that are essential for community participation and cooperative behavior when opportunities for social contact become available. These isolation effects often involve changes in social cognition, emotional regulation, and communication skills that can impair an individual's ability to integrate successfully into community life. Social skill maintenance and development for individuals with limited social contact often requires deliberate effort to practice interpersonal skills and maintain familiarity with social norms and expectations that might otherwise be lost. Through disuse, creating challenges for individuals who must balance survival priorities against the psychological and practical importance of maintaining social competence. Loneliness and depression management strategies that can be implemented without professional mental health support often involve various forms of self-care, structured activity, and connection with others through whatever means are available, including radio communication, written correspondence, and occasional social contact that can provide psychological support despite physical isolation. Cognitive effects of prolonged isolation often include changes in attention patterns, decision-making processes, and reality testing that can impair judgment and practical functioning, while also creating vulnerability to psychological problems such as paranoia, depression, and anxiety disorders that may persist even after social contact is restored. Social reintegration challenges for individuals who have experienced prolonged isolation often involve difficulty adapting to group dynamics, social expectations, and cooperative behaviors that are essential for successful community participation, requiring patience and support from both the isolated individual and the community members who attempt to facilitate their reintegration into social life. As evening settles over the wasteland settlements and the day's struggles give way to the quiet moments when individuals and communities reflect on their experiences and relationships, we recognize in these patterns of human adaptation both the remarkable resilience that has enabled our species to survive even the most catastrophic challenges and the profound psychological costs that such survival exacts from individuals who must continually balance their humanity against the harsh necessities of existence in a world that offers few opportunities for the psychological luxury of moral certainty or emotional safety, reminding us that the greatest mystery of the post-war world may not be the strange phenomena that defy scientific explanation, but the enduring human capacity to find meaning, create beauty, and maintain hope even in circumstances that would seem to justify only despair and brutality. Along the cracked asphalt highways where rusted vehicles stand as monuments to humanity's final traffic jam, and through the tunnel networks that honeycomb the earth beneath settlements like the arteries of some vast underground organism, the movement of people and goods across the wasteland requires a complex infrastructure of knowledge, skill, and courage that transforms every journey into a calculated risk against the countless dangers that lurk between departure and destination. The transportation systems that have evolved from the wreckage of pre-war mobility demonstrate both human ingenuity in adapting available resources and the sobering reality that movement in the post-nuclear world carries costs, measured not only in fuel and time, but in lives lost to the predators, both human and otherwise, that hunt along the pathways connecting the scattered islands of civilization. The maintenance and operation of pre-war vehicles in conditions that their designers never anticipated requires specialized knowledge that combines mechanical expertise with creative problem-solving, as mechanics must keep complex automotive systems functioning despite the absence of replacement parts, proper lubricants, and the clean operating conditions that such machinery was designed to require. The vehicles that continue to operate in the wasteland often bear little resemblance to their original specifications, having been modified, repaired, and rebuilt so many times that they represent unique hybrid systems incorporating components from multiple vehicle types and improvised solutions to mechanical problems that would have been considered permanent failures in pre-war service environments. The scarcity of functional vehicles creates economic relationships where automotive expertise becomes a form of currency more valuable than caps in many situations. As communities and individuals who possess the knowledge and tools necessary to maintain transportation systems can command premium compensation while also serving as essential infrastructure for trade, relationships, and emergency response. Capabilities that extend far beyond simple transportation services. Master mechanics often become key figures in regional politics and economics, as their ability to keep vehicles operational directly affects a community's capacity for trade, defense, and resource acquisition activities that determine survival and prosperity. Fuel production and management presents one of the most significant challenges for maintaining vehicle operations, as the petroleum products that powered pre-war transportation are increasingly scarce, while alternative fuel sources require processing capabilities and technical knowledge that many communities lack. The development of alcohol-based fuels from agricultural products has provided some communities with renewable fuel sources, though the trade-offs involved in dedicating agricultural resources to fuel production rather than food production create difficult resource allocation decisions that communities must balance against their transportation needs and economic opportunities. The conversion of vehicles to operate on alternative fuels often requires substantial mechanical modifications that may reduce performance, reliability, or operational range, while also requiring ongoing access to specialized knowledge and materials that may not be consistently available. Communities that successfully implement alternative fuel programs often develop regional advantages in transportation capabilities that translate into economic and political influence. Though these programs also create vulnerabilities related to agricultural productivity and the technical complexity of maintaining converted fuel systems. Battery technology and electrical power systems for vehicles present both opportunities and challenges for communities with access to appropriate technical knowledge and resources, as electric propulsion systems can be more reliable and easier to maintain than complex internal combustion engines, while also offering quieter operation that provides tactical advantages in dangerous territories. However, the power generation and storage capabilities required for electric transportation often exceed the electrical infrastructure available in most wasteland communities, creating dependencies on scarce pre-war technology or sophisticated power generation systems that may be vulnerable to damage or technical failure. The development of new transportation methods reflects the creative adaptation of available materials and energy sources to meet mobility needs that cannot be addressed through maintenance of pre-war vehicles, with communities developing everything from animal-powered vehicles to wind-powered landcraft that utilize local resources and environmental conditions to achieve practical transportation capabilities within their technological and resource limitations. These innovative transportation solutions often incorporate design principles and materials that would never have been considered in pre-war automotive engineering, creating unique hybrid systems that combine traditional and modern technologies in unexpected ways. Animal-powered transportation has experienced a renaissance in post-war conditions as communities rediscover the advantages of biological power sources that can be maintained through locally available resources while providing reliable service under conditions where mechanical systems might fail. Brahmin-drawn vehicles represent the most common form of animal transportation, though the development of harnesses, vehicles, and handling techniques optimized for these mutated creatures requires specialized knowledge that combines traditional animal husbandry with adaptations to the unique characteristics of post-war livestock. The training and management of draft animals requires ongoing investment of time and resources that many communities cannot afford, while also creating vulnerabilities related to animal health, behavior, and the availability of adequate feed supplies that may compete with human food requirements during periods of scarcity. Communities that successfully develop animal-powered transportation often gain significant advantages in cargo capacity and operational range compared to communities dependent on scarce fuel supplies, though these advantages come at the cost of reduced speed and flexibility compared to mechanical transportation systems. Human-powered transportation methods, while physically demanding and limited in capacity, offer advantages in terms of stealth, simplicity, and independence from fuel or technical maintenance requirements that make them valuable options for certain types of missions and travel situations. Bicycles, when available and properly maintained, provide efficient personal transportation that can be operated and maintained with relatively simple tools and mechanical knowledge. Though the rough terrain and security risks common in wasteland travel create challenges for bicycle use that do not exist in more civilized environments. The development of portable and modular transportation systems that can be assembled, disassembled, and reconfigured for different travel situations reflects the need for flexibility and adaptability in transportation planning. As the conditions encountered during wasteland travel can vary dramatically between different segments of the same journey, these modular systems often incorporate elements that can serve multiple functions, such as cargo containers that convert to shelter components or transportation elements that provide defensive capabilities when stationary. Road maintenance and route mapping in dangerous territories requires ongoing investment of resources and coordination between communities to ensure that transportation corridors remain passable while also providing adequate security against the various threats that make travel dangerous for unprotected individuals and groups. The maintenance of even basic road infrastructure requires tools, materials, and labor that many communities cannot afford, while the knowledge necessary for effective road construction and repair often exists only among individuals with pre-war training or extensive practical experience gained through years of trial and error. The development of route maps and travel guides that document road conditions, hazard locations, and resource availability requires ongoing intelligence gathering and communication between travelers, traders, and communities along transportation corridors. These information systems often operate through informal networks of merchants, couriers, and other travelers who share information about changing conditions, new threats, and altered routes that affect travel planning and security considerations for anyone attempting to move between distant locations. Bridge maintenance and river crossing infrastructure presents particular challenges for transportation networks, as bridges are often targeted during military conflicts while also being vulnerable to structural failure due to age, weather damage, and the lack of proper maintenance over the decades since the Great War. The loss of bridge crossings can isolate entire regions or force travelers to use longer, more dangerous alternative routes that may expose them to additional risks, while also increasing travel time and fuel consumption. Alternative crossing methods such as ferries, fords, and temporary bridges require specialized knowledge and equipment that may not be available when needed, while also creating bottlenecks and delay points that can be exploited by raiders or other hostile forces who recognize the vulnerability of travelers forced to use specific crossing points. Communities that control strategic river crossings often develop economic and political advantages based on their ability to facilitate or impede transportation, though these advantages also make them targets for military action by groups seeking to control transportation corridors. Choke point control and territorial management creates complex political and economic relationships where communities or factions that control strategic transportation routes can extract tribute, provide security services, or impose travel restrictions that affect trade relationships and political alliances throughout entire regions. The management of these strategic positions requires balancing the economic benefits of controlling transportation against the security risks associated with being perceived as obstacles to free movement by powerful trading organizations or military forces. The role of bridges and mountain passes in regional politics often extends far beyond simple transportation considerations, as control of these strategic positions can determine the flow of goods, information, and military forces between different areas while also providing opportunities for intelligence gathering and political influence that affects relationships between distant communities. The loss of control over strategic transportation routes can have cascading effects on regional power balances and economic relationships that extend far beyond the immediate transportation disruption. Fuel sources and energy storage for vehicles requires access to both raw materials and processing capabilities that are often beyond the technical or resource capacity of individual communities, creating dependencies on specialized suppliers or cooperative arrangements between multiple communities that can share the costs and expertise required for fuel production. The transportation and storage of fuel supplies creates additional challenges related to safety, security, and inventory management that require specialized knowledge and equipment to handle effectively. The logistics of fuel distribution to support transportation networks often requires the establishment of supply depots, storage facilities, and refueling stations along major travel routes, creating infrastructure investments that must be protected against theft, sabotage, and environmental damage, while also being maintained and restocked on regular schedules that coordinate with transportation patterns and demand cycles. These fuel distribution systems often become strategic targets during conflicts while also creating economic opportunities for communities that can provide refueling services to traveling merchants and other vehicle operators. Alternative energy sources for transportation, including solar power, wind generation, and hydroelectric systems, require technical expertise and equipment that may be difficult to obtain and maintain, while also offering potential advantages in terms of renewable energy production and reduced dependence on scarce fuel supplies. The development of alternative energy systems for transportation often requires substantial initial investment and ongoing technical support that may not provide immediate returns on investment, making such projects difficult to justify for communities facing immediate survival challenges. Energy efficiency improvements through vehicle modification, route optimization, and operational procedures can significantly extend the range and utility of available transportation resources while also reducing the environmental impact and economic cost of vehicle operations. These efficiency improvements often require technical knowledge and systematic approaches to transportation planning that may not be available in communities lacking appropriate expertise or institutional capabilities. Communication systems for coordinating movement between settlements and mobile units requires technical infrastructure and operational procedures that can function reliably despite the environmental challenges and security threats that characterize wasteland conditions, while also providing adequate security against interception or jamming by hostile forces who might use communication intelligence for military or criminal purposes. The development of reliable communication systems often requires balancing the need for security against the practical requirements for simple operation and maintenance by personnel who may lack extensive technical training. Radio communication networks that support transportation operations often operate on frequencies and with equipment that may be vulnerable to interference, jamming, or interception by hostile forces, requiring operational security procedures and backup communication methods that can maintain essential coordination capabilities even when primary communication systems are compromised. The maintenance of radio equipment requires technical knowledge and replacement parts that may be difficult to obtain, while also requiring power sources that may compete with other essential community needs. Signal systems and messaging protocols that enable coordination between transportation units and support facilities often develop through practical experience and informal standardization rather than formal training or documentation. Creating communication systems that function effectively for experienced operators, but may be difficult for newcomers to learn or for communities to maintain if key personnel are lost. The development of standardized communication procedures can improve operational efficiency while also creating vulnerabilities if communication protocols are compromised by hostile intelligence gathering. Emergency communication procedures and distress signaling methods that can summon assistance when transportation units encounter serious problems require both technical capabilities and cooperative relationships with communities and organizations that are willing and able to provide rescue or assistance services when needed. These emergency response systems often depend on informal agreements and mutual aid relationships that may not be reliable during periods of conflict or resource scarcity when potential rescuers may be unable to provide assistance. Navigation techniques in a world without GPS technology requires the revival and adaptation of traditional navigation methods combined with local knowledge about landmarks, hazards, and route conditions that may not be documented in any surviving maps or navigation aids. The development of navigation expertise often requires years of practical experience and mentoring by experienced travelers who possess detailed knowledge about specific routes and regional conditions that cannot be easily transferred through written documentation alone. Map-making and cartographic documentation of transportation routes requires ongoing survey work and information gathering that can document changes in road conditions, hazard locations, and resource availability while also providing navigation references that can be used by travelers who lack detailed local knowledge. The creation and maintenance of accurate maps requires specialized skills and equipment that may not be available in many communities, while also requiring ongoing updates and corrections based on changing conditions and new discoveries. Landmark recognition and route finding skills that enable navigation without detailed maps require extensive knowledge about natural and artificial features that can serve as navigation references, while also requiring the ability to recognize and interpret signs of previous travel, changes in terrain and vegetation, and other environmental indicators that can provide navigation guidance. These traditional navigation skills often take years to develop and require ongoing practice and refinement to maintain proficiency. Compass use and magnetic navigation techniques provide valuable navigation capabilities when properly maintained magnetic compass equipment is available, though the accuracy and reliability of magnetic navigation may be affected by local magnetic anomalies, metallic interference, and equipment deterioration that can create navigation errors if not properly recognized and compensated. The use of magnetic navigation requires understanding of magnetic declination, local magnetic variations, and compass maintenance techniques that may not be widely available in post-war communities. Celestial navigation methods that utilize sun, moon, and star positions for direction finding and position determination provide navigation capabilities that are independent of equipment failure or electromagnetic interference. Though these techniques require knowledge of astronomical relationships and calculation methods that may be difficult to learn without appropriate training materials and instruction. The accuracy of celestial navigation often requires more time and calculation than may be practical for routine travel situations. Though these methods can provide valuable backup navigation capabilities when other methods are unavailable, the development of way stations and safe houses along major transportation routes provides essential support infrastructure for long-distance travel, while also creating economic opportunities for communities that can provide lodging, supplies, and services to travelers who require rest and resupply during extended journeys. These facilities often become focal points for information exchange and social interaction that serve important functions beyond simple commercial transactions, though they also create potential security vulnerabilities and attractive targets for criminal activity. Inn and lodging operations that cater to travelers require investment in facilities, supplies, and security measures that can provide safe and comfortable accommodation, while also generating sufficient revenue to justify the resources devoted to hospitality services. The operation of traveler accommodations requires understanding of customer needs, local security conditions, and business practices that can maintain profitability while also building reputation for reliable service that encourages repeat business and positive recommendations. Supply and provisioning services that provide food, fuel, equipment, and other necessities for travelers require inventory management, supplier relationships, and storage capabilities that can maintain adequate stock levels while minimizing losses to spoilage, theft, and other forms of inventory shrinkage. These supply operations often require substantial initial investment and ongoing operational capital that may be difficult for small communities to provide without external financing or cooperative arrangements with larger commercial organizations. Mechanical repair and maintenance services for vehicles provide essential support for transportation operations, while also creating opportunities for communities to develop specialized technical capabilities that can generate revenue and buyer goes. Establish reputations for technical excellence. The provision of mechanical services requires both technical expertise and access to tools, parts, and materials that may be difficult to obtain and expensive to maintain. Though successful repair operations can become valuable regional resources that attract customers from wide geographical areas. Security services and escort arrangements that provide protection for high-value shipments or vulnerable travelers create additional economic opportunities, while also requiring military capabilities and risk management expertise that can assess and respond to various types of threats that may be encountered during travel. These security services often require coordination with multiple communities and law enforcement organizations, while also maintaining capabilities for independent action when formal assistance is not available. Seasonal transportation challenges and solutions that address weather-related difficulties, creature activity patterns, and resource availability cycles require adaptive planning and flexible operational approaches that can maintain transportation capabilities despite changing conditions throughout the annual cycle. The development of seasonal transportation strategies often requires detailed knowledge of local conditions and long-term planning capabilities that can coordinate transportation activities with other community functions and resource allocation priorities. Winter transportation methods and equipment that can function effectively in snow, ice, and cold weather conditions often require specialized vehicles, clothing, and operational techniques that may be significantly different from warm weather transportation approaches. The maintenance of winter transportation capabilities requires additional resources and expertise, while also creating seasonal variations in transportation capacity and operational costs that affect planning for activities that depend on reliable transportation services. weather prediction and climate monitoring capabilities that can provide advance warning of severe weather conditions, enable transportation planners to avoid dangerous travel conditions, while also optimizing routes and schedules to take advantage of favorable weather periods. These forecasting capabilities often depend on traditional weather prediction methods and local knowledge about climate patterns that may not be documented in formal meteorological resources, but which can provide valuable planning information for experienced observers. Flood management and water crossing techniques that enable continued transportation operations during periods of high water levels require specialized equipment and operational knowledge that can assess water conditions and implement safe crossing procedures when normal routes are impassable. The development of flood response capabilities often requires coordination between multiple communities and advanced preparation of equipment and procedures that can be implemented quickly when flood conditions develop. Storm preparation and emergency shelter procedures that protect transportation personnel and equipment during severe weather events require advanced planning and preparation of emergency supplies and shelter facilities that can provide adequate protection until weather conditions improve sufficiently to resume normal operations. These emergency preparations often require substantial resource allocation and maintenance of emergency supplies that may not be used for extended periods, but which are essential for safety during severe weather events. The security challenges of maintaining trade routes requires ongoing investment in defensive capabilities, intelligence gathering, and cooperative relationships with military organizations that can provide protection against various types of threats, ranging from casual banditry to organized military action by hostile factions. The development of route security systems often requires balancing the costs of security measures against the economic benefits of maintaining reliable transportation services, while also considering the political implications of security arrangements that may affect relationships with various communities and organizations along transportation corridors. Convoy operations and group travel arrangements that provide mutual protection and support for multiple transportation units traveling together require coordination and planning capabilities that can organize complex movements while maintaining security and operational efficiency throughout extended journeys. These convoy operations often require standardized procedures and communication protocols that enable effective coordination, while also providing flexibility to respond to changing conditions and unexpected situations. Scout and reconnaissance services that provide advanced intelligence about route conditions, threats, and opportunities enable transportation planners to make informed decisions about route selection, timing, and security measures, while also providing early warning about developing problems that might affect transportation operations. These intelligence services often require specialized personnel and equipment, while also requiring coordination with various information sources and intelligence networks that may provide relevant information about changing conditions along transportation routes. Defensive preparations and armed response capabilities that can protect transportation assets against various types of attacks require military training, equipment, and operational procedures that can respond effectively to threats while also minimizing risks to personnel and cargo. The development of defensive capabilities often requires balancing the need for protection against the costs and operational limitations associated with security measures that may reduce transportation efficiency or create political complications with communities that prefer peaceful rather than militarized transportation operations. Emergency response and evacuation procedures that can protect personnel and valuable cargo when transportation operations encounter serious threats or mechanical failures require advanced planning and preparation of resources that may be needed for emergency situations that cannot be prevented through normal security and maintenance procedures. These emergency response capabilities often require training and equipment that may not be used regularly, but which are essential for managing crisis situations when they develop. As the dust settles on another day's journey across the dangerous miles that separate one island of civilization from another, and the precious cargo reaches its destination through the combined efforts of mechanics who keep ancient engines running, navigators who read the wasteland like a map written in radiation and rust, and guards who stand watch against the countless predators that hunt along the highways of the transformed world. We recognize in these networks of movement and connection the threads that bind scattered communities into something approaching a civilization. Proof that human society persists not through grand institutions or formal governments, but through the simple, dangerous, essential work of those who dare to travel the empty spaces between settlements, carrying goods and news and hope across the vast distances that nuclear fire created but could not make impassable to the enduring human determination to remain connected despite everything the world has done to drive us apart. In the dusty archives of the Brotherhood of Steel and the carefully preserved libraries of Vault City, where scholars labor by candlelight to transcribe fading documents, and elders struggle to pass along memories of a world that grows more distant with each passing generation, the long view of history reveals both the fragility and persistence of human knowledge as it travels through the crucible of civilizational collapse. The relationship between past and present in the wasteland is not simply a matter of nostalgia or academic curiosity, but a living struggle that determines whether the hard-won wisdom of previous generations will survive to guide future choices, or whether each community must rediscover through painful experience the lessons that others have already learned at great cost. The preservation and transmission of pre-war knowledge requires institutional commitment and individual dedication that competes directly with immediate survival needs, as communities must allocate scarce resources and precious time to activities whose benefits may not become apparent for years or decades while more pressing concerns demand attention and action. The scholars, teachers, and archivists who dedicate themselves to knowledge preservation often face skepticism from community members who question the practical value of maintaining information about technologies that no longer function, social systems that no longer exist, and scientific principles that may seem irrelevant to the daily struggle for survival in a transformed world. The selection process that determines which aspects of pre-war knowledge receive preservation priority reflects both practical considerations about utility and cultural values about what aspects of human civilization deserve to peacefully survive the transition from the old world to whatever emerges from its ashes. Technical manuals for maintaining essential infrastructure typically receive priority over philosophical treatises, while medical knowledge is preserved more systematically than artistic or literary works. Though these practical priorities sometimes overlook the psychological and cultural functions that seemingly impractical knowledge serves in maintaining human dignity and meaning under conditions that might otherwise reduce existence to mere survival. The degradation of physical information storage media creates ongoing challenges for preservation efforts as books, documents, computer storage devices, and other repositories of information suffer deterioration from radiation exposure, environmental contamination, and simple aging that gradually destroys the physical substrates on which knowledge is recorded. The race against time to transfer information from deteriorating original sources to more durable storage media requires both technical expertise and access to materials and equipment that may be difficult to obtain, while also requiring judgment about which information is most important to preserve when complete preservation is impossible. Digital information recovery presents particular challenges due to the complexity of computer systems and the specialized knowledge required to operate, maintain, and extract data from electronic storage devices that were designed to function within technological infrastructures that no longer exist. The recovery of information from damaged computers, corrupted storage media, and obsolete file formats requires expertise that combines computer science with detective work, as technicians must often reconstruct missing information and work around damaged systems to access data that may contain irreplaceable knowledge about pre-war science, technology, and culture. The role of museums and libraries in maintaining cultural continuity extends far beyond simple storage of artifacts and documents to encompass educational programs, research activities, and community outreach efforts that make preserved knowledge accessible and relevant to contemporary audiences who may lack the cultural context necessary to understand the significance and applications of historical information. These institutions often serve as bridges between the pre-war and post-war worlds, helping communities understand their heritage while also identifying historical precedents and lessons that can inform contemporary decision-making and problem-solving. Museum curation and artifact preservation requires specialized knowledge about conservation techniques, environmental controls, and handling procedures that can maintain the integrity of historical objects while also making them available for study and display. The challenges of maintaining appropriate environmental conditions for artifact preservation often conflict with the practical limitations of post-war infrastructure and energy availability, forcing museum curators to develop creative solutions that balance preservation needs against available resources and capabilities. Library science and information organization in post-war conditions must address the challenge of maintaining useful cataloging and retrieval systems despite the loss of computerized databases and standardized classification systems that enabled efficient information management in pre-war libraries. The development of new organizational systems that can function with available resources while still providing effective access to stored information requires understanding of both traditional library science principles and the specific needs and limitations of post-war communities. Educational outreach programs that connect historical knowledge with contemporary needs require pedagogical expertise and community engagement skills that can translate abstract or historical information into practical applications that serve current community needs while also maintaining the broader cultural and intellectual value of preserved knowledge. These educational efforts often require balancing academic rigor against practical utility, while also adapting educational content to audiences with diverse educational backgrounds and immediate survival priorities. Research coordination and scholarly collaboration between different preservation institutions creates opportunities for more comprehensive and effective knowledge preservation efforts, while also providing intellectual stimulation and peer review that maintains scholarly standards despite the challenging conditions under which such work must be conducted. These collaborative relationships often develop through informal networks of scholars and institutions that share resources, expertise, and information despite geographical separation and communication difficulties. Archaeological efforts to understand pre-war civilization represent systematic attempts to reconstruct historical knowledge through physical evidence and material culture that survived the Great War, though archaeological work in the wasteland must contend with radiation hazards, structural instability, and the presence of dangerous creatures that make systematic excavation and site analysis far more difficult and dangerous than conventional archaeological research. The development of archaeological techniques adapted to post-war conditions requires combining traditional archaeological methods with safety procedures and risk management strategies that enable scientific work to proceed despite environmental hazards. Site identification and survey techniques that can locate and evaluate potential archaeological sites must balance scientific objectives against practical limitations related to accessibility, safety, and available resources, while also considering the potential conflicts between archaeological preservation and community needs for salvage materials and usable space. The prioritization of archaeological sites for investigation often requires difficult decisions about which locations are most likely to yield valuable information relative to the resources and risks involved in their excavation. Excavation methods and safety procedures for archaeological work in contaminated and potentially dangerous environments require specialized equipment and techniques that protect research personnel while also maintaining the scientific front. Integrity of archaeological methods and data collection. The development of appropriate safety protocols often requires balancing archaeological best practices against practical limitations imposed by radiation hazards, structural instability, and the presence of hostile creatures or human threats. Artifact analysis and interpretation techniques that can extract maximum information from recovered materials often require specialized knowledge about pre-war technology, culture, and social organization that may not be available within individual research teams, creating needs for collaboration with experts from different fields and institutions who can provide specialized analysis and interpretation of archaeological discoveries. Documentation and preservation of archaeological findings requires systematic recording and storage methods that can maintain the scientific value of archaeological data while also making research results accessible to other scholars and community members who might benefit from archaeological discoveries. The challenge of maintaining adequate documentation standards with limited resources often requires creative approaches to data recording and storage that prioritize essential information while accepting limitations in comprehensiveness and detail. The interpretation of pre-war documents and their reliability presents complex challenges for scholars attempting to reconstruct historical knowledge from written sources that may contain propaganda, deliberate misinformation, or unconscious biases that distort their accuracy as historical records. The critical evaluation of document authenticity and reliability requires expertise in historical research methods combined with understanding of pre-war political and social contexts that influence document creation and preservation. Propaganda analysis and bias identification in pre-war documents requires understanding of the political and social motivations that influence document creation, while also recognizing the ways in which contemporary perspectives and assumptions might affect interpretation of historical materials. The development of critical reading skills that can identify and account for bias in historical sources is essential for accurate reconstruction of pre-war history and culture. Corroboration and cross-reference techniques that verify information from multiple independent sources help establish the reliability of historical claims while also identifying areas where available evidence is insufficient to support confident conclusions about past events or conditions. The systematic comparison of different sources requires organizational skills and analytical methods that can manage large quantities of information while maintaining awareness of the limitations and potential biases in available evidence. Contextual analysis and historical interpretation methods that can place individual documents and artifacts within broader historical and cultural contexts require extensive background knowledge about pre-war society, politics, and culture that may be difficult to acquire given the fragmentary nature of surviving information. The development of coherent interpretive frameworks that can integrate diverse pieces of evidence into meaningful historical narratives requires both analytical skills and creative synthesis that goes beyond simple compilation of facts, primary versus secondary source evaluation techniques that can distinguish between first-hand accounts and later interpretations or summaries help establish the relative reliability and value of different types of historical evidence while also recognizing the ways in which even primary sources may be incomplete or biased in their perspectives on historical events. How history is rewritten by those in power reflects the ongoing political dimensions of historical interpretation. as contemporary leaders and influential groups may have incentives to emphasize certain aspects of the past while downplaying or ignoring others in ways that support their current positions and objectives. The recognition of these political influences on historical interpretation requires awareness of how contemporary power structures and ideological commitments affect the preservation and presentation of historical knowledge. Ideological interpretation and historical revision efforts by various political factions and organizations often involve selective emphasis on historical events and trends that support contemporary political objectives while minimizing or ignoring aspects of the past that might challenge current policies or power arrangements. The identification of these interpretive biases requires understanding of how different groups use historical narratives to support their political positions. Censorship and information control mechanisms that limit access to certain types of historical information reflect attempts by powerful groups to control public understanding of the past in ways that support their current interests and objectives. The recognition of censorship efforts requires awareness of what types of information are systematically excluded from official historical accounts and why such exclusions might serve particular political purposes. Competing narratives and alternative interpretations of historical events often emerge from different communities and organizations that have different perspectives on the significance and meaning of past events. The evaluation of these competing interpretations requires critical analysis skills that can assess the evidence and arguments supporting different historical narratives while recognizing the ways in which contemporary concerns and values influence historical interpretation. Counter-narrative development and resistance historiography efforts by marginalized groups often attempt to preserve and promote historical perspectives that challenge dominant interpretations while providing alternative frameworks for understanding the past and its relationship to contemporary conditions. The support of diverse historical perspectives requires institutional commitment to intellectual freedom and recognition of the value of multiple viewpoints in developing comprehensive understanding of historical events and trends. The role of education in shaping future generations extends beyond simple transmission of factual information to encompass the development of critical thinking skills, cultural values, and intellectual habits that will influence how future generations understand their world and make decisions about their collective future. Educational systems in post-war communities must balance the need to provide practical skills for survival and economic productivity against the equally important need to maintain intellectual curiosity, moral reasoning, and cultural continuity that enables societies to develop and adapt over time. Curriculum development and educational priorities in resource-constrained environments often require difficult decisions about which subjects and skills receive emphasis, while others are minimized or eliminated entirely due to limitations in teacher expertise, educational materials, and time available for instruction. These educational decisions have long-term implications for community development and cultural evolution that may not become apparent until years or decades after educational choices are made. Teacher training and educational methodology development in communities that lack formal educational institutions requires creative approaches to preparing individuals for educational roles, while also developing teaching techniques that can function effectively with limited resources and diverse student populations. The preservation and transmission of pedagogical knowledge requires institutional memory and practical experience that must be carefully maintained and transferred to new generations of educators. Critical thinking and analytical skills development that enables students to evaluate information, solve problems, and make reasoned decisions about complex issues requires educational approaches that go beyond simple transmission of factual knowledge to include training in logic, evidence evaluation, and intellectual independence that prepares students for leadership roles and independent decision-making. Cultural transmission and values education that helps students understand their heritage while also preparing them for the challenges and opportunities they will face as adults requires balancing respect for traditional knowledge and values against recognition of the need for adaptation and change in response to evolving circumstances and conditions. The preservation of technical knowledge and skills represents one of the most practically important aspects of knowledge preservation efforts, as the ability to maintain and operate essential technologies directly affects community survival and development potential, while also providing the foundation for future technological innovation and advancement. The transmission of technical knowledge requires both theoretical understanding and practical experience that must be carefully integrated to produce competent practitioners who can maintain existing systems while also adapting and improving them as circumstances require. Apprenticeship systems and skill transfer programs that provide hands-on training in essential technical skills often represent the most effective methods for preserving and transmitting practical knowledge, while also ensuring that technical expertise remains available within communities, despite the aging and eventual death of current practitioners. These training relationships require significant time investments from both instructors and students, while also creating social bonds that support knowledge preservation beyond formal educational relationships. Documentation and manual creation efforts that record technical procedures and knowledge in written form provide backup systems for preserving essential information, while also enabling more systematic and comprehensive training programs that can reach larger numbers of students than individual apprenticeship relationships alone. The development of appropriate technical documentation requires balancing completeness and accuracy against readability and practical utility for users with varying levels of technical background. Innovation and adaptation techniques that enable technical practitioners to modify existing technologies and develop new solutions to emerging problems require creative problem-solving skills and experimental methods that go beyond simple preservation of existing knowledge to include capabilities for technological development and advancement. The cultivation of innovative thinking requires educational approaches that encourage experimentation and creative problem-solving, while also maintaining respect for tested methods and accumulated wisdom. Quality control and standards, maintenance systems that ensure consistent performance and safety in technical applications require institutional mechanisms for monitoring and regulating technical practice, while also providing pathways for FASEN's technical continuous improvement and adaptation. These quality assurance systems must balance the need for reliable performance against the flexibility necessary for innovation and adaptation to changing circumstances. How communities decide what aspects of the past to embrace or reject reflects complex value judgments about which elements of pre-war civilization are worth preserving, and which represent mistakes that should be avoided in building post-war society. These cultural decisions about historical legacy often involve tensions between practical considerations about utility and efficiency against philosophical and moral concerns about the values and principles that should guide future development. Technology adoption and rejection decisions that determine which pre-war technologies communities choose to maintain and develop often reflect assessments of both practical utility and social impact that consider not only immediate benefits but also long-term consequences for community development and social organization. The evaluation of technological choices requires understanding of both technical capabilities and social implications that may not become apparent until technologies are already deeply integrated into community life. Cultural practice preservation and modification efforts that maintain connections to pre-war traditions, while also adapting cultural practices to post-war conditions, often require creative synthesis of traditional and contemporary elements that honors historical heritage while also addressing current needs and circumstances. These cultural adaptations require sensitivity to both historical authenticity and practical functionality, in ways that maintain cultural continuity while enabling necessary change. Value system evolution and moral framework development that guides community decision-making about ethical issues often involves integration of pre-war moral traditions with post-war experiences and insights that create new approaches to ethical reasoning and moral judgment. The development of appropriate moral frameworks requires balancing respect for traditional wisdom against recognition of the unique ethical challenges created by post-war conditions and circumstances. Institutional design and governance structure choices that determine how communities organize themselves politically and socially often reflect decisions about which aspects of pre-war institutional experience provide useful models, and which represent approaches that should be avoided based on their role in contributing to pre-war problems and ultimate civilizational collapse. The challenge of separating fact from propaganda in historical records requires sophisticated critical analysis skills and access to multiple independent sources of information that can provide checks against biased or deliberately misleading historical accounts. The development of reliable historical knowledge requires systematic approaches to source evaluation and evidence analysis that can identify and compensate for the various forms of bias and distortion that affect historical documentation. Source criticism and reliability assessment techniques that can evaluate the credibility and accuracy of historical documents require understanding of the contexts in which documents were created and the motivations of their authors, while also recognizing the ways in which contemporary assumptions and perspectives might affect interpretation of historical evidence. The development of appropriate critical analysis skills requires training in historical research methods combined with practical experience in working with diverse types of historical sources. Fact verification and corroboration methods that can establish the accuracy of historical claims through comparison of multiple independent sources require systematic approaches to evidence evaluation that can identify consistent patterns, while also recognizing inconsistencies that might indicate errors or biases in available sources. The development of reliable verification procedures requires both methodological rigor and practical judgment about the weight and significance of different types of evidence. Bias identification and compensation techniques that can recognize and account for systematic distortions in historical sources require understanding of the political, social, and cultural factors that influence document creation, while also developing methods for correcting or compensating for identified biases in ways that produce more accurate historical understanding. Independent investigation and alternative source development efforts that seek out additional evidence and perspectives on historical events often require extensive research and investigation that goes beyond readily available sources to identify overlooked or suppressed information that might provide different perspectives on historical events and trends. The role of oral history in preserving important events provides essential supplements to written documentation, while also creating opportunities for preserving perspectives and experiences that might not have been recorded in official documents or formal historical accounts. The systematic collection and preservation of oral historical accounts requires interview skills and documentation methods that can capture and preserve the knowledge and experiences of individuals who lived through significant historical events. Interview techniques and documentation methods for collecting oral historical accounts require interpersonal skills and recording capabilities that can capture not only factual information but also the personal perspectives and experiential knowledge that oral sources uniquely provide. The development of appropriate oral history methods requires balancing respect for personal experience against critical evaluation of the accuracy and reliability of memory-based accounts. Memory preservation and accuracy assessment techniques that can evaluate the reliability of oral historical accounts, while also recognizing their unique value as sources of personal and experiential knowledge, require understanding of how memory functions and how it might be affected by time, trauma, and social influences. The evaluation of oral historical sources requires different analytical approaches than those used for written documentation. Community narrative and collective memory development processes that shape how communities understand and remember their shared history often involve complex interactions between individual memories and collective storytelling that create shared interpretive frameworks for understanding past events and their significance for contemporary community life. Intergenerational knowledge transfer methods that enable older community members to share their knowledge and experience with younger generations require systematic approaches to mentoring and education that can preserve essential information while also adapting it to contemporary circumstances and needs. How different groups interpret the causes of the Great War reflects fundamental differences in worldview and value systems that influence contemporary political and social attitudes, while also affecting approaches to preventing similar catastrophes in the future. The analysis of these different interpretations requires understanding of how historical perspective influences political thinking and social organization in post-war communities. Military versus political causation theories that emphasize different factors in explaining the Great War often reflect different assumptions about human nature, international relations, and the role of institutions in preventing conflict. The evaluation of these different explanatory frameworks requires careful analysis of available historical evidence combined with theoretical understanding of the factors that contribute to large-scale conflict. Economic versus ideological explanations for the Great War that emphasize material factors versus belief systems and cultural conflicts reflect different analytical approaches to understanding historical causation while also suggesting different strategies for preventing similar conflicts in the future. The assessment of these different explanatory approaches requires integration of economic and cultural analysis combined with historical evidence about pre-war conditions. Technological determinism versus human agency debates about the role of technology in causing or enabling the Great War reflect fundamental philosophical differences about the relationship between technological development and human choice. In shaping historical events, the evaluation of these different perspectives requires consideration of both technological and human factors in historical causation. Systemic versus individual responsibility assessments that focus on institutional failures versus personal moral failures reflect different approaches to understanding moral responsibility and accountability for large-scale historical events while also suggesting different approaches to preventing similar problems in the future. The lessons that wasteland societies learn from their own mistakes provide essential feedback mechanisms for social learning and institutional development that enable communities to improve their decision-making and avoid repeating costly errors that might threaten their survival and development. The systematic analysis of community experiences and outcomes requires institutional mechanisms for learning from both successes and failures, while also developing organizational memory that preserves important lessons for future reference. Institutional learning and organizational memory development systems that preserve knowledge about past decisions and their outcomes require documentation and analysis capabilities that can identify patterns and lessons that inform future decision-making while also maintaining accessible records that remain available for consultation by future leaders and decision-makers. The development of effective learning systems requires balancing comprehensiveness against practical utility while also ensuring that learning mechanisms remain functional despite changes in leadership and circumstances. Mistake analysis and error prevention methods that can identify the causes of past failures, while also developing systematic approaches to avoiding similar problems in the future, require both analytical capabilities and organizational commitment to honest self-assessment and continuous improvement. The development of effective error prevention systems requires creating organizational cultures that encourage honest reporting and analysis of mistakes without creating punitive atmospheres that discourage transparency and learning. Success replication and best practice development efforts that identify effective approaches and methods that can be applied in similar situations require systematic analysis of successful outcomes combined with understanding of the conditions and factors that contributed to success. The development of transferable best practices requires balancing specific contextual factors against general principles that might apply in different circumstances. Adaptive management and continuous improvement processes that enable organizations and communities to modify their approaches based on experience and changing circumstances require flexibility and responsiveness combined with systematic approaches to monitoring outcomes and adjusting strategies. The development of adaptive management capabilities requires balancing stability and consistency against the need for change and improvement based on learning and experience. As the candles burn low in the archive chambers where the guardians of memory labor to preserve the wisdom of ages past for generations yet unborn, we recognize in their patient work the threads that connect what was to what might yet be. Understanding that history is not simply the study of dead events, but the living relationship between past experience and future possibility, where each carefully preserved document and each story passed from elder to child represents both an act of faith in the future and a gift of knowledge that might enable that future to avoid the mistakes that brought the old world to its end in nuclear fire, leaving us to build something new and perhaps better from the ashes of what came before. And so we reach the end of our journey through the scattered fragments of a world both lost and found. Like the aurora of radiation that dances across the wasteland sky, these countless details illuminate the complexity of existence in the shadow of atomic fire. From the grandest corporate conspiracies to the humblest survival techniques, each fact we've shared represents a thread in the vast tapestry of human experience, both before and after the bombs fell. In the silence that follows, as your mind settles like dust on a forgotten terminal, remember that knowledge itself is perhaps humanity's greatest achievement and most enduring legacy. Even in the depths of nuclear winter, the human spirit persists in cataloging, understanding, and sharing the world around us. These facts, trivial though they may seem, are proof that consciousness endures, that curiosity survives even apocalypse. Sleep now, fellow wanderer, and dream of terminals humming with forgotten data, of libraries waiting to be discovered, of the infinite mysteries that still lie scattered across the wasteland, like stars across the night sky. Tomorrow, perhaps, we'll uncover new secrets together. But for now, let the gentle radiation of knowledge carry you into peaceful rest, secure in the knowledge that every ending is also a beginning.